and impartial investigation to establish what actually happened while reaffirming its zero tolerance policy towards sexual misconduct and harassment. However, the institution has also condemned the students' decision to resort to violence and jungle justice, stressing that allegations must be handled through due process. The incident has once again brought attention to concerns around sexual harassment, alleged sex for grades, and abuse of power in Nigerian tertiary institutions, while raising the bigger question of how universities can create safer environments for students and ensure credible mechanisms for reporting and investigating such allegations. 2026, and we are still here again talking about sex for grades. I wonder why we are why we added alleged sex for grades in 2026. I won't blame the students for wanting to take justice in their hands, probably because of maybe antecedents. Because typically what happens when a lecturer is fingered for sexual harassment, sex for grades, you have university maybe probably suspend him first, and then after that, they suspend him first, and after that, they set up a panel. They set up a panel, to address the grievances. And after a while, it just dies down. We'll have a social media outcry. And after a while, it dies down. But, this thing happens year in, year out. And that's why, I think lecturers should be really careful. This is social media age. I did see the video. I don't know how the students herself did sneak in a video into the man's office. It's really shameful. This is really shameful. This is someone's husband. This is somebody's father. It's really, really shameful. And then you had some students who were, outside the lecturer's office waiting. Immediately he began, they just pounced in. It was really a terrible sight. People should really be careful. I don't support jungle justice, but I think we should be responsible. No, honestly, I don't know, because they would have actually lynched. I think it's more than that, because they could have lynched this man. They could have literally killed him.
It's more than meets the eye. Before I make comments, I would like to have more detail.
I saw the video.
How old is the student in question?
And an adult, obviously.
And what's the relationship between the lecturer and students? Is he known for victimizing
maybe
students
or something?
Yes, is he known for victimizing students and the rest of them? We need to understand. Before we start to finger people like this, and then carry out punishments, we need to ask proper questions. So I'll hold on to my analysis or opinion on this.
Moses, why don't you just analyze generally instead of the specificity of this?
General analysis. Yes, sex for grade is something that shouldn't be encouraged. Unfortunately, some individuals have taken advantage of students. But then again, the students that put themselves in a situation where a lecturer can take advantage of you, there are other, people that you can report to. If the person is not the dean of the faculty, then go report to somebody else. I mean, there should be levels of authority that you can report to, and so this thing doesn't get out of hand.
I want to believe that the students, not to justify what they did, probably because of antecedents.
Probably.
I want to think so, because this is quite extreme.
It's really embarrassing.
It's extreme. It's really extreme. There's really no justification for this, but we really do not know the background. It seems like maybe he's infamous for this. It could also
that's the action I'm seeing.
Maybe aside sex for grades,
it's
perhaps
okay to
victimization,
arrest, take pictures
and hand
for
over.
Evidence,
but this
and
is
all of that, and then hand over to authority.
This is an eyesore, but I'm just thinking that this might have been the man's pattern for the students.
Probably.
For this kind of reaction.
Probably.
It probably is not a one-off. It's not a one-off. If it's a one-off, they wouldn't have laid siege, and caught him in the act. Like I normally say.
Or maybe she's a really young person,
No, once you're in university, you're an adult.
Once you're in university, you're an adult.
You're an adult.
18 or so.
18 at
but
least.
my take in all of this, as in many other things, is that it always takes two to tango.
There's more to it.
Some lecturers are very, very adept at this. In fact, they take head count of female students, including married students.
Yeah.
You recall there was an incident in in Benue State too, when a certain lecturer, was caught in the act with was it in Unibed? It was either in all these places. He was caught in the act with a married woman, and he was also exposed. Now, some lecturers are adept at this. That is one side of it. The other side of it is that there are students in campus, female students, who don't do anything except dress up in the morning, walk around campus, with the knowledge that at the end, they will pay for grades with sex. Let's agree on that. It happens. So they are not even intent on reading to pass exams and all of that. And so they approach lecturers. So some lecturers that are men of easy virtue will ordinarily...
Men of easy virtue,
yes,
interesting.
they will ordinarily fall into that temptation and into that trap. So it's a two-way thing. I don't like the fact that lecturers, have to ask for sex for grades. Because the person that you are graduating is coming to society with apparently people believing that, well, this person has knowledge of that study area. But the person goes out because he had done some nasty things and passed her way and, all her way through school. And she gets into industry. She becomes a cog in the wheel of progress in that particular sector and all of that. So this is a very bad one. But it should also serve as a lesson to would-be offenders. I know that the students apparently overreached themselves. It would have been enough, to just get a picture, caught in the act, and expose the man. But unfortunately, we run a protectionist system in this government, in this country. We run a protectionist system. So when you say escalate to the dean will simply ensure that the thing dies down.
Yes, because of
and
reputation.
Yeah. And if it gets to the VC will also ensure that it dies down. They like protecting themselves. It's like you coming to National Assembly. Look at how they protected themselves during the Natasha issue and all of that.
Yes.
At every turn, we run a protectionist system in this country. Yeah. People are not willing to expose one of their own because, well, it is going to be like name and shame the entire profession and all of that. So maybe students have also gone ahead to report and nothing happened. That's why they took laws into their hands. But unfortunately for them, I don't know what will become of those students because with this video, they will be identified. The school will come after them. If it were when we used to have a strong student union, nothing will happen to these students because the whole school will go up in flames if you expel them. But now, since the governor and the VC are the ones that appoint the student union president and all officials,
the video is bad.
I mean, can you imagine? So
I honestly don't think we should be putting out this
kind of thing. Video. Honestly, because the thing actually distracted me. It's very nasty. It's very nasty. Yeah. But the school authorities, as a matter of fact, will ensure that lecturers are cautioned and students also should act responsibly.
Yes.
Don't read their book so that it doesn't get to a point. Because I know students who the lecturer wants to have their way. The woman said in school, in Unilag here in my school, one lady said, "Well, it's not going to happen." The lecturer failed her. They called the external supervisor. External supervisor marked her and gave her an A.
Because she knew what she wrote.
And the lecturer was censored.
I think I want to agree with you and what you said, that students should actually know their rights.
Yes.
I think once a student knows his or her rights, it's almost impossible for this to happen.
The lecturer failed her.
Yes.
And she took it up to the point that the external examiner was called from another university, UI, to come and mark that script. And she scored an A.
Well, apparently, like you said, this might have been, a repetition. So, he might have been doing this time and time again, and then the people decided to take laws into their hands. Because I do recall, it just came to mind now, the story of one University of Calabar lecturer.
Faculty of Law.
Ndefong, yes.
Yes, Faculty of Law.
Professor Ndefong.
Ndefong, yes.
Yeah. He was accused over the years.
Severally.
And nothing was done until it went out of hand some years back, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that was 2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago.
2 or 3 years ago.
2023, thereabout. And then there was a protest. And I think there's been a conviction now.
Yes, he's in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
he's in.
It's when people think the law, those who are offenders are not held accountable, that's when they take laws into their hands.
Yes. When
So
they know
I'm
that
pretty
they are
sure
not
for this to
when,
have
when
gotten
they've
to
lost,
this extent,
confidence
there might have been complaints about
Obviously.
this is horrible.
Horrible. Well, let's
This
just
is
put out
horrible.
this information
I'm trying.
about
This is
Ekiti
horrible.
State Governor Biodu Oyebanji has sparked controversy after appealing to those supporters who allegedly paid to defend the government. You know, they are paid to defend the government, but when the government is on the spotlight, you know, they don't do anything to defend the government. And so Nigerians are asking, why should the government spend a lot of money, you know, to put up propaganda on air and now expect that when it is time for them to take responsibility, they also believe, you know, that people should defend them and all of that. So it's trending now. Oyebanji, it's like, this is not the first time.
It's not the first
This
time.
is not the first time he's saying this.
I was even asking if this is new. If this is old, because I think I've seen this video
No,
before.
this is new.
This is new.
This is new. He's saying it again. So if you are taking money to defend the government,
So they eat from both sides.
they eat from both sides. And at that time, I think he said there were going to be consequences and all of that. And so I think people didn't buy, and that is why he's coming back to it again. You know, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, well, when you decide not to do what you've been elected to do, and you decide to go the way of propaganda, that's what you get. Because if you were elected to serve the people, and you say, okay, you don't want to serve them as much, but then you want to pay people to push out a narrative, it's possible that they will take your money and not push out the narrative. It's even possible that regardless of the narrative that people put out there, the people themselves have eyes and can see. I mean, we have citizens who are doing the job of investigation right now. So they can investigate. People can cover without having any political affiliation. You know, people just want to see, you know, things done. They want to see infrastructure done. They want to see good roads, good drainage and the rest of that. So people video these things. And with the advent of social media, everyone has a voice and everyone can put out their voice, and that will form opinion. So as against just selecting a few people that you have given money to as social media warriors, as they call them, it may not actually help, because everybody else has access to information. You want to add something to that, or do we just get onto the papers?
Let's run
to the papers. Yeah.
Let's run onto the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. We do have the Punch, the Guardian, the Sun, and other dailies with us. Let's see.
Let's begin with the Punch newspaper.
All right then.
Insecurity. 31 states spend 252 billion on security in 6 months. 22 state security bill jumps by 90% as governors tackle insecurity. Spending covers security equipment, personnel, security votes, others. Experts seek tech deployment. Kogi, Plateau, Bauchi spent only 32% of security budget in 6 months. Buhari estate row. Amoso hits back at Abiodun. Terrorists kill 28 in Sokoto community. Army GOC visits. Pension arrears. Ex-soldiers set to protest at Defense Ministry. WAEC under fire over 2026 results. Alleged grading anomalies. NDLEA destroys 301 billion naira worth of drugs. Arrest 10 in Edo State. Osun local government crisis. Policeman injured as Adeleke chairman sees secretariat. Oniru Estate 2 months blockade leaves Lagos residents stranded. And finally, teachers crisis. 32 million Nigerian pupils share 502,000 teachers. Those are the stories from the Punch newspaper.
32 million naira. I think you need money.
I do need money, obviously.
All right, then. So let's go to the Vanguard now. How 24 firms control over 70% of Nigeria's stock market. 9 banks, 5 consumer goods, 3 industrial goods firms top list. Food inflation rate rises 5th consecutive month to 20.31%. IBB, IGP, Ike Nwachukwu, Oshoba, Obaigbena, others for, 85th birthday. No leader has impacted Nigeria as Babangida. That's coming from Tinubu. 2027. Your votes will count. INEC assures Nigerians. And then Osun poll. APC claims internal wrangling caused defeat. Army draws battle line with Lakurawa terrorists. Xenophobia. FG to evacuate 83 Nigerians from South Africa tomorrow. MBF rejects possible land delegation for cattle ranching in Middle Belt. All right. ASU threatens a definite strike as 200 Kaduna varsity lecturers resign. Well, these are the headlines on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper. And that's pretty much how far we can go with the headlines, newspaper headlines this morning. We'll get deeper into these headlines at 10 o'clock as we look at, as we make sense of it all. Now, some opposition parties, Accord Party, AAC and SDP form alliance to challenge Tinubu in 2027. Let's look at this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Welcome back. The presidential candidates of the Accord Party, African Action Congress, AAC, and Social Democratic Party, SDP, Benga, Olawepo Hashim, Omoyele Shogore, and Adewale Adebayo have opened talks to form a broader political alliance ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Following a meeting in Port Harcourt, the three candidates said the alliance is aimed at providing Nigerians with a credible alternative to the ruling APC and President Bola Tinubu, while preserving multi-party democracy and preventing elections from becoming a mere formality. The proposed alliance will focus on issues including democratic accountability, economic hardship, insecurity, institutional reform, and social inclusion. The party said they would continue consultations with other political parties, presidential candidates, labor, civil society, youths, women, and other stakeholders. while leaving the structure of the coalition and choice of presidential candidates for later. They also criticized some Tinubu administration policies, in particularly the fuel subsidy removal and naira devaluation, and called for stronger economic production, better wages, and new approach to tackling insecurity. The key question now is whether this emerging coalition can move beyond individual political ambitions and fragmented opposition to become a serious united force capable of challenging the APC in 2027. We'll be joined this morning by Comrade Rex Elano virtually. But this morning in the studio, we have Prince Francis Chilaka, a political and public affairs analyst. We also have Mr. Elvis Elimehele. He's a political and public affairs analyst. Over time, we'll go over to outstation analyst. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning.
The Prince, let me begin with you. I can see you chuckling. Let's analyze this supposed coalition. Let's analyze each of the political parties and the spearheaders. Can this work? Because typically coalitions in Nigeria usually crumble when it comes to choosing a major candidate, to the spearheader. So let's just analyze it. What do you think?
All right. Let me start by saying that I'm shocked. Really, really shocked that Showore all of a sudden wants to form an alliance. And I'm going to start with their court party. Same party he criticized and demonized their governorship candidate in Osun State. And suddenly he now believes that, he can work with them. And then I asked myself, what's different from his earlier position that he doesn't want to get involved with, he calls them stealing politicians. So if, with what happened in Osun State during the elections, and now he wants to join force with a court party, where does he leave him? If this, let's assume that this coalition works out eventually, and they say, Showore, you will not be the candidate, will he accept? Because Showore is somebody we all know. All he thinks about is that he's the only person in Nigeria today that has what it takes. He's the only man that has no dent. See, for me, Showore should remain an activist. We need him in the forefront, to be helping us to hold government officials accountable. He should forget presidency. He does not have what it takes. If nobody has told him the truth, I will tell him the truth this morning. Showore should concentrate on activism and leave presidency. But if you look at the broader picture, you ask yourself, what was the vote in the last election for the three political parties?
155,000.
155,000 compared to people who had 6 million. So if you want to go to form an alliance, who would you be forming an alliance with? Is it with the same people you have, 1,000, 10,000? Or you would think of forming an alliance with a group that has more weight. So I think these are just, like my friend, Dr. Anoshike will say, shoe shiners.
All right. Elvis, let's also examine this. APC has the governors, they have the senators, they have the money, they have incumbency. So what do these three, proposed coalition, what do they have on ground, to capture the 36 states come 2027? Should it even sail?
They have the people.
Okay.
The money have failed in Osun State last Saturday. So if they are serious, like Prince have said, the people will support them. The people make up democracy. Democracy is all about number. Let's not just begin to look at money again, because money has disappointed us, in this democratic era we're practicing here. But the issue here is when it gets to getting a leader in this coalition, that's where we always have problems. The three names that are mentioned in those political parties, you will agree with me that the SDP candidate has contested in 2023, and he made a little bit of impact, and is credible enough. Showore, like he will say, is the only man that does not have any stain in Nigeria that can be president of Nigeria. Benga is an activist and a politician. So if you look at the three of them, I don't know how they are going to pick the person that will represent them if this coalition says true. But it would have been a better thing. The more, the merrier. Because if you actually want to confront APC, going to spread your votes, maybe 100,000, 75,000, and 50,000, at the end of the day, we just be like wasted votes. But if we can harmonize this, come up with coalition, more coalition, the more the merrier. You know, even these three, they can still look at other political parties.
The G100 coalition that is to take place today, the G100 conversation about a coalition that is slated for later today.
I think it's been moved to
it
August.
is moved.
August.
Yeah, it's been postponed. I'm aware they've postponed it.
Okay, now talking about, sorry to, well, you might need to respond to that. But Accord Party at the center. If memory serves me right, one of the candidates, there are two factions in Accord Party. One of them, Professor Christopher Imumole, who was the presidential candidate in 2023,
in the last election,
has stepped down in the build up to the 2027 election. He has said, look, he's going to support Tinubu in 2027.
Yeah.
So Olamipo Hashim faction, do you think this will hold water? Seeing that there are two factions already in the party.
Yeah.
Is that a party to coalesce with?
That's where I was going, Moses. You see, that's what I was saying. How are they going to work it out? Because Imumole was a candidate in last election, and now he said he's going to work with the sitting president. But Benga himself said he wants to get into that same office. But you also remember that the only governor they have at the moment now has also said, I'm going to work for the president. So there are conflicting issues here. I don't know how the coalition is going to now rein in all this into this present discussion that they've started and how they are going to move it forward. If the party, we're talking of only Accord Party at the moment now. Yes. If Accord Party is talking about, we're going to some fashion in the party saying we are endorsing the sitting president and we're going to work with him. And so another person is saying, I'm forming an alliance with some other political party to get into the biggest office in Nigeria. These are conflicts.
Okay.
That I don't know how they're going to manage it. But if you also look at SDP candidates, Barrister Adewale has been there and he's been moving even since the end of 2023 election. He's been everywhere. He's been talking. So I think they should even bring in more political parties because
yes, bring in more political parties.
Yes.
You just took it out of my mouth. I wanted to ask, what if this could serve as a first step to the final aggregation of all political parties for one candidate? I mean, if you have seen three, coalesce, say, well, we are willing to support one without naming that particular person that they have in mind. Could it be a step, to what Nigerians are expecting the opposition to do? Like three of them say, okay, G100 comes together. The Ibadan declaration is like morphing into one. Could it be the first step into?
Then you will now begin to ask Mr. Koro, who is going to be that one anointed candidate that is going to come out of all of them? Sure, if they go beyond this one, you're bringing another political party like like bringing NDC, ADC, and all others into it. Sure will tell you he cannot work with those people. That those people have been the one that have been stealing Nigeria money and he doesn't want to work with them. So I'm not seeing this one.
Okay, so this alliance, how impactful will it be? Bearing in mind that, if we have to walk back to 2023, the three of them, Showore scored 14,000 votes.
Yes.
Imumole scored 80,000. Adebayo scored
60,000. Yes.
So the three of them put together 155,000. Of what effect would that be? There's something that you said that I wanted us to interrogate further. When you said, that despite what money did in Osun State, the people's
voice spoke.
In that Osun State, the money aspect of it was on both sides.
Yeah.
Both parties gave money.
Yes.
Just that people took money on one side and voted on the other side. So,
exactly.
Of what effect? Is this just political talk show or what that they went to do?
Well, I don't want to brand it a talk show now because let's see how they are still going to probe it further.
Okay.
Yeah, because if we now see the seriousness in them and Nigerians are now beginning to believe that, they could deliver, then we'll now begin to see how they are going to even get a leader among themselves that will fly the tickets. And there's going to be a lot of education and sensitization because the three political parties as it were are still going to be in the ballot. And they're going to tell the persons, their supporters, that even though the other political parties are in the ballot, this is our candidate and this is the party that we are supporting. So all these ones are still going to come up because this is just at the teething stage. But let's see how they are going to bring in more political parties.
All right,
and then see how they can work.
Okay, so let's go virtual now. We have Comrade Rex Elanu, who is Publicity Secretary, AAC. Good to have you join the conversation this morning.
Good morning. And
you are the man. You're the man I've been looking to speak with, really. So tell us, this coalition, how did you come about the parties that you have decided to work with? And how do you really believe this is going to work? Are you segregating your own coalition away from the other proposed coalition when it happens?
Well, we've been talking about parties, AAC, Accord, SDP, and each time political discussions come up, it's very convenient for people to mention more of the parties than even the candidates. Of course, I know that Shore was mentioned earlier, but I just want to say that what you want to talk about as a coalition between AAC, Accord, and SDP is primarily more about three individuals who have historical semblance in terms of their commitment towards, the democratic struggle in this country, the struggle for democracy, the struggle for, good governance. When you look at Hashim, Benga Hashim, Olawepo Hashim has his own historical background of fighting for freedom, free speech, anti-apartheid. Look at Shore from the struggles of I just don't want to even bore you with all the history of, but these are people who have ideological semblance. And these are people who have come together to express that, synergy. And this is what we all agree on. And it's not necessarily about the political parties per se, because if you even look at, even in the Accord Party, they still have their own disagreements and faction. And one person is saying, I'm the presidential candidate, and that person is saying, oh, we support Tinubu to be our presidential candidate. But I just want to emphasize that it's more about three like minds who have historical, commitment to democratic struggles.
All right, so
coming together.
how is this going to work? How do you intend for this to work?
Why I started with talking about the three of them is because if you recall, in the African Action Congress, we've always emphasized that the biggest coalition that we are very, very interested in, we are very focused upon, is the coalition of the oppressed people of Nigeria. So it's not about a G100 or a three-party of Shore and Hashim and Prince Adewale coming together. It's about the biggest coalition that is going to deliver justice to Nigerians in terms of economic justice, social justice, and what have you. And if we reduce coalition to just having parties coming together and asking and wondering who amongst the candidates is going to be the lead candidate, then we've reduced our liberation to just what we call politics is a game. Politics is not a game for us in the AAC. Politics is actually a matter of our lives. And when you want to emphasize the coalition of Shore, someone in your studio was saying Shore should just remain an activist, and nobody's right in his eyes. And I keep asking, these are persons who Shore has ideological semblance with, has ideological, they are on the same page when it comes to what they are fighting for in terms of democracy. And he's not insulting them. He's not bringing them out to the public in terms of exposing their corruption and rot. But the corrupt politicians that Shore exposes their rot are the ones people say nobody's good before Shore.
Comrade Elanu.
The point, yes.
Comrade Elanu, thank you very much. I followed your line of argument. But somehow it looks to me like you are just sounding idealistic. To the extent that, see, this coalition, whether it is of three political parties or whether they are like minds or not, should have an arrowhead. Now, the question is, who is this arrowhead? Is it Omoyele Sowore? Is it Adewale Adebayo? Is it Hashim in the first instance? Because three of them, when you say it's not just about the three of them, it's about political parties, there has to be an arrowhead. The question Nigerians are asking is, in the first instance, for the three of them, who will be the arrowhead? Have they agreed on that? Is it something that you can share with us?
Well, that's why I was trying to clarify this position, because I understand the traditional, conventional perception of when people say we're having agreements as a coalition. People always ask, in fact, the major question and the only question that is most important to you guys is who is going to be the arrowhead. And that's why I started with the background of saying, in this kind of coalition you're talking about, the arrowhead here is freedom and total liberation for Nigeria. It's not just an individual, because if it were parties like in the system of the old conventional politicians, where Atiku is mobilizing everybody in the name of G100 for him to be the person they all support. In this coalition that you call a coalition, it's more about ideologies becoming expanded for the bigger coalition, for the main coalition of Nigerian oppressed people to come together. So the issue of who is going to be the arrowhead is something that you should not beat yourself about.
All right, Rex.
If you're anxious and
Comrade.
if you're
Comrade
anxious
Rex.
about, yeah.
Sorry to butt in, yeah. I think what we want to know and what Nigerians want to know is when we go to the polls, yes, 2027, who do we thumbprint for? If, the members of this coalition, these parties, AAC, SDP, and Accord, decide, okay, we are together. I mean, our presidential candidates have said, let us come together. So how do we now put the votes together? Who do we thumbprint for? Are we thumbprinting for Olawikbo Hashim? Are we thumbprinting for Adebayo of the SDP? Or are we thumbprinting for Omoyele Sowore? Or are we just going to thumbprint the way we did before, and everybody will hope that the people will come together and, help us understand? That's the question we're asking, really.
It's actually interesting to see how you guys are so hungry for who's going to be voted for as the arrowhead. And I keep saying to you guys that, in fact, if you ask me who you should vote for, I will ask you to vote for the AAC, because it's the party telling you about total liberation. But the coalition is not about an arrowhead. Elections, in fact, campaigns have not even started. And here we are so worried and worked up about who's going to be the arrowhead.
Yeah, campaigns have not started, but I can see your T-shirt. Yes. Your T-shirt has something that speaks about campaigning.
Yes, what I'm saying is that the official campaign where people have to go around and say, this is the person you're going to vote for, this coalition has produced such a person as the sole candidate. What the coalition is putting up to Nigerians is an idea, a united idea, that we have to go away from the old way of doing things. And it doesn't have to be the kind of election that has happened over time in Nigeria that's going to give us the liberation we're asking for. So this meeting of these three candidates is to emphasize to Nigerians that the old order has to be brought down, a new order has to be established. So the issue of who amongst the three is going to, or which of the two are going to collapse their structures, or which other one, for me right now, it's not material, because what is very material now is Nigerians should understand, agree collectively, that where we are politically is, it's like a valley that is not going to give us any beam of light.
All right.
And if we must come out.
All right, Comrade Rex.
We must all.
Comrade Rex.
That's the G100. Yes.
Comrade Rex, if I may butt in here. So to infer from what you're saying you are not forming a coalition in the real sense of a coalition, like one united party, but you're driving towards an ideology or a change of mindset.
I'm saying that we have always wanted the biggest coalition of all coalitions. And this is just a step in the way to say, Nigerians, we must come together in bigger coalition that can give us liberation. And these three candidates, even though they are in different parties, are saying that we agree on the principle of the old order must, collapse, and a new order bettered by the collective will of the masses, the electorate, must emerge. So it's not about.
All right, Rex. Rex. Before we bring this back to the studio, you have the coalition has condemned fuel subsidy removal. They've condemned Naira devaluation. So, what three principles will your coalition be hinged on? I mean, should you succeed to liberate Nigerians?
Even in the last election.
Yeah.
Yes. Even I'll take you back to the last elections, even before elections itself, when everybody were saying that subsidy has to go and the rest. It was just Omoyele Sowore, I remember, and Prince Adebayo that stood their ground and said subsidy removal was a big mistake. And here we are now victims of that mistake. We are in the misery of that mistake. So when we talk about subsidy removal, Naira devaluation, and all these anti-people's policies that have brought us to our knees as a nation, it's just very simple logic. If somebody says A is going to make sense for us to have a solution, and somebody says A is going to be a catastrophe and B is the solution, it's simple logic to just say A has failed us, we've tested and seen that it's a failure. Why don't we try B that already has verifiable, scientific, logical, roadmap into us having success refineries that work, a naira that is strong, and the collapse of the subsidy criminals who Tinubu has failed to address, but has rather empowered by picking up belong to Nigerians and giving. So I'm going to say to you in very simple terms that all the anti-people's policies that these candidates are against is not just because of their position in politics now. It's their conviction as humans, as individuals. And it's the general conviction of, I can speak for the African National Congress because I know our policy position when it comes to welfareism. So, fuel subsidy, we have, specifically and courageously and boldly told Nigerians that we will reverse the fuel subsidy removal. And it's very, very simple. And it's because we need to up our game in terms of refining. We need to checkmate whichever issues that were corruption issues on the subsidy, not funding $2.8 million for $1 billion for a refinery that would have used same money to repair our own refineries, only for us to be struggling a 2% stake in a Dangote's refinery that has not solved the problem of Nigerians today in terms of energy. Petroleum products seems to be the biggest source of energy in Nigeria today. So
all right,
this is a very clear policy.
Rex.
We are going to reverse that subsidy removal. Right. There's no doubt about that. But that's not just it. We are also going to prosecute those who have stolen subsidy funds over time, including those who are still stealing it now.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Rex. Well, I'm sure those listening to you will understand you a lot better because I'm struggling to understand this. But anyway, let's go to Benin, where we have Liberty Omorogeva. I hope I got that right. I'm sorry if I didn't. Liberty, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Talking about, we're talking about this coalition now. Let's just get your broad view. Yeah. What are your projections? What do you understand about it? And as we, in the build-up to 2027.
Thank you very much. Good morning and everybody in the studio. First thing I will say here is that the two things I will say here first of all is that this coalition is coming too late and it's suspicious.
Sorry, I didn't get that. It's coming too what? Too early?
It's coming too late. It's coming too late and it's suspicious.
Okay.
Because they had 2 years ago to form this coalition if they have the same principle to have done this. Now it's like an impromptu and a thing of emergency. But the timing to rescue Nigeria is not my issue. But just that it's suspicious.
What do you mean suspicious? What's suspicious about it? I mean,
politicians
have been talking about a coalition, and they've said that's the only way to get the APC out of office.
Yes, that's the same way that coalition brought APC to government. Because if people refuse to read history, they will repeat history. When people come together to form a coalition to take power, to just take power, is suspicious. Because if we are to remember prior to 2015, this was the same people, this was the same system, the same way people came together to say that to remove a political party from power. After removing them from power, they became boss. So I don't want to know what their vision is because it's not yet spelled out. They always say that they are uniting against welfareism and helping Nigerians struggle to become helping Nigerians to become a better state. If I don't really know what they have really spelled out, but if I look at the individuals in these political parties and their principles in these political parties, yes, fine and good. They have something similar. Okay. They have something similar. They are going. The personalities, I don't know how they are going to come together to pick a personality.
Well, you're looking at it from the outside. Rex is an insider. Yes. Rex is an insider, and he's giving us inside information. You don't think the ideologies that they share will help them come together?
He himself is on the AAC side. The spokesman, very eloquent, giving thumbs up. He will speak well for his own political party. But as a coalition, we have seen from history that the arrowhead of a coalition is not always the issue. It's the people around it. When they get power, they always make it worse. prior to 2015, we were hearing change. The AF, is it the AC, the AFPP, the ROPDP, the members, they have always have this issue of get power first.
All right, if I understand you clearly,
get power first.
Are you saying a coalition is not important at this time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it came too late.
It's coming too late.
Yes, it's coming too late. And the way they are going about it is similar to prior to 2015.
All right. So you would rather individual parties go to the poll and slug it out?
Yes.
All right.
All right then.
Thank you. That come years ago.
Okay, thank you very much, comrade. Before we come back to the studio, there's an issue I want to tidy up with Comrade Rex Elanu, the spokesperson of the AAC. Comrade Elanu, you're still with us, right? Hello, Rex, can you hear me? Okay, Comrade Rex, yes, I want to ask you a question. There is this rumor out there, that Omoyele Sowore might just be working for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And something happened 2 weeks ago that seems to lend some credence to that. In the submission of particulars, of candidates to INEC, we saw the president. He failed primary school, nil. Secondary school, nil. University, CSC. When Omoyele Sowore ran in 2023, in his form, he failed his primary school, his secondary school, and his university. But this time around, primary school, nil. Secondary school, nil. University of Lagos. Some people think that Sowore did that in order to create an alibi for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What do you think? What do you say?
Well, I think it's, with all due respect, I think it is, I don't know how to not sound derogatory, but I think it is dumb for anybody to think that Sowore is working for Tinubu. Because this is a Tinubu that has jailed Sowore almost all the time of his, assumption, since he assumed office as a president. Sowore has been locked more than 5 times by this administration. Tinubu administration is even holding Showore's passport as it is. It matters. When somebody's freedom is impeded upon and some other people come out and say he's working for Tinubu, how can Sowore, who is working for Tinubu, be the one exposing Tinubu the most? Even before Tinubu became a president, Sowore is the one that exposed the drug issue that people call Tinubu a drug lord. Even his ambassador in Mexico went to find out information how he's a drug lord. It was Sowore who brought out those information 2008 by through Sahara reporters. Sowore called him a criminal, which was an apt description, in my opinion. And Tinubu is dragging him through his Tosi Ajayi DSS to the courts. And you say he's working for Tinubu. Showore's freedom has been...
Rex, a lot of people... I'm sorry, Rex. A lot of people think that is just smoke screen, make-believe.
So a lot of people think that... Who does smoke screen make-believe by risking his life? At least we've seen people like... Daniel Bwala, Reno Omokri, who have come back to eat their vomit and work for Tinubu. You didn't have to go through somebody breaking their nose, shooting them on the thigh, assassinating their brother, or jailing them, seizing their passport. Nobody needs to go to that extent to work for anybody. And if Tinubu is a politician, and a politician that knows how to play those kind of funny games. So if anybody wants to work for him, he doesn't have to go to that point of, exposing himself to danger or his family to such trauma. This is just, that's why I try to look for a very respectful adjective, but I think dumb is the apt one. Dumb is Sowore is working for Tinubu. As a matter of fact, Tinubu is happy with that narrative because it kind of bounces down the tension around Sowore is going to give him serious headache. And let me be very frank with Nigerians and you today. Sowore is the biggest headache of the Tinubu's regime. In fact, as a matter of fact, is the biggest political threat. The reason Nigerians cannot see it, and only the political class can see it, is because Nigerians are still lacking the depth of knowledge. In fact, I would say we have a mass of ignorant electorates who cannot really identify political threats like politicians can. That's why you see that before time. They started putting hurdles in the way of Sowore. You see that the African National Congress was attacked by the same APC in 2019 after the elections. Till now, it is still being attacked. So it's not taken. But let me just say to you that.
Okay. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Oh no, I wanted to say that when you talked about him not filling the parts of his primary and secondary, at least Tinubu, did Tinubu feel anyone? It should have even told us, it's the electoral law that the new electoral law that they brought and forced upon us and made political parties started jumping up and down trying to beat time. Only the APC were comfortable with their law. Also, de-emphasized qualification because the president in Nassau Villa is not the kind of man that wants to have a debate about his certificates.
Okay, he's
or
not
his
the kind of man. I've been looking for Showore to ask him this question. Unfortunately, it's been difficult for me. Since you are the spokesperson of the party that he runs as presidential candidate, let me just ask this question. Probably you could provide an answer. There was this allegation put out sometime that his medium, Sahara Reporters, was part of, entities that received money, from a certain state government in the north, in whereof you have having to pay for levies, for coverage of kidnappers, bandits, and all of that. And up until this moment, Showore has not refuted nor accepted. What can you help us walk through that? What actually happened?
When it comes to Omoyele Showore, is the character that if the allegations that have substance, the allegations are going to transform very quickly from allegations into substantial accusation in a very short while. So if anybody say that Showore collected funds from from northern Nigerian politicians or whatever, why don't you just provide evidence so that we don't worry about if Showore is going to answer or not? The evidences will be out there. In fact, Sahara Reporters, as a matter of policy, doesn't even take adverts from government or from any of these likes that are affiliated to governments. That's one. Secondly, the same APC government accused Showore of collecting billions of dollars, millions of dollars from Dubai to come and scuttle the government of the day here, until they realized how shameful it was to tell such a dumb lie. They had never visited Dubai before. So where did the lie come from? They had to shamefully remove that charge. So if these are characters that have, evidence of lying over time mysteriously, I don't see why we should be paying so much attention to an allegation of such magnitude that they are unable to provide evidences about.
Evidence.
To date. So
provide
you should understand. Showore is such a man that if there are evidences, if anybody in the government of today has paid Showore for anything, whether for Sahara Reporters or for anything as they claim, I'm telling you, with all the times that the DFS have kept Showore, they will be the ones that will present you hot evidence, serve you a la carte for you to see that Showore.
All right, thank you very much, Rex. Let's take.
All right, then. Let me just quickly say that this is the reason why Nigerians should choose leaders who are clean, who are clairvoyant, and who have the interest of the masses at heart. Not those who play gimmicks with you and tell you that they are valuable because they can score millions of votes that do not translate into.
All right, Rex. I wanted to go around, get views of other analysts on this one before coming back to you to have you conclude your thoughts. But should I consider this your conclusion?
No, I'll be waiting for my conclusion.
All right, then. Good. I want to hear. So let's bring him back to the studio. Prince Francis, let's have you give us your concluding thoughts on this one, and then we'll come to Elvis here and to Liberty as well before going back to Rex.
All right. If my memory serves me right, the run up to the 2023 election, there were two different alliances that were supposed to have been formed. The first one was when they had Voptv.
Okay.
The one that has become an aide now to President Fashua. They tried it. It didn't work. And why didn't it work was because somebody who felt he should have been the candidate was not made the candidate. And so Showore AAC left and formed a coalition with a faction of PRP. I think so. Yeah, PRP, if I'm right.
Okay.
Now, the thing is, listening to Rex, I couldn't stop laughing. Because Rex was being clever by half. Simple question. You don't never form a coalition without an arrowhead.
Let's do this in 2 minutes.
You don't go to an election without a candidate. No matter what campaign strategy you have, there must be somebody that will stand out as a candidate for that coalition.
Okay.
So I had expected that Rex would have said to us that, in this coalition right now, this is the bigger man for now, pending when we take a final decision. But you see, when we talk about coalition, That's why I asked from the beginning. You have 3 political parties that have 155 votes
in the last election
collectively.
Yes, you don't think things will change? You don't think people are,
And you think that the people will suddenly wake up and look at these 3 people, and think that they are serious?
The people might surprise you.
There's something we don't need to say on stage, but, like the other analyst said, I'm also suspicious of these 3 persons.
Okay. All right, then. Elvis, please. 2 minutes, please.
It's a good one that the coalition, we're even hearing about coalition now. We have heard their own. G100 is coming. Maybe some other ones will come up, because let's us actually see how best Nigerians can work together. If these 3 can work together, it's an advantage to democracy. The G100, if they're able to strike it and come up with something reasonable, it's also good, because everybody is talking about, APC we don't want APC to go back in 2027. So for APC not to go back, these are necessities. And if we can show our greed, and politicians can show their greed and be able to be focused and align themselves appropriately, then this is a better one. I think I will align with them.
All right, thank you very much. Liberty, please. 2 minutes as well. Well, I can't get your audio feed. Liberty Omori.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead now.
Okay. I said I don't want anybody to raise the hopes of Nigerians and later dash it, because they are not practical and they are not using figures to go into the pool. Just like what the analyst said in the studio. He said they got 150 cumulatively 155,000 votes in the previous election. And you and I know that politics is a game of numbers. They must start getting their numbers right, start organizing their house together, and putting every things together, dotting their I's and crossing their T's. So nobody should deceive anybody. Politics is a game of numbers. And if you are ready to unseat the APC government come 2027, you have to start getting those numbers as early as possible and be defined. Not just coalition by name, but coalition by actions.
All right then. So Rex now. Rex, I'm sorry, I might just reduce your time to one minute. Go ahead, Rex.
All right. It's interesting to see how so many people are having headache over a show that people always say is inconsequential. I just want to say that people say what were the figures that AAC pulled in the last elections? And they want to use that to project how AAC will fail in the present elections. I want to ask them, how much did Accord Party score in the last gubernatorial election in Osun State? Today, they are the same Accord Party that sent APC packing their governors and their senators that came to the state. I just want to say to you that what we should learn from Osun State, even though unfortunately the people fought a good fight, that is not going to translate into better lives for them, because their governor is already endorsing the same Tinubu, and none of you are suspicious about these guys or the G100, but you are suspicious about Shore. But I want to say to you that what we should learn from Osun election is that power belongs to the people, and we are organizing the people, and that's why they are scared. Even the guy the gentleman in your studio who reminds me of Jerry Rawlings, even though he doesn't speak like Jerry Rawlings, is more concerned about Shore not being serious or who is the arrowhead. The arrowhead of this election is the people. We are going to be led by a revolutionary front. And if it's Shore, I'm sure a lot of people will have more migraines. But we have not come to that. Even Tinubu said all is fair.
You've not decided. Now you're talking.
Suspense.
Now you're talking. Suspense. You've not decided on who the leader of the coalition will be.
Suspense is also fair in politics.
All right.
And I believe very
suspense is good.
Coalition is not about these 3 candidates that you are having headache.
It's about the people.
It's about the biggest opposition, which is the people that are angry, dissatisfied, and are ready to throw out Tinubu.
All right, then, thank you very much. You've taken more than 2 minutes, actually. I gave you one minute. But thank you very much, Rex Elano, Publicity Secretary, AAC. I hope the people will not be left more confused at the polls. But thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, gentlemen, we'll take a break. We're also being joined by Honorable Ejiofor Iguatu from Awka. We'd like Iguatu to stay with us as we get into the other conversation, our next conversation, actually, talking about happenings in Edo State. Omari, we'll be coming to you as we get into this conversation. You tell us what's going on in Edo State. We hear the speaker Agbebaku has resigned, and then Idiaye has emerged as his successor. We'll talk about this right after this break.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, former Speaker now, if I may, Blessing Agbebaku, resigned amid reports of moves by lawmakers to remove him from office. Now, his resignation was confirmed by his media aide, while Akoko Edo Constituency 1 lawmaker and third-term member Yekini Idiaye emerged as the new Speaker. Now, his emergence follows the state's zoning arrangements, which provides that when the governor comes from Edo Central, the Speaker should come from Edo North. And one would wonder what happened initially. Well, speaking after his emergence, Idiaye accused the former Speaker of poor leadership, alleged corruption, and prolonged adjournments, claiming these had affected the Assembly's ability to support governance in the state. Now, he said the lawmakers had removed Agbebaku to prevent, well, did they remove him or did he resign? It's quite conflicting. But to prevent anything that could hinder Governor Monday Okpebholo's administration. Well, the development now raises questions about what triggered the leadership change, the allegations against the former speaker, and whether the new leadership will bring stability or deepen political tensions within Edo Assembly. And Liberty Omoroyu joins us from Benin now. We have two people actually representing Edo here. Liberty is right there in Benin, and Elvis is right here in the studio. What's going on in your state assembly? But let me start off with Liberty. Liberty, please talk to me.
Okay. The exit of a speaker or the resignation on the impeachment of a speaker of a house is not unity to democracy. It's for the good health of democratic values and our journey so far. But in terms of the one that just happened in Edo State, the information came that he's going to be impeached prior to that day. On that yesterday, he was going to be impeached. I thought he placed smart and he resigned. And you will know that him becoming the speaker, first of all, is primus inter pares, is first among equal. So he was given the opportunity to serve as speaker from the previous government of the PDP, from the Obaseki administration to that of this present Pueblo administration. And he has been there for a long time. And under his administration, there has been internal issues, internal wranglings within them, of which we, as Edo citizens, we have been observing close quarters. And one thing we must know, that he was suspended yesterday. He didn't just resign, he was suspended also, which was not reported. So he definitely was suspended. And he has been using iron hand in the State House of Assembly, of which many persons were not comfortable with before this the stroke that the final stroke that broke the camel's back. But so let's see how this the new person that is coming in will be because this is a third-time member, and by gentleman agreement in those states, it is
the zoning arrangements
or written law that the government is from a set part of the country, is the state. The deputies from the other part of the state and the speaker from the other part of the state. So we pray it will get better. But in terms of whether impeachment or resignation or suspension, whatever it is healthy for our democratic values.
It's healthy for our democratic life and all of that. Before I go to Ejiofor Egwuatu, who himself is a former member of the House of Assembly, Liberty, I would like to ask you, for how long has this young man been in office as speaker?
Okay, he came into, that was the beginning of 2023, yes.
2023.
That was the, 2023.
Okay, 2023, and Okpebholo became governor in 2024, and suddenly they now discovered that he was not from the same senatorial zone. You know, that he is not supposed to be there based on the rotation, on the power arrangement and all of that. So his problem, which one is his problem? Which one is his offense? Is it because, well, he's high-handed, he lacks leadership capabilities, or is it because he happens to come from a zone that shouldn't produce the speaker because the governor is already from somewhere else? Which one is more of it?
When the Okpebholo government came into power, they approached, this topic came on board.
Okay.
But the personal relationship between him Okpebholo, and the speaker, because they were both schooled in the Chief Tony Anene School of Thought. They were the boys of Chief Tony Anene. They sat together. So the personal relationship he had with him was what has kept him till now.
Okay.
So
apparently, at some point, they had to part ways.
Yes.
It went awry. Their relationship went awry. And so they remember that he shouldn't occupy that position.
Yes. Even the issue of the speaker started from when he struggled to get the return ticket to the House of Assembly.
Okay.
Because his constituency never wanted to give him a return ticket. Because he is serving as a third-term member now.
Okay.
So when the election comes, he will be going the third time. So they never wanted to give him the ticket. It was an issue for him. And, you know, being the speaker and the relationship he had with the governor, they have to wade in. And it took...
All right, then. I think, yes, thank you very much, Liberty. My takeaway there is that, I mean, the relationship we had with the governor went awry. And so they suddenly remembered that he shouldn't occupy that position and all of that. Let's go to Ejiofor Egwuatu, who himself is a former member of the House of Assembly in Anambra State. Good morning to you, Honorable Egwuatu, and thanks for being part of VOP this morning. Thank you very much for your patience.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Beautiful. Now, you understand, you follow the conversation, what is going on in Edo State. What should be this rotation of a thing? If the governor comes from here, the deputy should come from another zone, then the House Speaker should come from another zone. How much of that should impact on effective governance in a state? Look at what is going on in Edo State. We hear that this man has been there since 2023. The governor became governor in 2024, and they let him be because apparently from the guests in Edo State, all of them come from the same school of thought, Tony Anene School of Thought. And they couldn't remove him then because it was a smooth ride between him and the governor. All of a sudden, they are parting ways and they discover that, well, you are actually not supposed to be there. How much of that impacts on good governance and building a stable democratic culture for Nigeria?
Well, democracy should be, to a large extent, an agreement, a decision of the people on who governs them, how they want to be governed, and in what manner they would want to be governed. So if the political setup in Edo State believes that power should be shared between between senatorial zones, and then these offices should be shared between senatorial zones, I don't think it is an undemocratic thing. The fact that the man had been speaker before the coming of the governor would be right, because at the time he was made speaker initially, he fell into the correctness of their three zones arrangement. But having a governor from another zone and the deputy governor from a different zone would disrupt that three-zone arrangement. Maybe that's why. And normally, if you are a tenant in somebody's compound and you are in very good terms with the landlord, you might be allowed to park your car where the landlord parks, and the landlord will not raise any eyebrow. But the moment you become an enemy of the landlord will remember that you don't have the right to park your car where he is parking. So such can be what transpired in Edo State. That initially the landlord and tenant were in very good terms, and all of a sudden the tenant began to see himself as a co-landlord. The landlord decided to remind him of his reality status as a tenant. So this might be what happened to the Edo speaker. But all in all, the glory of having this kind of arrangement is that each senatorial zone has a top position in government, where whoever that is in that position speaks and looks at issues from their zone into the central arrangement, and make sure that the zone is carried along, make sure that the zone is represented in any way, manner, or form in the central government.
Okay.
So it's not really about relationship between
Honorable Ejiofor, you have been a former member of the House of Representatives, House of Assembly.
Yeah.
In the power equation, how much influence, how much political power does a speaker wield in the equation? Governor, deputy governor, speaker, chief judge. How much influence, how much political power does a speaker have?
Oh, the speaker does have some big influence. The speaker does have some big influence. No matter how you look at it, the speaker handles a whole lot of issues aside budgeting, aside the core issues of the state assembly. The speaker handles a lot of issues concerning his zone. He's a rallying point for his zone, and most times if he leads the zone, the zone to on any issue, the governor listens. So the speaker can wield very big influence if he properly handles his position well. Now, one of the things we should understand is that it is not right for the House of Assembly to become a stumbling block to progress of government or governance in the state. But the House of Assembly's duty is not to be clapping for the governor. The way and manner they present their decisions, the way and manner they present their issues to the governor makes a whole lot of sense, and that will bring a better relationship between the state, the executive, and the legislature. And so, by so doing, the speaker will wield so much influence, quiet influence that wouldn't be attracting anymore.
Quiet influence. I like the word quiet influence. Now, is it possible that a speaker can hold a governor hostage? More like ransom. Governor, if you don't do this, this is what I'm going to do. Especially if the speaker is in control of the House and the governor seems not to be in control of the House. Is it possible? Have you seen that happen in recent times?
In recent times, I do not think a speaker can hold the governor hostage, because the speaker is just first among equals. He's just one out of many. It will take a lot of so many things for the entire House of Assembly members to stand behind the speaker when he is holding the governor hostage. The speaker can convey the decision of the House to the governor, but holding him hostage is not possible, because if there are 30 members, anything can happen to 10 and they become opposition. Anything can happen to 5 and they become opposition.
Okay, so it's a very dicey situation.
It is not practically possible.
It's not practically possible. All right, then. Thank you very much, Honorable Ejiofor. We will come back to you in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's return to the studio, where we will have the Edo Oba Etokbe. He say, Elvis, what's going on in your state, Edo State?
It's good.
It's good. You like it?
Yeah, it's looking very good. You should expect this. In 2028, another election is coming up in Edo State. September 2028. And
so 2028 is already loaded.
It's absolutely loading.
Oh, beautiful.
Absolutely loading. The Agbebako that was removed is also from Edo North. Let's get that clear.
Edo North,
it's an Onwa person.
Okay.
Onwa Esako and the Akoko Edo, the man that was just picked now.
Area.
Yes. Okay. Onwa Auchi Esako. Then this new person that has just been picked now, Yekini Idiaye, is from Akoko Edo. All that is Edo North.
Okay.
So any of them, if it is zoned to them, can be speaker.
And the governor is from
the governor is from Edo Central.
Edo Central.
That's our man.
Okay.
Yes. Why the deputy, the Esan speaking people of Edo State.
Okay.
Why the deputy is from the Edo South. That's the Benin. So that's the tripod Edo State stands on. And that regularity has not changed, as even before the speaker was removed, and even as we speak now, because the person that came in is also from Edo North. But the issue here is not even the arrangement process. The issue is that there should be realignment so that the 2028, can be a reality for people design this. People designed this. Before the speaker came and said, okay, he has heard that he was going to be impeached. Let me quickly come and resign before I'll be impeached. He has got fillers. Okay. And those fillers are what he quickly came in and worked on yesterday. Though they've tolerated him, it's normal that when you are taking out a government, there must be some allegations against that government. Oh, high-handedness, corruption, and all that. Have they not bear it for this?
Exactly the point. Exactly the point.
So that's to tell you that something bigger than that triggers this.
So if they are trying to rearrange it, let's say that Okpebholo is in safe place, 2028.
Yeah,
and his deputy safe place.
Yeah, you saw what happened.
So why should the speaker be a problem?
No, it could be a problem because the people who designed it would have heard more than with this, what we will not understand in the studio this morning. But feelers are still going to come up. You see what happened yesterday? Immediately the change came. The next thing they moved to State House.
Okay.
There was a visit of the governor to go and tell the governor, okay, we've changed our leadership. But remember that these are supposed to be different arm of government. They're supposed to work independently. But we are now seeing that everything that is done by the legislator now, the legislative arm of government now, they report to the executive to like help us to fine-tune what we have done. Are you satisfied with it? That was the kind of visit that was paid to the State House yesterday. Okay. Are you satisfied with what we have done? We've just carried this one out. And you see, the governor also made the statement yesterday, okay, if that's what suits you, that he was ready to work with any leaders.
As if he didn't know anything about it.
Yes, that's politicians. That's what in my people we call them, in those states we call them ofinefi. Ofinefi, people who are trickish. The politicians are called ofinefi. So people who play tricks. So as that visit came yesterday, you have known that there was something behind it. Yes, I mean the legislators changed their leadership. The next thing they want to go and visit the governor, who is the head of the executive. Why did they pay the same visit to the judiciary yesterday?
Well,
I mean, so
we have governors who play as emperors here. Well, I see the prince giggle a lot in the course of this conversation. What's on?
You know why I'm laughing is that our politicians have taken us for a ride for too long. They just do whatever they want to do with impunity. They have no respect for those who have voted them into power. And we don't seem to have division of power anymore. It's so sad. We don't. Right from the top to the bottom.
Separation of power.
There's no separation of power because what you have is the governors have now become demigods in their states. The judiciary is in their right pocket. The legislative is in their left pocket. Look at that charade. You're supposed to be an independent body. You change your leadership and you're running like babies that are going to look for cookies to the governor to go and pay allegiance. Now, let's assume, for instance, what happened in Lagos State when Obasa was removed. Let's assume tomorrow the president wakes up and has interest in Rivers and has interest in this candidate and say, go and return him. What will happen? How would the governor himself face the president? We know what Shomolu went through with the impeachment process of Obasa. So you see, the thing is, people must have honor and integrity. Unfortunately, the political class in Nigeria, they lack it.
But why do states, Elvis, this question is for you, why do states always have speaker crisis like almost every 2 years? And what can your state do, to forestall this in coming times?
Well, it's conflicting of interests. The speaker must not be much more powerful than the state. I mean, the governor, because the speaker also have that power if it is well used to say, okay, we want to impeach the governor. We have seen it. We have seen some governors that Peter Obi was impeached when he was governor in this country. So, if you see that the speaker is now like having that kind of power that if it triggers this, my stay in this office might be questioned, might be having issues. You have to quickly, do your own political calculation and say, let's find a way to remove him. My own state, like you said, Jay, we have only had one speaker that have stayed, stably, 2010 to 2015. For that ran is 4 years completely, and that was Igbe. Only Igbe has done that almost since 1999 that this democracy stayed 4 years. Every other one is always like, oh, you are becoming like a lord. Let's find a way to push you out so that before you now have a gang that will not be able to talk of you saw the authority of the governor, you should go. It's always like that. It's in almost all the states.
Okay.
It's in the states where you see that the governor, the speaker stay all through. There are those kind of speaker who holds the handbag for the governor throughout the 4 years.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now we'll go on a short break. And when we return, National Association of Resident Doctors proposes 48-hour work week, 24-hour duty limit for health workers. We'll talk about it when we return. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dude.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. And now let's talk about what's going on in the medical area. Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, has announced proposed national guideline to regulate working hours and the engagement of locum healthcare personnel. Following a nationwide assessment of 6,350 healthcare workers, the recommendations seek to address excessive working hours, burnout, fatigue, and risk to patient safety by limiting healthcare workers to a maximum of 48 hours per week. That's maximum of 48 hours per week, continuous hours of duty. Well, we do have joining us to help make sense of this is a former, immediate past chairman of NMA, Lagos State Chapter. He's a consultant, an orthopedic and a trauma surgeon. And we're talking about Dr. Babajide Kehinde Said. Good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, viewer.
Yes, good to have you join us this morning. So, we've been talking about not having enough doctors, really, and patients have been complaining that doctors don't have time. And to be honest with you, it's been my concern that doctors are made to work, extra hours to the point where fatigue sets in, and you see these doctors that are on call, being called into
the theater or called into the wards at wee hours of the night. But how did you guys arrive at this, and how do you intend to make this, work? How do you intend to make this stable based on the numbers that we have? 48 hours a week.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that we have government from federal, state, and local government that are not serious about the health of Nigerians. Because we have been talking about this issue of shortage of doctors and generally healthcare workers. If there's a shortage, it will lead to limited number of people accessing healthcare in Nigeria. If the number of doctors, normally now, from them this year, we have about 55,000 licensed registered doctors that are practicing in Nigeria. In Lagos State, out of this, we have about 8,000. Now, in Nigeria, we have 55,000 out of how many? About 220 million. In Lagos, we have 8 out of going to about 30 million. Averagely, normally, in WHO, should be 1 doctor to 600 patients. From 55,000 registered doctor to about 200 million, that will give you average of 1 doctor to about 3,000 patients. That means that there will be stress on the doctors in terms of burnout, in terms of suicide, in terms of mental stress. I can tell you.
All right, but
I can tell you that some doctors.
Okay.
Yes, I can tell you that some doctors have died, even FMC, some hospitals, FMC Bitemeta.
Now,
some hospitals, doctors have died on duty.
That's unfortunate.
Or when they get home, you see them. We have some cases about more than 2 or 3 years, even this year.
Yes.
They just got home and they die.
Yeah.
That's why we now came up. NAD and NME now came up with the issue of stress.
Burnout.
And how do you stop this stress? That I can tell you for fact, especially the new doctor as officer and the resident doctor, even medical officer, they are on call for a week. They don't go home, especially in the specialty like neurosurgery, orthopedic surgery, plastic surgery. In some center in Nigeria, even in Lagos.
All right.
Hours
before we're working with a limited time here. Some
now,
Nigerians.
for this one, why we are came with this is that instead of people going burn out, what we thought about is that 48 hours.
Okay.
Within 48 hours, that is enough for human being.
Is it 48 hours straight? Is it 48 hours
48 hours
straight?
Even the minimum. Yeah, that's the maximum. Because normally I can tell you that some do more than, for a week they be in the hospital. Some 2 hours they be in the hospital. What we are saying that because of the type of essential work we are doing, the maximum, normally it's supposed to be 24 hours. The maximum we can tolerate is 48 hours as stretch. Anything more than that is criminal.
All right, but the argument sorry please, because of time.
Now,
the argument some people are putting forward is that when these doctors finish up with the government hospitals that they work, they go for their own private gig as well, and that adds to the burnout. Are you trying to regulate that as well?
You see, it's your choice. It's not everybody that go to private hospital. It's your choice. It's not every doctor. Now, if you feel that after finishing, for example, we are talking about call. If you are not on call, you have done your 8 from your normal duty in the morning. Let's say 8 to 4, but doctor doesn't have a specific time. Let's just give that one because you don't have a specific time. You can go and come in the hospital. Let's say by 4, you can use your remaining hours to do anything. By the time you finish, you rest. Even when you go to other hospital, you have 2 hours, 3 hours to rest before you even start with any hospital. But what we are talking about in the hospital, you are working continuously, which is different.
Right.
People working in a private hospital is a different, and you don't go to that private hospital every day. Not every day. You may have some day you go there, go and do what you wanted to do there. If those private hospitals are not there, the private hospital take about 70% of the health care in this country. If those private hospitals are not there, there will be more deaths. Therefore, all this we are doing is to help the citizen, not because of the people are talking about financial, not about financial. We go to see them, those private hospitals, when we don't have doctors.
All right, so let's talk about financial now. Do you still intend to engage the government to ensure that the remuneration of doctors are looked into and increased?
Yes, that is the major issue that government should look into. Why people are japa? Because remuneration is poor. Welfare is poor.
Give us an idea. Give us an idea.
Remuneration is poor.
Currently, give us an idea of what it is.
What the government should do. As of now, I'm telling you, the lead doctor is collecting about 300,000. Nigeria, everything is high. There's nothing high in that. The lead doctor. And what you have your family. If I can tell you that lead doctor in Nigeria, even majority of doctor in Nigeria, in Lagos,
by list doctor, do you mean entry level?
That is entry level.
Okay.
That is the entry level. Therefore, what I'm saying is that a doctor that's entry level like that, how much does he have to rent a house in Surulere or in Keja?
Yeah,
where does he have to live down? How much does he have? Two, how much does he have in transportation? With that person buy a car or even a Tokubo, even the word Kekemaru, how much is Kekemaru? With that person buy such money after the domestic thing you have to do. Now, the other thing we are talking about is the welfare. Car loan, housing loan. If I have a housing loan is just to retain people. Government should think. If I have seen loan or mortgage of 15 years or 10 years, where am I going? If I have a car, I can change every 5 years to collect money from me. Where am I going? Those are the things I think government. Even what the president should do, he did it when he was a governor in Lagos State. That will reduce this asking for more remuneration. It's our core duty allowance if it's not taxed. When he was a governor, he was not taxed our core duty. Our money increases because our core duty is 40%. If the federal government, what the president did, when he was governor of Lagos State, President Tinubu, if, for example, our core duty is not taxed, I'm telling you, administration for more remuneration will do because what increase taxation is inflation. How much the money I'm collecting as in dollars about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I was junior, is higher than what I'm collecting as a senior level 17 officer now in terms of dollar. Therefore, if the government can remove the taxation of core duty, that will reduce our take home.
All right, if I understand you clearly, you have also jackpot, right? You're currently not in Nigeria.
No, I'm Nigeria. I can't jackpot. I'm a Lagosian. Where did I go? Nobody. I've said it from the time I finished medical school. I'm in Nigeria. I cannot leave my country. Nothing can make me to leave my country. I cannot go to a place where I cannot talk. I cannot vote. I don't have my right. I can.
All right then, but
this is my Lagos. I'm in Lagos. I can't do that.
1 minute. 1 minute to wrap up. And what would you tell us? What would you tell your fellow doctors? And what would you tell the people and the government in particular in 1 minute, please?
Yeah, what I want to tell the government to take the health care priority, especially human resources, and especially the Minister of Health and Lagos State Commissioner should look at the remuneration, the welfare of doctor. If they can be able to do that one, JAPA will stop. When JAPA stop, the citizen will get a better health care.
All right.
And for my colleague, they should continue to do their job, but there's a limited time to it. If the government is not doing what they're supposed to do for them, they have the right to JAPA.
All right, then. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, really, because, I have questions. These days, you go to the hospital and the doctors you see, especially the very young ones, they need to, when you narrate how you feel, they go to AI and then they type in your narration and it gives them a prescription. And then doctor, okay, this is what AI is saying. I think this is what you're going through. And that's scary. That's scary to me. But I don't know if you can respond to that. But anyway.
Let me just give you one thing.
Okay.
AI is different from human being.
Okay.
AI is not treating. When you are treating as a doctor, we call clinical governance. Clinical governance is that you see the patient, you ask history.
Yeah.
You examine the patient.
Yeah.
You investigate.
Okay.
And you make your diagnosis. Differential diagnosis will be 10 or you now make 1 or 2 and start treatment. AI cannot do that one.
Yeah,
AI is a machine.
Okay.
It's a garbage in, garbage out. Therefore, AI can give you, can treat you what you see. True, experience also there.
Okay.
You may not.
So the
Might be the
doctors
first time you
put in
see
their
a patient.
experience into AI and it helps
Yes.
them to
Yes.
treat better.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, better. Yeah.
All right. So
You can't use AI alone.
Okay. All right. Then thank you very much, Dr. Kehinde. Thank you for coming on the show. We do appreciate you greatly.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All
Thank
right,
you,
then.
viewers.
So we've been speaking with Dr. Babajide Kehinde Saeed, immediate past chairman of the NMA Lagos State chapter. He's a consultant, an orthopedic, and a trauma surgeon. Well, thank you very much for coming. 30 seconds, Prince Francis Chilaka. Final words on this one. 30 seconds, please, and then Elvis as well.
You know, sometimes I don't even know where we're heading to in terms of medical delivery. Because sometimes you go to the hospitals, you find the doctor sleeping because he's fatigued.
Exhaustion, fatigue.
So we need to find a way out of it.
All right then.
And the way out of it is good pay, good pay, good pay.
Good pay, good pay, good pay. In dollars. Just have to say that. All right, Elvis, please.
Yeah, I think I'm beginning to like what the doctors are saying. They need to protect their lives because the politicians are taking Nigerians for a ride. These are people who went to school, studied a roadside.
300,000 naira entry level. Is that too small or?
It's too small as far as I'm concerned.
For a doctor.
Because for these miscreants that just go and get themselves into politics.
All right, then. Thank you very much. We're absolutely out of time. I guess we'll talk more about this during newspaper review. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, Mr. Elvis Elimehele. We've also had Comrade Rex Elanu join the conversation earlier in the day. We've had Liberty Omori, who joined us from Benin, and Honorable Ejiofor Egwatu. Thank you very much from Oka. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time and your thoughts on the program. This is where we draw the curtains, and then we'll be opening up the curtains again at 10 o'clock for newspaper review. I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you then.
I'm Jane Ogoye. See you at 10.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on NigeComSat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. And I do have my analyst with me. Elvis Alimehele stays back from VOP this morning. Thank you very much. And also, Daily Fanimo, a reporter and a public affairs commentator, joins the conversation.
Always reporting.
And you do look good.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now let's dive
You didn't comment my predictions on Osun State.
Oh, yes. I mean, we're just about to get the conversation started. So, your predictions worked out. But why do you think, they've said, Dr. Deji Adeleke did say that, opposition spent a lot of money, that they spent about 60 billion naira.
60.
Yeah. That they spent about 60 billion naira.
I won't
for
be
that
surprised
election.
with the area of
And then he had to go in
governors. With the area of governors and the Senate president and all that. I won't be surprised.
But don't you think EFCC should start asking questions at this time?
Why would they start from? Do they have evidence?
Monies were placed on the tables.
Yeah, but is it not what has been going on in Nigeria?
It has always been. And is anybody ready to stop that? And that's why the issue of godfatherism would never leave politics. And the issue of corruption would never leave politics. Because it's still like round tripping. Those who steal Nigerians' money will use it to fund elections. And when your godson becomes governor or president, how does he look at you in the face and say you are corrupt?
See, it takes us into this headline here, and it would be a good place to start. I mean, since we've started already.
Okay.
Osun poll, this is from the Guardian newspaper. Osun poll raises 2027 questions as APC reviews defeat. Observers flag flaws. Israel blames APC defeat on division. What's Israel's business in this? Israel blames APC defeat on division, weak reconciliation, poor mobilization. Bamidele urges APC to turn Osun loss into 2027 strategy. Situation Room alleges 50,000 naira vote buying, flags Beaver's challenges. UK flags vote buying, voter interference, Beaver's challenges. INEC dismisses ghost. Hired voters claims, says Beavers prevents such voting. Yoruba Ronu demands INEC independent, stronger democratic institutions. Observers, INEC differ over Osun poll as 2027 concerns mount. Well, these are the riders to the headline there.
Let me start with observers.
Okay.
There is no observer in that election. High level of corruption among the observers were noticed. You won't believe it that what is the business of an observer staying hanging around the governor's house. As a matter of fact, my colleagues that went to Osun, they told me that it took the chief press secretary's insistence that these observers should get out of that house, that he has to chase them out of that house. They occupied 80%. The so-called observers, they occupied 80% of the seats meant for journalists who are supposed to listen to the governor.
Lots of them there.
Yes. What is the business of an observer in the governor's house after election? They were waiting to collect money. And these are the people that you want to rely on when they come on and begin to write reports. So, this is a fact. The name of the chief press secretary is Rashid Olawale. He is my friend. And my colleagues, ask anybody that covered that election, because I was monitoring that election back to back until around 5:30 a.m. when they announced the last local government on the TV. What is really going on? You call somebody to police and the person is even a criminal. What are they doing in that governor's house? That's one. Two, you see, 40% of the job of Demola Adeleke was his good job in Osun State.
Okay.
And I said it last week, that his good job will work for him. No matter what you want to say, that guy did very well. Particularly the arrears of salaries of workers, pensioners' gratuity, and their pension. He cleared up all the mess created by Aregbesola and what's this man's name? Oyetola.
Oyetola.
The guy cleared it. Two, you see, I saw the essence of bonded family in that election. Davido helped Demola as much as 30% in galvanizing the youth.
With his presence on
with
social
his presence,
media. And
with
then,
his support and everything.
Indeed.
You know, he was the driving force behind the youth. To the extent that in some local governments,
all right,
youth took over.
Before I let you proceed, let's we also have Mr. Darlington Agumo join the conversation. Welcome to the conversation.
My pleasure.
All right, then. Yes, you may go ahead.
You know, Davido mobilized to the extent that youth were ready to confront any malfeasance. At some point, they were giving them money even before the day of the election. And they were causing whoever takes that money and not vote for them.
They were laying curses.
They were laying curses. You know, it took the intervention of some of these clerics, particularly the Muslim clerics, to say, this is our money.
The curses will not work.
The curses will not work. I'm telling you. I mean, okay. But the height of it is that it shows, and I said it here last week, that because of the peculiarity of the situation in Osun State, the president's hand was tied. He couldn't take side with APC.
Okay.
He couldn't.
Elvis, please.
Yeah, it was a good one. I congratulate Governor Adeleke for coming back. The ambush that was laid, he was able to diffuse it. They wanted to replicate what happened in Edo State, in Osun State. Yeah. That was exactly what APC wanted to do. But I saw the people were within. One. Two, when the house is not divided, there will always be success.
Yes.
At those home, there was division because those who would have supported Obaseki to bring in his candidate were saying Obaseki is an enemy of the palace. That was the trajectory that was being preached in Edo State. Oh, Oyomba, and all that. So when we don't want to hear about that in our state. So that was where the division came. If not, we knew that PDP would have won that election easily. But because of that division that we're already having on ground in Edo State, it robbed us of that. But that was not in Osun State. And like you said, I think I've visited Osogbo twice since became governor. And I can see development in Osogbo itself. Apart from even paying all those salaries, you know how those salaries affect the life of roads, people. This is a civil servant state. And at the end of the day, month end, you're going to be paying somebody half salary, even when the full one is not even enough for you to take care of the family. But he came and said no, he was going to change this trajectory, which he actually did, and that worked for him. Family, the unity among the family also played a role. And you remember they've been a political family. Shaka Adeleke was the first.
Their father was a senator.
So, and his elder brother was the first governor of that state. Shaka Adeleke. So in between 1992 and 1993, and he became before he became a senator and all that. So I give it to them, and I know that Osun people have done their best. So he should not, disappoint them now that he got a second tenure, because once one good turn deserves another. Somebody may also rise up in that family again tomorrow to also want to.
I think Davido is gone.
There was an interview with Davido now.
Yes.
With all this music, do you intend to come back to this page in future? He said, I'm still busy with music.
Which was a good answer.
Yes.
After music, something else can come up.
Of course.
Now, if the flank is opened, and it's opened well for people to actually believe that, they were there and they've done so well, another person can also come and inherit the goodwill. So I think I congratulations to him. He should keep it up.
All right then. Mr. Darlington, talk to me.
Yes. Lessons. There are many lessons to learn from Osun and this election. It cannot be exhausted under this discussion. One is the personnel that have passed through Osun State. From Aregbesola to Oyetola. Have any of you asked why they could not pay salaries until Adeleke came?
Funnily enough,
Sorry?
Funnily enough, there's a headline I'm looking at here, and it says OBJ, Aregbesola,
George Afenifere congratulates Adeleke on re-election. Task Governor on Osun Unity Development. Don't deviate from path of good governance.
Good.
Ex-president urges him. So even Adeleke Shola is telling him, continue the good work.
That's good. Please, like I asked, you see, you learn from what happened to somebody if you're a very wise person. All the people that Tinubu is claiming to have brought up, installed, did he ever allow them to work, to earn their name? Because this thing that is now giving Adeleke an edge is what Aregbesola and Oyetola would have done if they were allowed. Did they clear pensioners funds? I mean, the salary. The answer is no. There was this one they were calling half star because of half salary for 30 months.
That's Aregbesola.
Where was the money going to? Mention any of these governors that Tinubu installed that is not bringing.
So what are you insinuating?
What I'm saying is that these are one major reason that Osun State doesn't want anybody to control their governor. If Adeleke was not independent, he wouldn't have done half of what he did in Osun. Quote me. He wouldn't have done it. All those things he did, we still not with money. Even when the local government fund was taken away, the man still worked. How did it happen? Meanwhile, Aregbesola and Oyetola could not. It was only when Aregbesola left him that his eyes cleared. Is that not true? That was when his eyes cleared and he now realized that he was being used. Go and check. All the governors that came through Tinubu, go and see how their performance is in their different states. We are not talking on Lagos State here, where they are collecting the highest amount of IGR, not yet, nothing to show for it. They are the highest debtor. Roads everywhere, nothing to show. Where is the money going to?
Refuse.
So those people that that are praising that Tinubu, go and look at the results. Because I know very well that if Aregbesola had worked with Okpo more, that this he brought another, he would have given him a, but did he work? Didn't work. Where was the money going to? So how come Adeleke came and outperformed all these two governors that came through Tinubu? How come? Have you asked yourself that question? That is what he does. Tinubu can never allow you to be yourself.
All right.
Never, whether it will benefit you or just himself. At the end of the day, he will rubbish you.
All right, so this headline from the Sun newspaper emphasizes what we've been talking about here. But United Kingdom, that's the headline here. UK identifies vote buying. BVAS lapses, hails Adeleke. Says Osun poll offers lessons ahead of 2027. APC chieftain to Tinubu, reconnect with Nigerians or forget second term. And then the writers there, but they judge, victory belongs to people. NDC faults Adeleke's Tinubu endorsement. APC chieftain, Tinubu must reconnect with Nigerians. VATSA, governors, political elites can't deliver 2027. Accord demands release of detained members. Now, let's project. How much of this will play into 2027? What should we expect?
You see, like when I took off with my position, I said, from what was reported in Osun last Saturday, anybody that calls himself or a self-observer, I will never take them seriously anymore. That's one. And this is coming from my constituency. I was calling back to back most of the correspondents, and they were giving me blow-by-blow account. You see, I will not sit here and rubbish the good job of INEC on Saturday. As at the last time.
So you don't believe what the UK observers
why must an outsider be the ultimate judge in our affair in this country? Why must we seek their validation all the time? To say, if they say we passed, then we passed. If you say we failed,
but we saw vote by
60. No,
no.
I'm still coming to vote by. Okay. But the job of INEC is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
As at 12 midday, INEC had posted 67.3% of results.
And then there was a downtime.
By the time they started counting at the collation center, INEC had posted 97.3%. That is a major shift from previous elections. There is no election that will not have issues. But in this case of INEC, I give them pass mark. From what I monitored, I stayed glued from 7 a.m. to 5:30 in the early morning of Sunday when the final collation was concluded and a result announced, local government by local government. So I give it to INEC. There is room for improvement. Where the beavers malfunctioned, they should improve on it preparatory to 2027 election. That's as far. Then on the issue of vote buying, all the political parties were engaged, apart from AAC, that is just a non-starter, or whatever name they call these parties in comatose in ICU. But the major political parties, SDP, ADC, APC, Accord, they were involved in vote buying. They were involved to the point that they were going to palaces to settle traditional rulers.
On the day of election?
A day to the election.
Okay, a day to election.
You know, to the extent that a particular traditional ruler who was rooting for Adeleke suddenly, within 1 week before that election, took a bold face and started running down that man. But some traditional rulers stood.
Now, how do we stop this? How do we work on this as we walk towards 2027? Vote trading.
You see?
There are punitive measures in the Constitution.
In the electoral law.
Yes, in the electoral law.
There are punitive measures for vote buying, for those who give and those who take. But curiously, they keep changing the goalpost. In last Saturday election, secret ballot was not at play. So you are exposed to the extent that wherever you turn print, the person next to you knows. Is no longer hidden. So if you take money from party A and you turn print for party B, is either you collect the beating of your life right there or you make a refund. That's how bad it is today. There should have been an enclosure where you turn print without anybody knowing. Fold your card.
Enclosures are provided by INEC.
That's what I'm saying.
It is the party agent that designed this. That because they have given out money, and they want to monitor the money they gave out.
Whether
the senator was telling them,
why would INEC allow it?
And so the INEC and the security at the polling booth ought to have maintained that sanctity of secret ballot. That's one of the failures of INEC. But I also give it to Osun people. They said they collected money quite well, and they voted their choice. Yeah. And that was good. Because the money that was shared by all the political parties we mentioned here are Nigerian money. Who are the candidates of most of the parties?
So are we encouraging collecting the money and voting your
conscience? As it is.
Don't even collect at all.
No. Don't even collect, because these people have been improvised over the years. They've been pauperized. They collect because the country have made them to be poor and brought them to that level. Collecting money is you degrading yourself.
But the politicians understand that the people will not collect. Maybe what they embezzle will reduce.
No. There is a new trajectory to it now. If this continues, the politicians will now know that even though they collect, they may not vote me as I gave to them. So is what were we talking about in the studio here? That he had goodwill, he performed, and he was with the people. So if you don't perform and you now bring the money, the people will collect it because it's their money, and they will vote the person they believe that this is the person that they know that will perform, and that person will also now know too well that I was voted not because of the money alone, because they believe in me that I will perform. So when he gets to the office, he will do the needful. So let that trajectory even be playing on her.
My worry about this is politicians, when it comes to negativity, they know how to rework themselves. Between now and January next year, those lapses we just discovered that made them vote against collecting money, they will find a device to make sure that you don't collect
without voting.
Yeah, but that's what that's
now
okay,
for me in this election, the only people I will give credit are Osun people and the way they behave. If not for their resilience, like nobody would have been praising Adeleke today. Because look at it this way. In fact, INEC was the worst culprit because of all the lapses they allowed. Moses, Osun had 30 local governments official. How do you bring in 30 commissioners
of police?
3 AIG for each of the senatorial zone and 1 DIG to coordinate them. How do you bring 12 civil defense in Osun? Then you know the number of policemen and army that went. In fact, at one point, somebody cited what is it called? This thing on top of this thing that army people use. This gun.
Okay.
Mounted on a truck for one election. And INEC saw all these things. The 16 governors that invaded the Osun state, what did INEC do or say about them? Nothing. The other ministers and House of Reps that are not supposed to be there, what did they come to do? Because the election campaign was over. That is when they should even play any role. But during the election, as the non-members of Osun state, you are not supposed to be there. In fact, you are not supposed to be seen because you are not coming to play any role. INEC saw all these things. He saw not a word was issued. Not a word. Then 3. Which is very, very important here because if not for the resilience of Osun people, what happened during 2023, Mahmoud Yakub, the glitch would have happened. Because at a point, they stopped uploading. True or false?
Yes, true.
Within that 2 or 3 hours, what happened? If not for the resistance of Osun, that troop, in fact, they surged towards that direction. And told them to, Davido went and started tweeting before they now resumed the upload. Is that not what happened? So, up to today, has INEC told us why they stopped? Who called them? Who told them?
I think they wanted to test the reaction of the people.
Oh!
If the people were
if they did not do what they did, yes.
If they were not resilient, as you said, they would have just gone with it. That was why
the governors had to run out of that place in a hurry when they saw what was happening. So please, nobody should place INEC here because they didn't do it well. If not for the people, that is why we are talking about the people.
When we are doing,
they didn't do well.
When we are doing a post-mortem, we will
holistically examine all the
voting materials got to the PUs on time, at least about 80%.
Yeah,
we should congratulate INEC a little
bit.
The fact that they allowed
the major areas is my concentration. Why did they suddenly stop uploading? That is where the damage would have been done.
And today nobody has explained what happened within that hours to Nigerians.
That is the problem.
By now we're expecting that INEC should have issued a statement on that. Because it's an issue. Because that's exactly what killed 2023 general election. We don't want a repetition of that again in any of our elections. What's going on?
INEC wanted to play their usual prank, if not for the Osun people. So give it to them. It's Osun people. And every other state should learn a lesson from Osun people.
No. The 2027 general election, Mr. Guomo, 2027 general election, this is what Nigerians should look.
I'm telling you.
We should look into this direction.
That's what we are talking about.
I've always been saying it here that democracy belongs to the people. It is because we sold it out to these few persons that call themselves politicians. That's why they are taking us for a ride. The people owns the democracy. The people owns it.
Monkey clever come monkey clever. Now when trees are together,
all right, then,
if the trees are far away, there's nothing you can do. Nothing.
Yes, the people have the power. Of course, the people have the ultimate power. And until the people use their power, politicians will continue to have their way. Let's look at a few more headlines here. FG targets 6,000 megawatts wheeling capacity before December. World Bank, that's the writer to that headline. World Bank approves $200 million for Nigeria's off-grid power. So let me just go a little deeper into the story. The federal government, through the Minister of Power, Joseph Tegbe, plans to wheel 6,000 megawatts of electricity before December. Now, the Minister, Tegbe, disclosed this in Lagos while commissioning 2 new 100 megawatt amperes and then Well, the minister said government planned to commission 20 transmission projects before the end of the year as part of efforts to strengthen the nation's electricity infrastructure and improve the national grid's capacity to evacuate available generation. Well, the good news is in the past, 3 months, we've not heard of grid collapse. Yeah, so.
And that is success. If there was no grid collapse, where is the light?
Where?
They meant it.
Well, the 6,000 is talking about, is it just generation or both generation and distribution? Transmission. Because transmission. I know too well that they said if they even generate excess, but they are not able to transmit it.
You see, is that it's quite unfortunate that we have been fighting this problem since Obasanjo, and up till now, we have not made any success in the area of transmission. Manitoba came, the unionists stopped them at a point that they had to fight tooth and nail. But the Nigerian culture happened. They had to go back to Canada. Cement came recently, and for the better part of the last administration's tenure, they couldn't do much. They had to. In fact, the local contractors that were given jobs by Cement, AG Germany, they ran away with the money. So they got frustrated and they are back to their country. At the heart of our electricity problem is this generation. Sometimes the generation is usually between 7,000 to 10,000 megawatts. But the willing power of the current transmission lines cannot take up to 5,000 at a time. It will collapse. And that's why sometimes when you hear of a collapse, they're just trying to see, okay, can we just scale up a bit? And the moment they scale up, it comes down. It's just like you have I better pass my neighbor generator, and you now put 1.5 AC. The moment you want it, you know the result you get. So that has always been the problem. But I think at this point, you see, there should be general overhaul. And an area where I also fault these governors is that before Buhari came, no matter how much you want to vilify him, he laid the foundation for removing electricity from the exclusive list and place it on concurrent list. So between then and now, what are these governors doing? What are they doing that they cannot invest in power? Because the moment these state governors have their own grid and they can release electricity to their domain, I tell you that industrialization will leapfrog.
Yes, we saw Enron in 1999 to 2003. Enron in Lagos,
yes,
when
for
IPP, when Tinubu was president, president, was trying to give Lagos electricity there. But unfortunately, it was still in exclusively then because it has not been unbundled. So just government used that to store that. We also saw the effort Professor Batunaji did as minister, and they used politics to chase him out of office. Today, that's what Abia State is enjoying today now in Aba.
Batunaji would have solved our
electricity problem if not because of the politics that was brought into it. If we want to get these things right, there are things of national interest that ought not to be politicized. That's what we keep saying. Today, Nigerians are wailing because there is no electricity. But by the time you see somebody that is going to get it right, you now begin to look at where he comes from, why is he the person there, who appointed him, because he wants to come and take job from us. Look at the national interest beyond the person that is going to solve it, or where he comes from, or which religion he's into. So I think we have much to say. To do about this, especially now that it has been unbundled and now that the governors cannot generate. Now that they have so much, in fact, I want to hear a state governor say, I've been able to do this for my state. I remember when Obaseki was the governor of my state, Governor Obaseki, he came up with an IPP plant that was able to service all the public infrastructures in the two states, especially the hospital, the schools and all of that. But today we have heard now that has collapsed. Another governor has come in now and collapsed it. Is that how governance is done? Governance is not supposed to be for the welfare of the people.
Yes.
You see, when government, especially federal government, assaults their responsibility, go and check. There is something they are not telling you. Up to today, the transmission of electricity is still in the hands of the federal government. Meanwhile, both the discos and the JECOs is now liberalized among the states.
I don't think that's accurate.
Now they can transmit.
That's not accurate.
No, both of them is still with the federal government.
That
now.
was informal law.
That is, hold on. Even now, because that's why the states, when they now generate and then add it to national grid.
The new law now, you no longer send to national grid. You
exactly. You should have your own grid
for your people. You can even sell.
They have
the law that is hampering this thing had been removed. Now it's one thing to be free, and it's another thing to take freedom in your hand.
Listen,
what is stopping the governors? Let us even hear one governor that said he had generated and he has his own grid within the state, and federal government is stopping it. Look, that's when we can now begin to force the federal government.
Now, most of the states cannot be able to do this thing. And these are the
because
states that
have why?
Because the money is not there.
No. That's not
true.
If there is
Mr. Guamo, if there is anything APC is boastful of this period, is that there is part allocation going to states. There is money there. There is money there. Let's call it spade a spade. The president had told the governor, go and white mosque brand in your neighborhood.
You bought that propaganda.
The governor should debunk it if they don't have money.
How much fact does the federal government collect? 52%. Is that not true? What are they doing with it? This same fact that you get governor, you claim you get. Is it that? Is it not their money? Is their statutory?
It's not their money. It's our own money.
Hold on, please. Let us educate the public very well. This is their statutory allocation that they're supposed to collect from FAC. You, the federal government, you are still collecting the same FAC. What are you doing with your own to show example to the states? Okay, from those same FAC, listen, 800 billion naira have been recycled for your election.
Who is doing that? Is it not the governors?
What did you tell them before they went into it? What did you tell them before they went into it? What did you tell them?
Honestly, you need to apply logic. When
the governor did what?
Because
and you are aware.
If you have your money in your wallet, if you have your money in your wallet, and I want a slice of your money, it is your discretion to either give or not.
Give out.
Exactly.
They were taught to do it. That's why they did it.
No.
They were taught to do it.
In one
That's why
breath,
they did it.
you will say the governors are tied to the federal government. In another breath, you say
the governors
are free.
The president is
imposing on is that you gave somebody a goat and you are holding the rope.
I disagree with you.
You gave somebody a goat and you are holding the rope.
Who is holding the rope there?
It's the federal
Is money
government.
not paid into the state account?
Mr. Guamo,
It's the federal government.
When the president said, go and work more ground in your state, if you know that the goat, you only have the rope, you don't have the goat, they should have spoken out to Nigerians.
Hold on, listen.
This is what the president said. It's a lie.
Hold on. There is one example I want to give you.
There's a difference between federal government and state. For instance, federal government cannot hold allocation because the constitution is clear about that. Okay. So anytime there is money to be shared, they share it and everybody takes his own portion. That's one. It's different from local government and state where they have joint account allocation,
which is
still a problem to today. Now, you see the federal government that will force the state to release money to local government? No, because you have the executive power.
Excuse me, please.
Now, today, local government, the least local government in terms of allocation distribution today, apart from VAT, earns about 500 million. But go to any local government.
Nothing is happening.
Nothing is happening there.
Even to collect refuse from
Moses, listen very well. Listen. Why has it not been implemented since the Supreme Court ruled on this matter? Because it is not doable. And so what happened to Tinubu? Bring it to a logical conclusion. Give all the local government their money directly and see what will happen with you and the governors. You can see. Right. Is there any sincerity there?
All right.
Hold on. Is there any sincerity in this thing I told you now? Why can't it go local government or collect your money direct and let me see what Tinubu will do with the governor? What they will do with him. Please don't tell me that story.
What the Constitution says.
Exactly.
But is that not what is happening
about this?
Is that not what is happening?
The Constitution does not empower the federal government. Federal government, out of their desire to free local government. They went to Supreme Court.
They were not sincere about
judgment,
it.
And forgetting that there must be constitutional requirement that states
they didn't forget.
2/3 of the states must be supportive of returning money, the autonomy of the local government. That's where we are. You recall that Makinde Sheyi for your state was the first person that said it's just an exercise in futility because they know they are coming back to them. And any state governor that is smart today does not need to touch state allocation. They eat from the local government. And the president does not have the power to stop them.
Then why did you start this so-called financial autonomy for local government? Why did you start it? Since you know you cannot conclude it, why did you start it? What is stopping Tinubu? Since you went to court over this matter and the court have ruled in your favor, why are you not bringing it to a logical conclusion? Tell me why.
To force them?
No. Why did you not start it? Why did you start it with the court? Why did you start it? Why did you start it? He went to court. He went to court.
The only way it can stay through is for governors to support the initiative.
Why have you not done that?
And they have refused to stop
because
it is easy. It is easier to steal local government money today. You recall that even those days of PDP, when Fayose and Fashuba are the local government chairman, when they were dragging this thing, the man said, I cannot be signing for 20 million and you release 2 million to me.
So
this thing goes back to this is when we want to talk, we need to just go back.
Hold on.
Sorry, please. Let's allow others to talk.
Tinubu saw all this problem, yet he went into it and left it halfway. So tomorrow now he will count it in his favor that he gets.
Let's allow others to talk.
But we are talking now.
Yes.
We are talking.
Who is
Wale Adedayo, our colleague,
our former colleague?
Yes.
Who was removed from office because he said, I need money. I need money to take care of my people. We saw who is.
It's the problem of the constitution that you
did
not resolve.
The governor. The governor will not allow to third to fly because they know what they are benefiting.
The paper is telling you that over 10 trillion
the governor would think in the state capital to say Ikorodu needs a particular project without consulting Ikorodu. He will appoint the contractor. He will pay directly to contractor, and the local government chairman will just sit there folding his hand. How does that work?
But since who started the problem?
Today, primary health care that federal government is spending money on is the exclusive responsibility of the local government.
But since who started the problem? That's the question.
This problem dated back to this problem of local government autonomy. It's just that we don't have enough time. I will school our listeners. It started with the military government when they were doing zero allocation, because when they told this UBEC people to bring the list of local government teachers, primary school teachers in their local government, they inflated it, thinking that they would give them more money. But at the end of the day, they started deducting directly from source, from local government, the primary school teachers thing. It became zero allocation. That was how they came up with the solution of JAC, Joint Account Allocation Committee. And since then, they enshrined it in the constitution as soon as Obasanjo came. That is the problem we have today. So it's not a problem of today.
I disagree. You know why I disagree? Hold on, no. Mr. Moses, before you want to solve a problem, will you not know the problem? The reason why Tinubu went to court on this matter, is it not to solve this problem? Now you have not solved this. So what have you done? That's my question here.
Aketi,
why did you conclude it?
Out of his zeal to make sure that Amotekun stays, this man created Amotekun. But federal government said, no, you cannot create Amotekun because you need to amend the laws.
All right.
In the State House of Assembly.
Good.
He came back and amended the law. They agreed with. If the House of Assembly didn't agree with him,
so the governors should be held responsible.
Yes.
Can you tell
the governors should be held responsible for not allowing autonomy?
Is the lie. In the local government.
You want to tell me?
Sorry.
You want to tell me that if Tinubu should send a bill to National Assembly, that he want to amend?
If I understand you clearly, now you're saying the president should be the one to compel the governors to
not compel. The same way he went to court, he should have sent a bill to amend that constitutional provision between the governors and the local government chairman. Is that not true? Is that not what he's supposed to do? But because he want to deceive Nigerians, he rushed to the court and they gave him a judgment. Go and implement it now.
So how come you are not holding the governors accountable?
I cannot. Better, you don't think I can be deceived? I cannot. He knows what he's doing. The same man who sent bill to change that thing, why can't he conclude it? That's what I'm asking you.
We're running out of time.
Let him conclude it.
I will take this as your concluding thoughts on this matter. There are other headlines I would have loved us to touch on, but we don't have time to do that. So let's have you conclude on this matter. I mean, everybody has a voice here.
My concluding thought about this is the Constitution has settled it. Though I'm not a lawyer, but I'm lettered enough to understand the letters of the Constitution. The Constitution is responsible. Exactly. It is the governors that would free local government, not the federal government, using constitutional provision.
All right.
Anything outside that, it's ultra-vires, according to the constitution of this country.
All right.
Okay. But can I say something now?
You've given us your concluding thoughts.
Leadership
Let's have this.
should assist the president to get the truth. If APC is genuine enough that, okay, we want to free the local government, now they are boasting that they have 36 and 37 states. Whatever.
Now, Moses,
they should assist the governors
to
make sure that local government is removed from this dungeon that they find themselves so that things can work.
So the political parties should assist the governors.
Yes, to assist the president.
Governments. Okay.
To assist the president to talk to their respective governor. We were in this state, we were in this country when PDP had good governance project that they were moving around states to talk states on what their governors were doing when they were in power. Labaramako, who was the Minister of Information, headed that committee.
Of course, now
then.
he was taking them around.
What has APC done to assist in some of these things that they want to use to liberate the people? APC leadership is dormant.
All right, then this is absolutely. We are out of time. We're out of time.
I will take a minute, please. If you want to do something, do it in a way that it will be sustainable and nobody will quarrel over it. You started something, I said finish it, because one, this is a particular issue. It is no longer at the discretion of the governors to say whether they will pay or they will not pay.
Thank you very much, Valentin Agumo. Thank you very much, public affairs commentator. Thank you for your time. Dele Fanimo, thank you as well. And Elvis Elimehele, we do appreciate you for your time and your contribution. Well, you can follow this conversation online on YouTube. You can drop your comments underneath the post and let us know what you think. Well, this is where we wrap it up on Newspaper Review. I must appreciate the gentlemen and you, of course, for staying with us. I am Moses Humphrey. Stick around. Sports is up next. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger.
To the
there's a lot that is going on within the camp of the Nigerian football. The Super Falcons, well, and Super Eagles, they are facing some major shakeups. The Super Falcons, especially after the fallout of what happened at the WAFCON in 2026 in Morocco, where the Super Falcons, yes, they refused to, don't let me say they refused, but they failed to qualify for the World Cup entirely. And of course, they didn't even get to the semi-finals of the WAFCON. It's an unusual standard in terms of the Super Falcons and their football in Africa. They are 10 times African champions, and Cameroon who went on to also pick on their first ever WAFCON title. Of course, are doing something very, very great, and the Super Falcons will be left to rule what could have been. And at the end of it all, like I said, there's been a major shake-up right there at the camp of the Super Falcons. That and many more will bring it on your show. Good morning and welcome to the show this morning, Sports Republic on Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and of course, I'm going to give you all the juiciest stories from the world of sports for the next 15 minutes thereabouts, and that you can join us, you can contribute to this show. Of course, we are online, we are on YouTube, yes, on Voice of the People TV Live, and of course, VOPTV Plus. Do well to like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and of course, turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes of this show at Sports Republic, and of course, all our sister channels, all our sister programs across those platforms, pardon me. We are going to be dissecting what's going on at the camp of the Super Falcons. What is going on? What next? Now that they've missed the World Cup, they didn't even get to the semi-finals of a particular tournament where they've been the best over the years. They didn't even get to the semi-finals. So low. I mean, the standards are so low right now for the Super Falcons. What's going on behind the scene? We are going to bring that to you. And of course, the transfer window, it is still hotting up. Yes, yesterday we spoke about the transfer of Rodrigo Hernandez, the Manchester City midfielder, now getting towards, edging closer to his move to Football Club Barcelona. Of course, Joao Cancelo has also joined Barcelona. How strong are they looking for this season 26-27? Of course, the Premier League as well will be starting this Friday. Arsenal up against Coventry. Arsenal will be looking to defend their title over the course of 38 games. And they also have transfers coming here and there for them. They are being linked to a diminutive Nigerian striker, Victor Osimhen, make that move to the Premier League to join the current Premier League champions Arsenal, the Gunners. We will be seeing Victor Osimhen in an Arsenal shirt come the start of this season that is coming up. Well, that was going to be a very, very good question. It's going to be a very good one for Nigerians as well. But it's a question, are we going to be seeing Victor Osimhen at the Emirates Stadium this season? Before we go into all of that, let's take some news from the basketball world, where the River Hoopers, of course, are ramping up training ahead of the 2026 Nigerian Premier Basketball League Phase 3 as they push to win back the national title. And interim head coach Ronald Alalibo says the focus right now is on unity and full commitment from every player after strong records in Phase 1 at 4-1 and Phase 2 at 6-1 in the Atlantic Conference. The Kingsmen want to carry that momentum into the playoffs, and Alalibo stressed that no one can afford to coast, adding that everyone needs to come in mentally and physically ready because the goal is to win the league. And he pointed to the team's depth and defense in Ibadan and Enugu as key to earlier success, and said that the coaching staff is now working to sharpen chemistry and tactics. And on the court, Captain Victor Koko and Vice Captain Buchi Vincent will lead, with scoring support expected from John Idoga, Abel Ofia, Chinedu Nwogu, Anaye Johnson, and of course Victor Sunday, plus contributions from Samuel Sonny, Eric Okechukwu, and Aroko Tom. And in Phase 3, Rivers Hoopers will face Atlantic Conference rivals Marktown Flyers, Hoops, and Reed. And the Lagos Raptors are also in there, and along with the Savannah Conference, as sides Aso Skyhawks, 313 Warriors, Boko City Chiefs, and Kano Pillars in a round-robin format. And the Kingsmen were dethroned last year by Marktown Flyers, who played as Lagos Legends then, and they are now aiming to reclaim the MPBL crown by cutting down mistakes and sticking to their game plan. Well, this one is a good one for the Rivers Hoopers. They know that they are like the champions when it comes to MPBL. They want to get their crown back. They are already intensifying training. They want to get it back from the former Lagos Legends, now known as Marktown Flyers. They want to get it back from them. Marktown Flyers themselves will not be sleeping. They know that Rivers Hoopers will want to get back that title as soon as possible. And now they are in Phase 3 and they are looking to, go on and on. Eventually till they start the MPBL proper and they go on to get back their title. That's going to take a whole lot of time though. It's going to take time to tell. Would they be able to get back their title from Marktown Flyers, or will they still stay as the second, or let me say runners-up, or also runs? Well, that is left to see. Another case of time, something that is being judged by time at this point in time. It's the boxing bout. The king of Britain. Who is it going to be? Is it Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury? A lot of people are already anticipating that. Now the question is, where will it be holding? Because it's not a case of will it happen anymore. We already know that it is going to happen. But where will it hold? That is already the one that is trying to cancel the whole fight overall. Let's move on to boxing. And let's tell you that boxing boss Dana White has cast doubt over the long-anticipated Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury fight, saying it should have happened 10 years ago, and questioning whether both fighters still truly want it. And speaking after a bout in the UFC 330, a match right there, White said his role was limited to TV and venue deals, and that the main sticking point is now where the bout will take place. And Netflix reportedly wants the fight in New York on November the 20th, while Joshua and the promoter Eddie Earn are pushing for it to be staged in the UK as their contract stipulates. I don't think this one should be a source of disagreement, because both of them are British boxers. We have places in the UK that can stage boxing bouts. The London Stadium is there. Tottenham Stadium, that's the new White Hart Lane, is also there. We've seen the likes of there are other stadiums in England that can actually host boxing bouts. And the two of them are from Britain. If we don't want to even put it in England, you can put it in Northern Ireland. There's Scotland in there. Why is it going to the USA? I think that is what Eddie Earn and Anthony Joshua themselves are actually asking, that we are both British boxers. We can't take these fights to the US. Everybody wants to see us fight in the UK. It is a bout for who is the best in the UK. So why are you taking it to the USA? But as it stands, it's looking like the USA might eventually have it, and the disagreement could still kill the fight. And Fury signed in January for a bout originally set for September, with a warm-up that month scrapped. Yes, there was supposed to be a warm-up and that month of September it has been scrapped after Joshua was involved in a tragic accident that claimed 2 close friends, and the fight was then moved to November. And Fury's promoter Frank Warren said that Fury's agreement does not specify the UK, and that financial Turkey, Alashik, and Netflix favor Madison Square Garden, which all parties except Joshua and N have reportedly agreed to. And that Warren warned that if Joshua's side don't want the US, or if they don't accept the US, the fight will not happen. And Joshua is 30-4 with 27 KOs, while Fury is 36-2-1 with 25 knockouts. And White said he is tired of the uncertainty around the matchup. To make a fight, 2 guys have to want it, period. End of story, he said, adding that there is a lot of money at stake and the delay has dragged on for years. And White summed it up by saying the fight should have happened a decade ago and that fans will now have to wait and see if it goes ahead at all. I mean, I think Dana White is actually speaking a lot of people's mind, including mine, because let it happen already. It should have happened a long time ago. Both of them were, just dilly-dallying, saying they're not ready, they want to fight other people. But we already know that when it comes to British boxing, it's either Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury. They are the biggest when it comes to the heavyweight division of British boxing. Yes, we have the likes of Dillian Wise in there, but we know Moses Itaoma is actually coming in as well. He is a young lad, by the way. But when it comes to British boxing, we know that after Lennox Lewis, it is likes of Anthony Joshua and, of course, Tyson Fury. So now, right now, the 2 of them, before they go into retirement, we want to know who is the biggest in terms of UK heavyweight boxing. And why are you dilly-dallying? According to Dana White, it should have happened about 10 years ago. Even me as well, I was expecting this about a decade ago or more, when both of them were still at their peak, when they are at their prime. Now, a lot of things have happened. It seems that they are not at their prime anymore. Tyson Fury has been losing matches. Yes, he just got back in 2 warm-up matches. He has won. But of course, when it comes to the big ones, after defeating the bronze bomber, Deontay Wilder, he went out to face Alexander Usyk and he lost. Anthony Joshua as well has faced Usyk and also lost. But then, the 2 of them, we are still looking who is going to be the best. It is still a fight that is still very much anticipated in the UK and, of course, across the boxing world. So I don't know what's happening between Tyson Fury and, of course, Anthony Joshua. Well, let's hope that fight is still going to happen. It's been a long time coming. And let's move on to wrestling as well, where the Nigerian Wrestling Federation is also ramping up preparations for the 2026 World Wrestling Championships in Astana, Kazakhstan, scheduled for October 21st to November 1st. And Federation President Bashir Adewale Adeniyi has approved a training camp at Iowa State University in the United States to bring together wrestlers ahead of the tournament. And the camp will host Nigerian athletes currently studying in the US, home-based wrestlers with valid American visas, and Nigerian-born athletes living in the US who are eligible to represent the country. And officials say that the initiative is also aimed at strengthening ties between wrestlers at home and those in the diaspora to build a more competitive squad. And women's wrestling coach Purity Haku had described the Iowa camp as a key part of the build-up, noting that it will give athletes across the modern facilities access to modern facilities and equipment as well as high-level competition. Well, it's good to be seeing wrestling also back on the map. I've been saying it for the longest on this show and across other platforms that we want to see other sports on the map when it comes to Nigerian sports generally. We've been seeing fencing, we've been seeing powerlifting. Now we are seeing wrestling to get back as well on the map, and it's a good one for the National Wrestling Federation. That is a very good one, and let's hope this plan will go across. It will succeed, and we'll see wrestling coming again in Nigeria. I'm not doing this show alone. I learned that my guest is in, and I will be joining this show virtually. Abiodun Akuna, good morning and welcome to the show. I was speaking about Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. I think the boxing world, boxing enthusiasts, boxing fans are growing tired. This should have happened already. It should have happened about 10 years, 12 years ago, when both of you are still very strong. That's talking about Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. Now that we all know that you are past your prime, but we still want to see it. Who is the king of Britain? Why are they still dilly-dallying over the location? Should it be the USA or should it be the UK, in your opinion, because both of them are actually from the UK. So I see where Anthony Joshua and his camp are coming from. They are both from the UK. Let it happen in the UK. They will get money there. But US, the likes of Netflix, the broadcasters are saying it should happen there because of the money at stake. Where, in your opinion, should this bout hold? And is it taking too much time, too long for you, Biodun Akpina? Good morning. Are you with me, Biodun Akpina? Good morning. All right, we are still trying to get Biodun Akpina to join the show. And of course, I'm sure when he comes in, he is going to give his 2 cents over that bout that will be coming up between Tyson Fury and, of course, Anthony Joshua. Let's hope that will actually really go on, because a lot of boxing fans are really looking towards that bout. Who's going to be the king of Britain? Once and for all, just settle it and we'll move on with our lives and everybody will be happy. So we hope that sooner rather than later, the location of the bout will be solved. And let's move on to other legends now, and let's talk about the Serena and Venus Williams. Yeah, the sisters as well, the Williams sisters, popularly called, and they made their first doubles appearance together in 4 years at the Cincinnati Open, but fell 2-6, 6-1, 10-8 to Magda Kostyuk and Peyton Stearns in front of a packed crowd. And the American sisters, who last played together at the 2022 US Open, started slowly and dropped the opening set before finding their rhythm to take the second set, and they trailed 6-love in the deciding 10-point tie break, but fought back to level it, only for Kostyuk and Stearns to close it out on a double fault from Venus. And it was Serena's first match since Wimbledon, where she picked up a knee injury in the first round singles loss to Maya Joint that forced her out of a planned doubles return with Venus. And Venus, with 46, has played singles and doubles at 3 hardcourt events recently, and both said it was special to be back together, and we've waited a long time to get back on the doubles court, and eventually we'll find our way to each other, Venus said, while Serena called it fun and added that they were starting to feel it, and at their peak, the pair won 14 Grand Slam doubles titles and 3 Olympic golds across 4 decades. And these sisters, they've done it all. They have nothing to prove. And according to Serena, I think I will agree, because she's saying that they're just having fun now. Because that's what they do. They've already come in, they've done it all. Both are in their 40s. Serena is 44 and Venus is 46. So I think they are doing their job really well. They are just coming to have fun at this point in time. But good one for them. They lost in their first match in 4 years. But of course, I don't think anybody's going to read meaning to that one too much, because these are 2 legends. They've done it all. I think it just goes with the fact that, once a soldier, you're always a soldier. You don't retire. I think that's just what's going on. Even when they call it quits with the sport, they are still going to get back, because it's what they love to do. They have the passion for it. And they feel like, hey, let's go one more time. Even though we are in our 40s, let's just go one more time. Let's give the fans what they want. Let's play, win or lose. They just want to see us back together. And they gave the fans what they really wanted, because that was a fantastic match. But eventually, the 2 sisters lost. But we still want to see them as far as they can go. I know that they won't be playing competitive competitions, the Grand Slams and all of that, but we just want to see them. How far can they go? They get to 50, 60, if they're still playing tennis, we still want to see them, because they are the legends, absolute legends of the game. Good one to see Venus and Serena Williams back on the court, and the sisters will need wild cards to play singles or doubles at the US Open, which starts on August 30th. They still want to go for a Grand Slam. You can imagine. These 2 still want to go for a Grand Slam. Serena Williams, I thought she said she was evolving away from the sport. Where she took a break about 2-3 years ago. She said she was evolving from the sports. Now she's back, and she still wants to go to the US Open. She was at the Wimbledon. She was knocked out, but she still says, I want to go again. I want to try and get a 24th, Grand Slam title. Well, let me say congratulations to her. She needs wild cards, though. She needs to get a wild card ticket to the US Open. It's not just because she's American, she's going to get to the US Open. No, she needs to be a wild card. She needs to play and win some matches under her belt to get that wild card ticket to play at the US Open. Hopefully, she will get it. Hopefully, both sisters will get it, and we'll see them at the US Open. And Serena, who is now 44, has played only 1 singles match since her return, and described her knee issue as a little traumatic experience. And Venus has lost her last 13 singles matches, but did reach the women's doubles quarterfinals in New York last year. I'm learning that Abiodun is back, and Abiodun Akpina, thank you so much for joining on the show this morning. I was speaking about Anthony Joshua just before you left the first time, but I'm glad you're back. And I just want to ask a simple question. these two, let me call them boxing legends in the UK, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, they've been going at it for years. This bout should have happened over a decade ago when they were both still in their prime. But now that they are both past their primes, boxing enthusiasts, boxing fans still want to see this bout, but the location seems like it's just taking too long. The bout is taking too long. In your opinion, where do you think the bout should hold? Should it be in the USA or should it be the country where both of them represent the UK? Good morning, Abel Dankuna, and welcome to the show.
Good morning to you. It's good to be back. Well, for me, this is one of the bouts boxing fans are looking forward to. And you can't afford them if they're actually saying they want the bout to go down in UK, they want it to go down in the US. But then, for me, if you had to go by the trajectory of boxing, I think a whole lot of fans want to see that the United States of America, because of the roots of boxing. If you trace the roots of boxing to the United States, you know, a lot of big boxers emerge from that particular country, and the fans also want to see it. But then, if you had to go by the guys involved, you look at Anthony Joshua, you look at Tyson Fury, they are both from the UK. So it is really interesting to see the fans calling for them to host that bout in the UK. So either ways, I think it's a win-win situation for both parties. But then the promoters also want more eyeballs. They want a lot of people to follow it. So like I said, either ways, it's going to be a win-win situation. But for me, I just want to see these two guys go at each other, whether it is in the UK, whether it's in the America. Let's just see the bout to happen. It's been a long time that we've been hearing, oh, these guys are going to be on the ring, but then they are currently in their twilight of their career. We just have to see it, whether it is in the United States or the UK. Let's just see how these two guys go at each other on the ring.
Absolutely. You mentioned something about the USA. We can trace, of course, we can trace a lot of boxers to the United States of America. The great Cassius Clay, who later became Muhammad Ali. I mean, God rest his soul. He did a lot. We saw the likes of Joe Frazier as well, and of course, Iron Mike Tyson. But of course, we can't, just forget the people from the UK. I mean, remember, Mike Tyson was on top of the world until Lennox Lewis came in, who is also from the UK. And we've seen other boxers from the UK as well. Now we are seeing these two. Moses Itauma is also coming up. He's 2021, by the way, and he's also coming up. But these two, don't you think you want to agree a little with Anthony Joshua? Because he is saying that we are both from the UK. Let's give, the British people what they want. It can happen anywhere, obviously, because we are two big names. But why not let's just do it? Because we want to, it's labeled the battle, of Britain. Why not let us just give it to the British people? Let's give them what they want, and everybody will be happy.
Well, I think I share the sentiment of Anthony Joshua, but then I think it's going to be unfair on the other fans also. I said earlier that a lot of people want to see it in the US, why some people will prefer the UK also. But then if one of the boxers is saying, see, let's have this bout where our fans can really confirm that this particular person is the best, I think it's really fair. But for me, in my opinion, I'm not bothered about that. I just want to see the bout. Because it's been a long time we've been hearing about these guys. At some point, it was slated for, last year. It couldn't happen. But right now, it's looking like all of the, plans are falling into place right now. Right. So it could happen at the end of the day. But then, like I said, I'm not bothered about where it's going to happen. But then let's see where the bout is going to happen. But if Anthony Joshua is coming out to the media saying we want to make sure our fans enjoy us, they need to have a feel of what we are made of. I think it is really fair to see that, bout go on in the UK. So I think it's okay for me, but it's going to be very, very interesting if that bout will be taken to the United States of America, where a whole lot of eyeball, will come around and, of course, to see who is going to be the eventual champion of that particular bout.
Absolutely. It's most likely to happen at the Madison Square Garden. But why not, if they don't want to fight once, let them spread it over 3 legs. Let one happen in Nigeria, where Anthony Joshua originally came from. Then one can happen in the UK, where Tyson Fury is from originally, and of course, they can take it to the US. Yeah. If they can do a trilogy, and I'm sure Nigeria will be ready to see Anthony Joshua fight Tyson Fury, here, because there will be a lot of support, trust me, but will the monetary value be enough? Well, let's see. There are a lot of boxing enthusiasts in Nigeria, by the way. If you can see, the likes of Portable and, and Charles Okocha going in the ring and getting sponsorships, a big one like Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury can hold weight in Nigeria, but hopefully we'll be seeing that, let me say, in the coming years. And let's move on to the world of Formula One. And this time, there's a young star. We spoke about 2 people that are in the twilight of their careers. This time is somebody that is just beginning his career at the world of Formula One and is already taking the world by storm. At just 19, Mercedes driver Kimi Antonelli is already rewriting Formula One's record books in his 2nd season, and he holds the mark for the youngest driver to lead a Grand Prix, the youngest to take the pole, and youngest to set a fastest lap. Also the youngest ever world championship leader. And with the 2026 season now in its second half, attention is turning to what else it could still break. And of course, the biggest one is the youngest world champion title. Sebastian Vettel of Germany currently owns it after winning in 2010 at 23 years and 134 days. So if Antonelli wins this year, he'll take it by more than 3 years, and it's also within reach of some season-long records, though it will take an extraordinary run. And he has 6 wins so far at this season, but will need to win every remaining race to beat Max Verstappen, Mad Max himself, his 19 wins from 2023, and will also need 10 straight victories to top Verstappen, his consecutive wins mark, because Verstappen has 15 consecutive wins. Kimi Antonelli currently has 6, and if he gets 10, he is going to break that record, 10 in a row, by the way. And in qualifying, he has 6 poles and needs 9 more to surpass Vettel's 15 from 2011, while 10 more podiums in the last 12 races. In the last 13 races would beat Verstappen's 21 from 2023. I bet that there are some extremely crazy records if we look at it from that one. But Kimi Antonelli, should he also just focus on himself, because he's already taking the world of Formula One by storm this season. He won the first 4 races of the season. He slowed down a little. He got back another win. Now, in the second half of this Formula One season, they are going first, to the Netherlands, and that might actually be the last of the Dutch GP because he's not getting enough promotions. But Kimi Antonelli, on the kind of run that he is, should he be looking at those records set by the likes of Verstappen and Vettel, or should he just take it one at a time? He's just 19. Abiodun Apollon, good morning.
I think it's really good for him to also dream about achieving what these big guys have done in the past, and you cannot take anything away from a young man who is just 19 years of age and is already turning heads right now in the world of Formula One. For him, he's been very, very consistent, and one thing about Formula One, you have to be very, very consistent. You look at the days of Max Schumacher. You look at Lewis Hamilton before he nosedive a bit in terms of his form. Right. And you also look at Max Verstappen also. These guys were consistent when they were on the radar. They were very, very consistent. So it's going to make a whole lot of sense for Kimi also to dream about that consistency. And once you are able to dream to that level, you're able to also achieve what they've also achieved in the past also. For me, I think he needs to take it at the time. He should focus on his consistency, focus on himself. Then you can also focus on, achieving those, success. For me, the world of Formula One is really crazy right now. Before, we are used to talking about, Max Schumacher. At some point, it became the likes of Lewis Hamilton. Before that, also, here comes in Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is not getting that, ovation anymore. Right now, another man has come into town, doing all of you expect from a top driver to also achieve. So for me, Kimi needs to take it a step at a time, focus on his development, focus on his consistency also. Then he can actually dream for, whatever record is available for him to break right now. Records are meant to be broken. Right. And that is why you have to be very, very consistent to achieve all of that.
Absolutely, yeah, because Antonelli is already tied for the most wins in a season by an Italian, level with Alberto Ascari's 6 from 1952. So a 7 to put him clear, and Ascari also holds the career Italian wins record with 13. Another milestone that Antonelli could chase as he has to his tally. I think it belongs to the right team for him to be able to break all these records, because Mercedes, they are looking to break every record possible. They are at the top, the very top when it comes to Formula One. And last season, they didn't really have a good season. It was George Russell in there. They didn't have a good season, but now they feel like with Kimi Antonelli on board, I don't even think it was the one that they wanted to promote. I thought it was going to be George Russell, but he just took the world by storm, and they said, look, this boy is a star. He's been pushing. It's his second season. Why not? If Sebastian Vettel could do it at that age, at 19, he also could do it. And I think this man, Kimi Antonelli, if he's encouraged pretty really well, which I believe he will by Mercedes, I think he's actually going to get to the very top. Last season, it was Lando Norris. This season, I think is the year for Kimi Antonelli, and is actually doing well. And he could chase and break a lot of records this season if he wants to. But just like Abiodun said, I also feel he should take it one step at a time. Just get your acts together. The likes of Verstappen, the likes of Hamilton, and not the Michael Schumachers of this world, the Niki Lauders of this world, they were very, very consistent. And now you also have to be very, very consistent. Do it for the first 3 to 4 or 5 seasons. When you're at the very top, then yes, you will get your respect. We've seen a lot of people fall along the wayside. The Fernando Alonso's, they were at the very top. The Sebastian Vettel's were at the very top. Jenson Button was at the very top. The likes of Valtteri Bottas, they were at the very top. But now, everybody has his own race to run. But good one for this young man, Kimi Antonelli. Let's talk about football. And we are going to be starting from the camp of the Super Falcons. We saw how the WAFCON went, right? They didn't get to the semi-finals. They didn't pick up the World Cup ticket. They had another chance from the playoffs. They didn't take that chance, and they have missed out on the World Cup altogether for the first time since the inaugural competition in 1991. The Super Falcons has gone to an all-time low. But the NFF has acted, and they've acted quickly, and they have sacked the Super Falcons technical crew led by Justin Madugu with immediate effect following a poor 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations campaign and failure to qualify for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup that will be happening in Brazil. And the NFF announced the decision in a brief statement on its official social media platforms on Monday. And Madugu, who guided Nigeria to record extending 10th WAFCON title in Morocco last year, alongside assistants, including former goalkeeper Anche Gine, came under heavy criticism after an opening day loss to Malawi this year. And the team went on to suffer their worst finish in the recent WAFCON history, missing out on an automatic World Cup spot, and then lost 2-1 to South Africa in the playoffs last Thursday, and ending Nigeria's run of appearances at every Women's World Cup since 1991. Abiodun, to you, is this an overdue decision to be made, or it just came at the right time? Because Justin Madugu, he was there at the last edition where the Super Falcons went on to win their 10th title. Mission number 11 did not go according to plan. But is he going to be the one to take the blame at this point in time? He has some blame, of course, because you look at the decisions that he made on the pitch. You could say, look, some players were supposed to play, they did not play. Some players were not even supposed to be part of the team, and they were there. That was up to him. But should he be the only one to take this fall? Him and his technical crew, should they be the only ones to take this fall? Do you think some other heads should roll within the NFF and the NSC, Abiodun?
Well, I think it's just so unfortunate that Justin Madugu is being used as a sacrificial lamb. This is the man who won the WAFCON for the Super Falcons the last time. Mission X was actually galvanized by this man. I went into that the tournament with our confidence really high. And the Super Falcons went all the way to win the WAFCON. So from that time to this moment, what changes? What are the things that changes for the Super Falcons? And you ask yourself, like you said, you look at how this competition, his decisions, the tactical approach really not up to par in terms of his decision making. But then you also cannot blame him also outright, because prior to this tournament, the girls were complaining about the level of preparation for the Super Eagles for the Super Falcons,
Right.
Rashida Ajibade, the captain of the team, at some point came out to the media to talk about the level of preparation. So if you put all of this in perspective, it's going to contribute to the success of the manager, whether the manager is going to be a huge success at the competition or a
Or not.
failure.
Mm.
And at the end of the day, you could tell it happens to be failure. Will fail to progress in the competition, will fail to qualify for the World Cup for the first time since the inauguration of the FIFA World Cup. So the reality is staring us in our faces right now. And at the end of the day, Justin Madugu is bearing the brunt. Of course, you also want to say he's at fault for some decisions also. But then outrightly, I do not think Justin Madugu is the problem right now. We should be solving the major problem. And the major problem needed to be tackled from the roots. And if you ask me, the NFL, the body, are the problem of Nigerian football.
Speaking of the roots, speaking of the roots, sorry to cut you in there.
Yeah.
I mean, we are talking about the NFF now and the NSC. The NSC, we are getting some feelers that they are setting up a normalization committee. And yes, the NFF elections, the NFF Congress that is scheduled for September 27 in Lafayette, Nasarawa State might just be affected. So are we seeing some changes altogether within the NFF? Is it the likes of Ibrahim Gusau might not able to get that second term ambition? With the early feelers we are getting, do you think, or are you seeing some progression in Nigerian football?
If you had to go by, the latest information circulating on social media,
right?
I think that is just the reality, because I also got that information from someone very, very reliable
Right.
in the sporting industry,
Right.
and he told me point blank that he is going to be very crazy going into that election. And if you had to go by, what is coming from Nigerian fans, they are not happy.
Absolutely.
Of course, you go back to the 2026 World Cup, the just 2026 World Cup, will fail to qualify for the World Cup. Talking about the Super Eagles.
Second time in a row.
Another disaster again with women football. They are the only one that give us a level of, happiness or joy when it comes to women football. But interestingly, they fail to qualify for the World Cup. They fail to do well at the WAFCON. So it's just a mess. Our football is in a mess right now. And at the end of the day, those are the ends of affair need to take the blame. Before now, we are not used to, the NFF need to be the one to take the blame. But right now, Nigerians are coming out to speak their mind. They are not happy. So for me, I think that is the best way to go. The NFF need to take the blame. If they are really serious about the growth of Nigerian football, I think Ibrahim Gusau should be retired. He should be resigning right now.
Yeah.
All of the board, yes, the Gusau-led board should be resigning right now. But then maybe they do not care or what, I don't really know. But at the end of the day, the NLC are making that bold decision to tell them that you guys need to, do away with this particular platform, and that is the best way to go. We need to start from the scratch. It's not too late for us to start from the scratch, and right now is the best time to do that.
Do you think the sacking of Madugu, the dismissal of his technical crew, is an attempt by Ibrahim Gusau to actually save face, going into the NFF election, to say, okay, look, I took this action. I wasn't happy with the fact that the Super Falcons were out of the World Cup entirely. I took this action. And don't forget, there was a committee that was set up, by Ibrahim Gusau and the NFF. It was chaired by former international Fani Amun. We saw the likes of Ladan Boso is also in there. Alex Mana is in there, and ex-Super Falcons captain Desire Opanoze is also in there. They were in that committee, and they took that step to actually fire the likes of Madugu and, of course, the technical crew. They were called an investigative, a committee. But do you think that's also an attempt? Because look at the names that are in that committee. Fani Amon, what was the last time you heard about Fani Amon? He's a legend when it comes to Nigerian football, Fani Amon. But then, when was the last time you saw him in this kind of a committee? Opanoze as well, she has once spoken against the NFF, likes of Ladan Boso in there, some names that, you won't really want to fancy, but they were in that committee set up by Gusau. Don't you think it's all an attempt to save face just for him to be able to get that second term ticket going into the elections?
I think that is at the gimmick. Because for me, Gusso is just trying to save face.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense to anybody. This is the usual NFF for you. This is the usual NFF. We love the fire brigade approach. You are meant to give these girls the enabling environment. You look at the likes of Cameroon build up to this tournament. You look at the likes of Ghana, even though they eventually actually go on to win the title. But then you could tell that they are building something. But our leaders felt, oh, the Super Falcons, they are champion of Africa. They will go into the tournament and ride over every other opponent. It doesn't make sense because other countries are also, they are looking at your success and they also want to emulate you. So they do their own thing by building gradually for them to actually attain that success. But for us, we love the fire brigade approach. The girls, for their know-how, for their ability, for their talent, they bring their A game to the table, and at the end of the day, they go all the way to win the title. But it doesn't work like that every day.
Right.
So you have to plan. Lay your bed really well before you sleep on it. But for me, I think the committee set by Gusso, those he brought to the table to actually, be in charge of this committee. Of course, these are technocrats. These are, guys who are well rooted in terms of Nigerian football. Yeah. But for me, it doesn't make sense to me. All of this should have been put in place even before the tournament. You look at what to be done. You look at the plans for the girls. You prepare for these girls, for them to have an enabling environment to go all the way and win the title again. But then you decided not to give them a proper friendly. And at the end of the day, they failed. So are you now coming out to say you are creating a committee, a fact-finding committee? I even found that laughable. Absolutely. Because it doesn't make sense to me. But at the end of the day, he's just using that as a saving grace. But Nigerians are really wise right now. You look at the rage. You fail to qualify for the World Cup, and now our girls also fail to qualify for the World Cup. It doesn't make sense. This is an institutional failure, and we so need to go.
Absolutely, it was set up for failure just before the tournament itself, and of course, it was a ticking time bomb because where was this committee, investigating the failed promise, to these ladies, by the government? I mean, $100,000 housing documents they did not get, and we didn't even hear that they got it even during the course of the tournament. The likes of Shehu Diko coming out to say, "Oh, it's in the works." We didn't even hear the end of it, and now there was no investigative committee for that one just because they failed something that was already smelling that like it was going to happen from your own end. Yes, it eventually happened, and now you're now setting up an investigative committee, firing Madugu and all of that. What does firing Madugu actually bring to the table? Who are we bringing in? Those are the questions that we should be asking, and we should save Nigerian football. Well, the NSC, they say that they are already making some steps, and let's see how the elections, if it's still going to hold in September, let's see how it's going to go about. And the failure of the Super Falcons also follows the Super Eagles' own absences from the 2022 and 2026 Men's World Cups. That's enough. Heads should be rolling in Nigerian football. We saw what happened with the stadiums, the Kebbi Stadium that was not finished. We did not hear the end of it. It just came and went. No investigative committee was set up. But just for this one, just to save face, because an election is coming up next month, you're already hiring and firing people. Well, let's see how all that is going to happen. And the shake-up also comes as the Federation deals with legal battles over the 2022 elections and growing stakeholder criticism of the Gusso-led board. And Madugu has been retained after Randy Waldrum's departure, but the latest results forced the NFFs, and Randy Waldrum himself also had a lot to say, saying he had to work 2 jobs just to be able to feed his family because he was owed by the NFF. I mean, how long is this going to continue to happen? Well, Abiodun, let's talk about a league that is going on with Nigerian football. Nigerian Top Flight League, the NPFL, is going to be happening, this weekend. Teams are getting ready, right? And Sporting Lagos, that were there in the 23-24 season, they are upbeat for this season. Sporting Lagos coach Jeffrey Butter is saying that the club is ready to compete in the NPFL after winning the Valuejet preseason title in Kenya on Sunday, and the Lagosians beat Remo Stars 2-1 in the final with the second half goals from Aliu Baba and Sadiq Ayoade after Taiwo Yetunde had put Remo ahead, and the Sporting were unbeaten throughout the tournament with 2 wins over Abia Warriors, victories against the Shooting Stars and Remo Stars, and a goalless draw with Rivers United. Do you think the coach Sebastian Botta is already like upbeat for the season? Do you think he's thinking too much or he's thinking too far? Should he take it one step after the other, Abiodun? Because Sporting Lagos, remember, they came in, spent 1 season, and they were back. But now they are back in the big time, back in the top flight, back in the NPFL, and they look like they are a very serious team to be considered because they won the preseason against big teams, the likes of Shooting Stars, who, by the way, with the sacking of Aguero, I don't know what they want to achieve this season. And they are also in the continent. Remo Stars, they are like kicking somebody that is already down. They are in the NNL, but Rivers United are in the NPFL. But Sporting Lagos did not lose to any of them. Do you think there should be a very, very serious side to be considered this season in the NPFL?
Well, I think I'll start by saying the NPFL is not anybody's mate. You have to be mentally ready, financially ready. You have to, recruit the right players. And for Sporting Lagos, they've been there before. They must have learned from their mistakes in the past. And, coming back to the league again, it shows that they are prepared for the journey ahead because the NPFL is crazy. You have to be prepared for the journey ahead. But with what we've seen during the preseason for Sporting Lagos, I think I'm going to be tipping them to actually, do well this season. And if you look at the way they play this time around, they are really ready to compete against the big boys. And if you are talking about the big boys, they're already competing against them in the preseason. So you might want to argue that it's just preseason, but then it's football. You have to play what is in front of you. And I want to believe Sporting Lagos are fully prepared for all of that. And I love the fact that they've got young players in their team, players who could express themselves, who could show the fans that we really want to fight for this badge. We want to fight for this club. So it's going to make a whole lot of sense when the season actually, commence proper. But for you to actually have that great run, you have to hit the ground running as early as possible. In your first game, you have to hit the ground running. So I'm expecting a whole lot from Sporting Lagos. I don't want to believe they are all just talking, but then we also need to see the working on the field of play.
Absolutely, but let me quickly take a minute and let me talk to you about Shooting Stars, right? Because they will be playing, their games, the continental games in the Kenne, and they also, fired coach Nuruddin Aweroro just before the season started. They gave him an ambition, try and finish, right, in continental places. He brought them back to the continent. I don't even think the main goal was to finish in the continental spot, but he went for that. He brought them back into the continent for the first time. After 27 years, they are back at the continental stage. And they let him go. What do you think is the plan for Shooting Stars this season in the NPFL? Are they bringing in someone better that will come and handle the job? That knows in Aweroro, he's going to get a post in the under 23 in the national team, which is very, very good for him. But why do you think the Shooting Stars made that decision? And what do you think they might be bringing in to replace Aweroro?
The fans are still asking questions, and the management are yet to actually come out to explain to the fans what led to that decision. But according to what the departed manager Nuruddin Aweroro actually said in one of the interviews he granted, he spoke about management of the club coming to him prior to when he actually joined Shooting Star, that they wanted continental tickets, and he was quite lucky. He was supported by the management of the club, and eventually he got that continental ticket for them for the first time in 27 years. So it's a huge achievement for Nuruddin Aweroro as a person, as a coach. That is more like a milestone in his professional career as a football manager. But then, we don't know what transpired between him and the management of Shooting Star. Then that is the reality of the job. If you are doing well, that doesn't mean the club cannot fire you. Eventually, he's been fired. And right now, Shooting Star, they've moved on. They've appointed a certain Salisu Yusuf, who's quite experienced. He knows Nigerian football in and out, African football in and out. So let's just see how it all pans out for Shooting Star. But the fans are really not happy about the decision of the management to sack Anuruddin Arero.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the fixtures that will be happening in the NPFL. It will be happening next weekend, and the Shooting Stars are in action, and they'll be playing Inter Lagos. We have Bedel Insurance up against the Warri Wolves. We have the likes of Abia Warriors against Kun Khalifat. Well, Kun Khalifat, they actually try to manage to stay up. Rangers against Katsina United. Doma United will also be playing as well. We have likes of Canopilas will also be in action. Barao SC against Nasarawa United. Eyimba, of course, will be in action. Ikorodu City will also be playing Rangers Bees. And of course, we have the likes of Rivers United, of course, also playing, in the NPFL. It promises to be an exciting NPFL season. And let's see how that will come out. Rivers United will be playing Plateau United. And will Rangers be able to hold on to their title? All right, time has been fast spent, and before we go on the show, let's look at players that will be lighting up the English Premier League this season. That will be starting on Friday. Arsenal up against the Coventry. We have youngsters that broke out last season, like of Eli Junior Krupi and Nico O'Reilly. They impressed last season, but this season we're already seeing some young, promising players coming in. Newcastle are signing likes of Bazumana Toure, likes of Sean Sturr from Ajax. We have Aston Villa signing Joan Manzambi, who impressed at the World Cup. Another player that impressed at the World Cup was Caleb Birenki, 20-year-old from Ghana, who was signed by Coventry from Northland and is also looking to take the Premier League by storm. Abiodun Akpino, thank you so much for coming on the show. But let me leave you with this one. Let me ask you this one: which player do you think has been signed so far? A young player that has been signed so far by the Premier League club. Which player do you think is going to take the Premier League by storm this season? In your opinion?
I think that is a tough call, but I will be going for Joan Manzambi, the man who joined Aston Villa. I'll be looking out for him once the Premier League kickstarts.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Abiodun, for joining on the show this morning.
So it's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much to the viewers out there for keeping it locked on this show, Sports Republic. And I also want to say thank you to the guys behind the scene for making the show a wonderful one. Up next is the midday news. It's been the Sports Republic. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters. First, the headlines. Federal government to evacuate 83 more Nigerians from South Africa. Labour celebrates Adeleke's victory. APC campaign team says no congratulations to Adeleke yet. Senate leader urges Osun APC candidates to congratulate Adeleke. NASIEC Commissioner Sebe resigns from APC, defects to SDP. Abia government says tax reforms aimed at transparency, not higher taxes. In business, Naira holds gains against US dollar as official rate strengthens. In sports, Trabzonspor demand 30 million for Onuachu as Al Ali. And in the world of entertainment, Nollywood stars rally support for veteran actor Ogogo over cancer battle. Now the news in detail. The federal government has announced the evacuation of another 83 Nigerians from South Africa, with the returnees expected to arrive at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, tomorrow, August 19. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the evacuees will depart Oliver Tambo Airport in Johannesburg at 3:35 p.m. local time aboard South African Airways and arrive in Lagos at about 8:45 p.m. The ministry said the flight was facilitated by public-spirited private individuals who sponsored the tickets. The latest evacuation comes after the conclusion of a voluntary repatriation program that saw nearly 1,490 Nigerians return home amid rising Afrobic attacks and anti-foreigner sentiments in South Africa. The federal government says it remains committed to safeguarding the welfare and dignity of Nigerians at home and abroad due to under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Moving on, the Osun State chapter of Organized Labor staged a victory rally to celebrate the re-election of Governor Ademola Adeleke. The rally was held as the entrance of the government secretariat where hundreds of workers gathered in jubilation. Leaders of various union bodies attributed the victory to divine intervention, and they used the occasion to present their demands to the government. In the meantime, the All Progressives Congress APC governorship campaign in Osun State says it will not be pressured into congratulating Governor Ademola Adeleke on his victory in the August 15th election. Director General of the campaign, Oluwole Oke, stated this on Monday. He said the party is still reviewing the election results and will decide its next step after examining the records. Oke added that the position of President Bola Tinubu, who had congratulated Adeleke following the declaration by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is different from that of the campaign team, which was on the ground accessing the process. Meanwhile, the leader of the Senate and chairman of the National Assembly Southwest Caucus, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, has urged the All Progressives Congress APC governorship candidate in Osun State, Bola Oyebamiji, to congratulate Governor Ademola Adeleke on his re-election. Bamidele made the call in a statement in Abuja on Monday while reacting to Saturday's governorship election. According to results, Adeleke won with 511,067 votes. Oyebamiji polled 444,815 votes, while the African Democratic Congress ADC candidate Najim Salam got 17,180 votes. The Senate leader said the outcome shows the supremacy of the electorate and called on all candidates to accept the decision of the people. Meanwhile, the All Progressives Congress APC has admitted that internal wrangling, disagreement over its candidate and complacency led to its defeat in the 2026 Osun State governorship election. APC chieftain Farouk Aliyu said the party defeated itself in Osun, with some members refusing to work for the party because they were unhappy with the candidate. Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party won the election with 511,677 votes to secure a second term. Aliyu also described the outcome as a wake-up call ahead of the 2027 general election and faulted the APC for taking Osun voters for granted, saying some assumed federal influence would guarantee victory. He said the party must continue and ensure future candidates command broad support from members. Elsewhere, the National Youth Council of Nigeria, or NYCN Southeast Zone, has warned politicians against electoral manipulation ahead of the 2027 general elections. Speaking in Enugu on Monday, NYCN Southeast Vice President Dr. Atigwe Ifeanyi judged and urged young Nigerians in the 5 southeast states to use their permanent voter cards or PVCs to vote out incompetent leaders. He cited lessons from the recent Osun governorship election, saying it showed the importance of credible polls where voters freely chose their leaders. Ifeanyi also commended the Independent National Electoral Commission, or INEC, and praised President Bola Tinubu for allowing democratic institutions to function without interference. Well, this report says some Edo residents have described the just concluded Osun State governorship election as free, fair, and credible. Speaking to Voptv, the residents said they were satisfied with the electoral process, noting that voters cast their ballots without intimidation or interference. They also commended electoral officials and security personnel for maintaining order throughout the exercise.
We are here today to thank God, to appreciate God for the victory. And permit me to use this opportunity to appreciate all workers, all categories of workers in Osun State, both states and local governments. And also the pensioners, I call them my fathers and mothers. And by extension, there's it for us to appreciate all citizens of Osun State. Stand with Ademola and Eleke. Before I go this morning, I want to appreciate the father of the country, the father of Nigeria, the father of Osun, our own Asiwaju, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Today, I want to tell you that the president, we are proud of him because he has demonstrated that yes, he is the father of the nation. And don't be surprised we are saying this loud and clear. Asiwaju, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, entire labor in Osun State, workers and pensioners, we are supporting you for your second time.
Giving us priority. I want it to continue giving us priority. I'm looking forward to housing scheme in Osun State where workers will be able to have something to live as a place of abode even after retirement. I will expect the issue of the outstanding bonds for the minimum wage for pensioners to be settled once and for all. I will expect the promotion, and as soon as the new minimum wage come into being by next year, I will expect him, even as he did during the first minimum wage, which we did in 2024, to be among the first again that we adopt and implement the minimum wage for workers. Because you agree with me that the current minimum wage has been eroded by the trend of inflation in Nigeria, in the country, and the world over.
He's taking good care of the workers, taking good care of the pensioners, and the city. The people living in Osun, we all accommodate Governor Adeleke to continue the second term.
Well, in another development, Samuel Sebe, the member of Nasarawa State Independent Electoral Commission, NASEC, has resigned from the All Progressives Congress APC with immediate effect. Sebe, a former member of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly representing Akwanga South constituency, disclosed this to newsmen in Akwanga. He said he resigned on personal grounds to pursue his political ambitions and serve the nation. The NASEC commissioner said he has also defected to the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and submitted his resignation letter to the APC chairman of Akwanga West Electoral Ward. In another development, the Edo State House of Assembly has witnessed a major leadership shakeup with Speaker Blessing Abebako resigning and Yekini Idiaye emerging as his successor. The development followed mounting pressure within the assembly, with the majority leader also resigning as new principal officers were elected during a brief plenary session. Voptv's Rhoda Johnny reports.
The Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Blessing Abebako,
has resigned from office amid pressure and a pending impeachment proceedings, with Yekini Igayi emerging as the new speaker. The House also witnessed a major leadership reshuffle, with the majority leader resigning and new principal officers emerging. The former speaker and legislative leader were subsequently suspended indefinitely a brief plenary session.
Today, I've been asked to resign. Because of that, I was supposed to lead the session here to resign on the red chair.
We shall not allow the House to be riddled with misdirection and corruption due to the error and greed of few men. Never again shall the light that the man be allowed to lead this robust assembly.
Meanwhile, Governor Monday Okpebholo, who received the new assembly leadership, charged lawmakers to embrace unity, transparency, immunity, and teamwork, urging them to resolve disagreements through dialogue and carry all members at one.
It's a new leadership. You are not just assuming office to be just an ordinary speaker. You should know that you are now carrying shoulders of many people. And you have to be transparent with your colleagues. You have to carry everybody along. The only way you can have an effective leadership is for you to carry everybody along.
Brother Johnny, Voptv News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Moving on, the Abia State government says its ongoing tax administration reforms are not to increase taxes for residents, but to improve transparency, accountability, and ease of doing business. State Commissioner for Information, OK Kano, made this known on Monday in Umuahia after the State Executive Council meeting proceeded over by Governor Alex Oti. Kano said the reforms are designed to make tax collection more transparent, traceable, auditable, automated, and taxpayer-friendly. He added that the goal is also to eliminate revenue leakages, multiple collections, and arbitrary practices. Well, with that story, we move over to the analysis segment of the Midday News. Joining us in the studio to analyze the Midday News is Darlington Agomo. He is a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Praise. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Now, that's not all. We are joined virtually by Ihinose Omwaka. He is also a public affairs analyst and development communication expert. You are welcome, Ihinose. Good afternoon.
Praise, good afternoon. And good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining the show. Now, we're going to be starting the analysis segment with the studio. We're talking about the xenophobic attack and how that federal government has set to evacuate 83 more Nigerians from South Africa. Now, the federal government has said that this last evacuation will bring the number of Nigerians who have voluntarily come back from South Africa to about 1,490 people. And what does this tell you? Does it mean that this is solving the security problem, or is this just an assistance, a consular assistance development on the part of the Nigerian government?
It is a shame that Nigeria is about the last country to leave South Africa after the xenophobic attack. Other countries, I believe, have taken away their citizens. It is Nigeria. What is the delay all about? What is the obstacle? Have anybody explained anything to you? The answer is no. Those 83 cannot be the last, because as at the last time when we interviewed our persons over there in this studio, there are things they told us. And so those things cannot be just 83 people. It's just that the federal government is doing this thing with reluctancy. You know, they are doing it with reluctancy for reasons best known to them. And we don't want to go there because I personally know why. That is just the truth. So I am not supposed to clap for them or celebrate them because they have over-delayed on this matter. I mean, over-delayed. There is no reason for this delay apart from one thing. But let's leave that for God.
Now, do you think that the Nigerian and South African government would ever come to an agreement in the terms of these people that they have done these ill-mannered things to? Do you think that they'll ever come to an agreement, or this is literally a drift or a war in the aspect of the both governments?
At the end of the day, they may trade off because of the people involved. Yes, the federal government of Nigeria may not be too harsh on South Africa when they consider the people involved. And so they may wave it aside and continue business with South Africa. That is the way I look at it. And that's what is going to happen. Because up till now, no serious sanctions have been placed on South Africa. Up till now. Up till now, no serious sanctions.
And for that reason, do you think that it's because the government wants to try to keep a peaceful resolution regardless of all of the inhuman things that they've done to Nigerians?
It's not a peaceful approach. It's an insult on the federal government. That's the truth. When you think that you are embarrassing a tribe or a people, you are invariably insulting yourself, because on what ground will South Africa do what they did and you leave them alone? On what ground? If you're a government that have respect for yourself, in fact, the mere fact that Nigerians are involved is enough for you to take immediate action, immediate reaction. But up to today, nothing concrete has been done, except pulling punches, except talking, nothing. And so, the federal government of Nigeria, like every other thing they do, they are bringing insult upon themselves. Unwittingly, because I don't see where South Africa will stand to insult Nigeria, because we liberated them from apartheid. We liberated them. If they have respect for us, they don't even need to talk about anything in Nigeria in a negative form. South Africa should be afraid of Nigeria. Even though their economy is #1 today, that should not be enough for them to insult Nigeria, because this is an insult. Can they do this to any Americans? I mean, they dare not. I said they dare not. So why would they not do it to Nigerians? Why? The last time that there was a report about South African blacks maltreating the whites, South African whites, Donald Trump had to summon the president of South Africa to America. Is that not true?
Yeah.
And the man ran like a schoolboy that the headmaster called. He ran there and he was reprimanded. But here, Africa, where you claim to be the giant of Africa, look at how they are insulting you and your citizens. And you didn't see that as a serious issue. It's a very big shame. They are not insulting the citizens, they are insulting themselves.
All right, let's take this conversation to our virtual guest, Ihinose Omwaka. Now, these people coming back from South Africa over to Nigeria are people that are coming back and they are not so sure of the employment rates. They are not so sure if they are going to get back their source of income, source of living, and all of that. Now, what support? Because you would agree with me that there's some level of economic hardship going on in the government right now, or in the country right now. So what support should the government provide after the repatriation of these returnees, so that they do not just come back and become stagnant or become clueless on what to do next?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the viewers. It's actually the general failure of governance that is making us to still be talking about these South African matters. You understand? So you see that in some of the states, in Edo, Imo, Abia, saying that they are resettling those people, the returnees from South Africa, with 1 million naira. But in today Nigeria, is 1 million naira even enough for somebody who has never traveled out of Nigeria? Talk more of someone who is coming back from South Africa. Maybe there's no place to stay. You understand me? Because he has stayed in South Africa for a very long time. So coming here, he will not need to get accommodation, even before even thinking about getting a job. or getting something, a business to operate. Let's even talk about the basic accommodation, food. You understand? That is shelter. It's there's no way that 1 million naira can even provide for them. So the logical thing for government to do in supporting these people is to continue that diplomacy, or to initiate the diplomacy with South African government to ensure that people with legitimate, because most of these persons who are coming back are people with legitimate businesses in South Africa, who left their businesses, left their wealth, almost everything that they worked for in their life, they left it in South Africa. So if the Nigerian government is anyway serious, there should be a sort of diplomacy in the South African government to ensure that people who have left their wealth over there in South Africa get adequate compensation for it from the South African government. None of that is being discussed because just like they get in the studio, there are still some places in South Africa who the government is still struggling to even repatriate. These particular steps that are coming, we also hear that the F that is ticket that they're coming back is not even procured by the Nigerian government. It is donors. It's an embarrassment. So if government have not been able to get this person back on their own, they are waiting for donors to public spiritual individuals to carry out this function. That means what kind of support would the government think about? So I think the government is not making it a priority because of the set of people that many persons in government perceive in South Africa, from a particular region. You understand? That's why they are feeling less concerned. It's really a shame. As all of this thing is happening, other countries are also watching. The Nigerian government does not care about its citizens. So tomorrow there is a small issue somewhere else, maybe in Malawi or in one of these obscure African countries. They will just say, okay, let's handle these Nigerians. Their government does not care for them. Its own government does not care for them. So let's just do with them the way we want. So it's really sad, but the only thing that government can do for this person, especially those who live their South Africa, living behind all what they worked for in their life. You understand? They should be able to get the South African government. Nigerian government should engage South African government to ensure that this person gets adequate for what they left behind. Because as they are living, who takes over those properties? Who take over all those businesses and everything that they left behind there? So it's still boils down to the general feeling of governance in Nigeria, and it's a sad reality.
All right, thank you very much. Now, we've seen xenophobic violence against Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa. What do you think is the right thing for the government to do? Is evacuation really solving the problem, or should Nigeria demand stronger accountability system from the South African government?
If the South African government, just like what they are doing now, say they don't want immigrants in their country, there is nothing really the government to do. The most adequate thing the Nigerian government can do is, by now, I'm even supposed to be seeing that Nigerian government should be initiating certain reciprocal diplomacy that will ensure that South Africa know that this thing that they are doing is really a serious thing. But just like you see, government just move on as if nothing is happening. Because in Nigeria, Nigerian government does not value lives of its citizens. You understand? So it is sad to say, but the only thing that I've said earlier that the Nigerian government can do is to ensure that people who, if they say they don't want Nigerians there again, fine, compensate them for what they are leaving behind. You understand? Compensate them for it.
All right.
So if that's the only thing that anybody that lives in South Africa left any tangible thing over there, if you engage them in conversation, that is what they'll be saying. How do they get their life back? You understand? The only way one of the easiest way to get their life back is to ensure that those things that they've left, what they've worked for all their life over there in South Africa, they get at least a compensation for it. Even not even equal, at least they get a part of it, so that they can begin to build their life. Because over here, there's nothing much I think the Nigerian government will do for them. If the Nigerian government has not been able to cater for their return and tickets back from South Africa, what's really reasonable thing that you think they can do for them? The $1 million state government is to the returnees from their state of origin. How much can it take them? How long can it take them? So what can it get for them? Can $1 million get accommodation for somebody who's returning with the family of, let's say, 5 children? You get accommodation, you try to resettle to new schools, you understand? Get feeding, then go about your normal day-to-day living. So the most adequate thing that the Nigerian government can continue to engage at that level of diplomacy is to ensure that South Africa, if South African government sees that they are paying more for this, you understand, then they should be able to, they will be able to know the implication of what we have done. You understand? Can we afford this thing? If we cannot afford it, then we'll find another means. But if we just do this and get away with it, tomorrow in the future, they will do the same thing again. Then maybe later you not see Nigeria returning back there and resettling, getting their lives back. Then they will allow Nigerians to do their ways again. They will not ask them to leave again because they feel that Nigerian government will not do anything. So, but if the Nigerian government engage them at that diplomacy level and ensure that they get South Africa pay for some of these things, then South Africa will have a rethink. If they are, even though they fail, the diplomacy should be in such a way that even though when the South African government fail to pay or to give this compensation to this person, the Nigerian government should be able to carry out certain sanctions. There are South African business in Nigeria. There are South African interests in Nigeria. There are certain things the Nigerian government still deal with South Africa on. But just like what others have said, it is just life goes on for the Nigerian government. But how long can we continue to be seen as a sleeping giant in Africa?
Sleeping giant in Africa. All right. Well, we do hope that the government is going to do something according to what you have proposed, in your opinion. Now, let's move this conversation to the studio, Mr. Darlington. Let's look at Osun State election, how that the APC has refused to congratulate Governor Ademola Adeleke, saying that they still want to review the process, the electoral process, and rectify their parts. Now, is refusing to immediately concede to the legitimate part of the electoral process, is it part of the electoral process to immediately refuse to concede to the obvious results, or is this not risking undermining the public confidence in the part of the people?
No, it is not. It's not a law that you must congratulate your winner or the person that defeated you. It's just a gentleman convention to show that the spirit of sportsmanship. But in that of APC, the only thing that is annoying them is that with all they did, they were defeated. If you were in their shoes, apparently you feel somehow that with all the federal might, with all the things they did, imagine the level of intimidation, the level of harassment. Yet, Osun people stood against them. So that is what is annoying them. It's not as if they don't know that they have been defeated. But I will advise them, so that they don't add to more of their woes. Osun people will not allow anything that will take away their victory. They will not. They should not think that Osun can be Imo State, my state, where number 4 later became number 1. They will not allow it in Osun. Whatever they are cooking, they better cook it and eat it. They should not bring it to the public in Osun State. The people there, they will not agree because Ojunwo Tila, their eye don't open.
Are you insinuating that the APC are up to something?
Is it not obvious? When you see a clear and cut victory and you are saying you are reviewing it, You will not congratulate here. Their lawyers are looking at it. And who told you that lawyer will not find something to eat? If a lawyer tell them now, no, there is something here, let's go to court. Will you not pay him? And so they have to be very careful. After that, they start blaming lawyer that are you not the one that induced him to go to court? You see a victory that is very, very, very open, very clear, very obvious, and you are saying you are reviewing it. You are thinking of this, you are thinking of that. All the votes were counted from the polling units. So if there is anything that is untoward, it would have started from the polling units. Is that not true? Your agents were there. That of Accord Party were there. Other political parties, they were there at the polling unit before the votes were taken to the ward, to the local government, to states. So what are you saying now? Even you APC that wanted to rig, because Osun people rejected it. Because at a point, they stopped uploading the results until Davido and other people raised alarm and then surged to that announcement center. But when they saw the crowd, they started behaving themselves and started uploading. So it is APC that did all they wanted to do. But because Osun people were very resilient, they were so sure of victory because of the amount of money and intimidation they brought into Osun State.
So you are very, very sure that the APC was up to rigging the election, but they did not succeed?
Of course. Is it not obvious from what we are hearing now and from what they did? I mean, how do you visit a state with 30 commissioner of police for each commissioner of police for each local government? 3 AIGs, each of them for each of the senatorial districts in Osun. Then 1 DIG. Look at police, look at army. I mean, 12,000 civil defense. It was heavily militarized. So what was all that for, if not intimidation? Tell me, what was all that for? And so the people of Osun State say, no, you cannot come and steal our life and our votes. That is just the truth. But he says Adeleke performed in Osun State, and the people are comfortable with him. So why do you want to change it and put somebody you are going to manipulate? Somebody like Fubara in Rivers State that you can tell what to do and what not to do. Is that not what got our Osun people angry? The other 2 governors, Aregbesola and Oyetola, didn't you see what they did in Osun? Were they governor of their own? Were they not manipulated? That's why they couldn't pay salary, they couldn't pay pension. Because the money is going somewhere. The money is going to somewhere.
So you are saying that the aim of the APC is to put someone who is like a puppet to them that they can control?
Of course. That's what they know. Go and check. Look around you. From Lagos State to Rivers to every other place. Go and check. Are they not being manipulated? So I don't know what else.
All right. Let's move this conversation to Ihinose Omwaka now. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Ademola Adeleke, Governor Ademola Adeleke, and he has also, publicly done this, which also shows that he's definitely very much on Ademola Adeleke's side. Now, the APC, on the other hand, which happens to still be the ruling party of the president that congratulated Ademola Adeleke, has also said that they refuse the electoral results. They still want to review it. Now, is this some kind of political play, or is this not going to cause some kind of confusion in the parts of the political party APC?
First and foremost, it's supposed to establish the fact that I don't think it would be correct to say the president is on the side of Adeleke, Governor Adeleke. So all of this is just a mind game. You understand? So the APC has seen that they have been defeated at the polls. You understand? Clearly that they've been defeated. So the only way to now achieve their Democrats against all what has been happening even before the election, when the president came out to say all is fair in politics, it's like for me, I would consider that it's a PR. let's congratulate Adeleke, so that people will not see as if yes, I'm a Democrat. You understand? But all of that, I can tell you, is just, for the sake of trying to look good or pretend to be a good person. You understand? But the Nigerians knew that APC wanted and attempted to collect uh, how in their words, grab and run away with Osun State. But because the Osun people stood firmly and said that will not happen in their state, they now turn around, even before INEC announced the winner, now make the call in a contest where he himself is not contending. Before the APC candidate in the Osun State knew, the president has already called Adeleke, just because the president wants people to see that at least he's still a Democrat. But we all know, you understand?
So you are insinuating that President Bola Tinubu congratulating Governor Ademola Adeleke is all mind games. He's just trying to pretend. Is that what you're saying?
Just mind game, you understand? Before the election, before that August 15, we don't know what was happening. There was a lot of backlash with some of his statements. We were saying that all is fair in politics. Understand? So, and before now, there's a lot of accusation that under him, you understand, there's no concrete effort to allow the Independent Electoral Commission to carry out its responsibility, especially with all the unfair elections that have been held in other states. So now that they've been defeated clearly, you understand, instead of waiting or finding another way to get this thing for themselves, okay, let's use this as an opportunity to present ourselves as Nigerians and not make the understand. But we all knew that was not the plan initially. Understand? If they had their way, if the two people had stood their ground, the story would have been different. But because the people stood their ground and said what has happened in other states will not happen in the states, they now saw that they didn't have a way around it. Then let's take an opportunity and pick our image and let our image before public. That was what I feel happened with the president. So as the president, is the president a true Democrat in his sense? You know, from all what has been happening, even just within this year alone, when they've been trying to kill the opposition in Nigeria, you know that the president, we all know that the president is not a Democrat. But because the Osun people have stood, which is the general message we have been saying, that Nigerians should own this process. Don't just vote and go. Don't just collect money during the election and vote for the person that gives you money. No, collect the money. Because Felasi, you can't, in one of your songs, you can't, if it that's me my property. The money is our own. Collect it. Vote for the candidate of your choice. Don't just vote. Protect your votes. We saw videos of residents in Osun State on bikes following records of the election results in taking information centers. We saw them in information centers standing their ground for the result to be calculated and counted. Then again, when the final information center in the state capital, how residents trooped out en masse in the middle of the night. They went to office. It was when they now saw that we can't take this state like who voted are already outside waiting. They have no way to. They have no any option.
All right.
Sunday morning.
Thank you.
They have announced the result.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. Now, we have been speaking with Ihinose Omwakai. He is a public affairs analyst and development communication expert. We've also been speaking with Mr. Darlington Agomore, a political and public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being a part of the Midday News analysis.
My pleasure.
We are still watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, 5 Air Peace vehicles impounded over Lagos Airport's runway blockade. These and more stories will be with you shortly after this break. Please do stay with us. Welcome back. The number of Air Peace vehicles impounded by the police over the recent runway blockade at the Lagos airport has increased from 3 to 5. The vehicles currently in police custody have registration numbers AJJ 589EX, KTU 440EZ, AAA 831F, KTU 85FH, and EPE 656H. The incident occurred after some persons suspected to be Air Peace staff allegedly parked the vehicles on the airside of the airport, disrupting aircraft movement. Earlier reports said 3 Air Peace buses were towed into custody by the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN) for allegedly obstructing airport operations. Investigations are ongoing. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, has called for stronger collaboration with the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps mining marshals. The call comes amid growing concerns over links between illegal mining, organized crime, and terrorism across Nigeria, West Africa, and the Sahel. During a strategic visit to the mining marshals in Abuja on Monday, UNODC commended the specialized unit for its role in tackling illegal mining. The commander of the mining marshals, Assistant Commandant of Corps, John Atta, disclosed this in a statement. The UNODC delegation was led by the chief of the Africa section of the Terrorism Prevention Branch, Sulio Santini. Elsewhere, the Mutual Union of Voptv in America, MUTA, has rejected the federal government's national ranching policy and is demanding Benue State be suspended from the pilot program. In a statement, MUTA President Professor Ayange Aka and Secretary Professor Joseph Zume said the plan is troubling while thousands in Benue remain displaced by herdsmen attacks. The federal government, through the Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Maiha, had announced plans to establish modern ranching settlements in 5 states, including Benue, to end farmer herders clashes. Muta says government should prioritize the return and security of displaced communities before designating land for ranching. The People's Democratic Party, or PDP, and Catholic priests in Makurdi have also rejected the proposal. Coming up next, business and sports stories after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying tuned. Now in business, the Naira continued to trade firmly against the United States dollar on Tuesday, August 18, 2026. Official data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, showed the Naira closing at about 1,350 to the dollar as the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Market, NFEM, on Monday. That's an appreciation of 8 Naira 25 kobo or 0.6% from 1,358 Naira 25 kobo on Friday, and the Naira's strongest close since April 2022. 22 rather. Early Tuesday trading puts the dollar at approximately 1,352 Naira 22 kobo. In the parallel markets, the Bureau de Change BDC rate was quoted at about 1,407 Naira to buy and 1,420 Naira to sell. That leaves a gap of roughly 5.2% between the official and parallel markets. Analysts link the Naira's recent improvements to better foreign exchange liquidity liquidity and stronger dollar supply. Now in business, Turkish club Trabzonspor have told Saudi Pro League side AI Ali they must pay 30 million surges and euros to sign Nigerian striker Paul Onaduachu. The 32-year-old who only rejoined Trabzonspor permanently last season after a loan spell from South on pawn. This opening is up to leaving. Well, Trabzonspor had previously rejected 2 offers and insisted on keeping their Golden Boot winner, but their stance has softened. The Turkish club are reportedly closing in on a move for former Liverpool striker Darwin Núñez from AI Hilal. If that deal goes through, it could clear the way for Onuachu's exit. Turkish rivals Fenerbahce were also linked from about now to turn to Romelu Lukaku instead. Meanwhile, Nigeria striker Taiwo Awoniyi has joined the newly promoted Premier League side Coventry City on a permanent transfer from Nottingham Forest in a deal worth about €9 million. The 29-year-old completed the move on Monday after spending 4 seasons with Forest, where he scored 21 Premier League goals in 90 appearances. Awoniyi netted 11 goals in his first season to help Forest avoid relegation and was also part of the squad that finished 7th and qualified for European football last season. He says he is happy to begin a new challenge with Coventry City. And in the world of entertainment, prominent Nollywood personalities have rallied support for veteran Yoruba actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, as he battles stage 4 cancer. The move follows an emotional appeal by the actor's daughters for medical assistance. In a post on his X, formerly Twitter, page on Monday, actor and filmmaker Femi Adebayo urged the public to help the family find medical professionals and facilities to review Hassan's medical records. Adebayo said the family is not seeking financial assistance but urgently needs medical attention and recommendations for standard hospitals and specialists anywhere in the world. He asked the public to share the appeal until it reaches those who can assist the actor. And with that story, we've come to the end of the midday news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Just send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 08146064057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on Voptv, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another beautiful, beautiful time here on the Spotlight Show. And I'm your host and special baby girl, Precious Akimanu, aka call me Pressy. So because today is another special time here, and we're going to talk about a lot of gist, beautiful stories that are happening, lovely ones, and also some little sad ones, but life happens. And yes, you can actually join this conversation through this number 0813-8714-129. I'll call it again, 0813-8714-129. And yes, we are going to discuss about a lot of things that has been happening around you, and that's why I'm here. And first on our list today, we're talking about Will Smith and LeBron James Lagos visit. Guess what? Yes, so Hollywood star Will Smith and basketball legend LeBron James have reportedly expressed interest in visiting Lagos as the E1 Electric Power Boat Championship continues to expand across Africa. So Nigerians' growing involvement in in the Racing League has placed Lagos on the radar of major international personalities. So both stars are celebrity team owners in the E1 Championship, with Will Smith own Angola Westbrook Racing and LeBron James backing team Alula. And their reported interest in visiting Lagos has generated excitement, especially as Nigeria continues to attract global attention through sport, entertainment, and culture. So a lot of people will be asking what this E1 Lagos GP is all about. So E1 is the world's first all-electric race boat championship instead of traditional 12-part speedboat. So the teams race futuristic electric racebird boats, which use hydrofoil technology to lift above the water while traveling at high speed. So Lagos becomes the first African city to host an E1 race in 2025, and the event is returning to Lagos on October 3rd to 4th, 2026. So the program includes qualifying races on October 3rd and the main race and podium ceremony on October 4th. So E1 has teams owned on backed by major celebrities including Will Smith, LeBron James, Tom Brady, Rafael Nadal, Didier Drogba, and Steve Aoki. And yes, Will Smith, Angola Westbrook Racing, LeBron James teams Alula, and Didier Drogba teams Drogba Global Africa, and Rafael Nadal teams Rafa, and Tom Brady teams Brandy. So Will Smith is eyeing Lagos. So I'm excited. I don't know, man, but I am. A lot of people are actually. And we'll talk about Will Smith, and him being an actor has been in the scenes for the longest of times you could actually think about. And I've always loved I've always loved watching Will Smith in his movies that are quite interesting. So him, in Lagos and trying to visit is something I am excited about. And a lot of people are also excited. And a lot of people, talk about the Will Smith family. And it's, it varies from his son who has a fashion brand, and his fashion sense is so different. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's going to be exciting. I feel excited already about this whole whole thing going on. And yes, we'll go over to the comment section to see what our fans have for us. A lot of people are excited, and they can't actually wait to have Will Smith and LeBron James Lagos visit. So let's see some comments and see what they have for us. And yes, E1 Lagos Gossip said E1 Lagos GP 2026 is coming third. Okay, that's it for that. And yes, somebody said Team Hogs. Oh, okay. And Amen Itadwam said ready with the fire emoji. And Meto said one of the most underrated venues of the calendar. This year will Nigeria will have another great race. And Matthew and some E1 Lagos said we sure will. So this is something that a lot of people are excited about. I love the fact that when we have things like this, a lot of brands try to bring in celebrities, bring in a lot of people that we've been looking up to, come join in the particular race. I mean, race when it comes to water race is something that is really exciting. I always see people that do the normal race of the road and the rest of them, but do they have issues with those things? I don't know, but it's a thought, but it's gonna be fun actually, and for that it's a beautiful one to see, and we can't wait, because I am excited about this already. All right, that's it for that. We'll go on to the next story. We've been talking, we just talked about Will Smith eyeing Lagos and LeBron James eyeing Lagos. So next on our list, we're talking about Afrobeat superstar Davido is leading the nominations for the 2026 African Music Magazine Awards AFRIMA. With 5 nominations, the singer is recognized in several major categories, including Artist of the Year and Best Male West Africa. So the 2026 AFRIMA Awards mark the return of the ceremony after a 2-year break. Other major African stars, including Burna Boy, Thames, Black Sherif, and Tyler, are also among the nominees as African music continues to make a strong impact globally. I love this. This is actually something I've always said, that Davido came back with so much energy. would I say came back, Davido has been dropping so much hit songs, and like hit songs on hit songs. And when I say somebody is big, he's big. It's not, we're not just saying it just for word's sake, but trust me, Davido is someone that has so much energy to push in through something, and he just tries to get it done. And the fact that his uncle actually now is the governor of Osun State, and it's a beautiful thing to see that really what's going on with this whole family, the Adeleke family. It's a lot of beautiful things happening around them, and I can't say less that this one, I don't know, but trust me, I think I have a positive vibe concerning this. And let's look at the fact that Tyler, a lot of people talked about Tyler and also, you know, having a nomination, being nominated, and it's something a lot of people are excited about. You know, Tyler has actually said, that she wants, that she can't wait to see a united Africa all in one. I understand the fact that a lot of people didn't like the idea that she actually wanted to come to Nigeria to perform, and because of the xenophobic attack, a lot of people, we are saying a lot of things, and trust me, it's what it is. Life happens, but the truth is, I just pray one day that Africa would one day become a peaceful place for people to actually visit other countries and, you know, have this love that surrounds everyone. So for Tyler, it's well, let's hope. And yeah, we're still talking about Davido, you know, leads AFRIMA 2026 nominations. I'm still talking about Davido, and trust me, his songs has just been the thing. Davido drops hit songs up all over and over again, and it's not how people view Davido as, you know, someone that doesn't want to just come sing. And that's why I always say I give them their flowers. They deserve it. All the work they've been putting is not easy. Yes, it's not easy to put all the work. You think that it's just right. You feel like you just stand up one day, you know, put songs down, and you just have to go and sing. If it is easy, go try them. A lot of people that well, like call them artists, but they are not they're not even meeting up to the standards. So the truth is that these people deserve all the flowers they could get. I mean, like the likes of Wizkid, let's call the likes of Davido, let's call the likes of Burna Boy, all of them, they are doing absolutely and amazingly well. I mean, when we talk about music in Nigeria, is something I've always loved. The fact that Nigeria is one of those countries that a lot of people, much more of us music celebrities or music stars, have been giving us. They have been making us proud. I'm happy, like listening to a lot of our songs. And it can't be said this year they drop hits. Like sometimes I will just sit down and think, I say, how do you all sit down and write these kind of songs with lovely lyrics, beautiful lines? It's something so good to listen to. I mean, that's a good one for Davido. I actually love that. All right, we'll go back to the comment section, because trust me, we have a lot of people that are really excited about Davido and, you know, him leading AFRIMA 2026 nominations. Let's take some comments from the comment section. We have a lot of people so excited, and we can't forget our Jimmy Jukes with Diamond Plantains, and we have a lot of people, you know, supporting Diamond, a lot of people supporting, somebody said Remy D Swags said Ikweji, my friend. And that's for Jimmy Jukes. Remember his song where a lot of people were so excited and said, oh, I mean, people can be so funny. I mean, it's how people really looked at, they overlooked the videos of the song and was looking at his fashion sense. Come on, let's tell ourselves the truth. Priscilla married Jimmy Jokes, and it's their thing. If the wife now be the person where they bring passion for the husband, why not go they kill on herself? They drag this young man. All right, and somebody said Diamond Platinum, and yes, somebody Nidoli said Simba. Okay, and Bint Ateze said Diamond Plantains. I don't know, like, are you people saying that? I'm not even seeing anyone, like, you know, saying Davido. I mean, what is going on? Are we not talking about Davido's real hit songs that has been dropping in these days? Like, you have not listened to the songs. Okay, well, it's your choice. I mean, it's your choice, and it's actually good. What I always say is that I love the fact that African our African brothers are doing amazingly well. It doesn't matter if it's Davido, it doesn't matter if it's Burna Boy, it doesn't matter if it's Wizkid, it doesn't matter if it's Diamond, it doesn't still matter if it's Jukes. So what I feel is that, and I love, is that music is still going global, is something that has keeps evolving and evolving with good sounds, lovely sounds that a lot of people love to see and love to listen to. I mean, I've seen a lot of people that have put so much. And my question basically should be that a lot of people that put, a lot of our stars that put so much energy into their work and still don't really affect their personal life. And let's talk about the fact of Diamond, him splitting with his wife, and recently his baby mama, or will I call it, just put to bed. And it's a lot of, well, how will I put it? Sad, good moments. Well, it's a choice. But the truth is, we put in so much work. Like these people put in so much work that they don't feel like, because this is happening, it has to affect my life. No, they still put in so much work and make sure they deliver. That is one thing. So to all those ones trying to, do music and is thinking about, being a music star, see, now like this, they don't set the example for you. So it's the energy, it's the consistency. Not be say you go just sing one, maybe something don't happen now. You don't say, oh, I give up, I know if you do again, I lie you. If you want to be there, you have to put in so much work, put in the energy, be consistent, because consistency is the key. Yes. Is the commitment. You have to be committed to that thing that you feel that you want to do. It is very important. And when these people, talk to you about their journey through music, it's a lot. You don't feel that it's one day. So they are reaping the fruits of their labor. Actually, when we look at the life of Wizkid, it has been a beautiful scene. Let's talk about the fact that he even started music at a young age, and at that same time, he wasn't even born with a silver spoon or a gold. Even the spoon self, they don't even see. But the fact that he rose from that particular point where he was to being famous is something a lot of people see as being successful. So to all those people where they prepare themselves, even the ones who sabi sing and the ones who don't sabi sing, consistency is key, like I said before. And not be saying maybe your producer are going to tell you, say, oh, you go do am this way, oh, you go do am that way, you go say, oh, you're not supposed to tell you anything. See, sometimes I see, okay, I've overheard a lot of people say, oh, most of the music stars or people that are actually, I don't even know how to put it, but music person say most of them, they saucy, they can't speak to people. So tell me how you want to relate with a lot of people when you get bad character. No, it's the truth. Sometimes you have to mellow down, be humble. You want to get something, you have to be humble. Learn, stay consistent, be there. That is the truth. That is just the key. And for you to put so much hard work, because you can't just stop and say you're tired. Now person will give up, now you fail. Yes, because if you give up, now you fail. So for you to get to that top, you have to stay consistent. Let's take more comments. We're still talking about Davido leading Afrima 2026 nominations. Let's take more comments. We'll have a lot of people, supporting Davido. A lot of people are still, calling Diamond. A lot of people are still calling a lot of their people they are supporting. And yes, Royal Kai official UG said Tyler. Okay, see, we don't have, I don't think people have issues with the fact that Tyler is a South African. See, let's tell ourselves the truth. She has lovely songs, is the truth. Yes, she has lovely songs that she has done. But the fact that a lot of things has been going on between the xenophobic attack for Nigeria being chased away from South Africa has done a lot of harm. And truth be told, not that people hate her song, a lot of people still love her song and still listen to them. But because of the fact that things has been going on that route, they feel that even the ones where she don't do, people now see it as, being bad, and probably Nigerians don't even want to listen to it. But trust me, it's how African music has been has been evolving. I love the fact, and when I talk about Davido, talk about the likes of Burna Boy, it is so amazing to listen to. And when we say Burna Boy doing his song with Shakira, and that's a song that I can't even get out of my mind. A lot of times I've listened to that song between Burna Boy and Shakira has been something so beautiful. You know, them performing at the FIFA World Cup. It's lovely to see that. And for Shakira, she has always had the dream of, you know, performing with Burna Boy, and it's a good stance. I mean, Burna Boy is, I wouldn't want to categorize that now, but I would generally say that most of our African brothers and sisters that are into the music scene has been really making us proud, and it's something so beautiful to see. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of comments. Trust me, music is life. I tell you the truth. A lot of people see music as just doing music, but it takes a lot to do really do music. Music is beautiful. Music is life. I see people that say, oh, I don't love to listen to music, is noise. Come on. Are you serious? A lot of people have been in. So music heals. I'm telling you. A lot of people have been depressed, but it's music. Only music. Music can heal. So I don't know how people see it, but trust me, it is one part of what has been really making most of our stars look so different, because trust me, music is life. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of people still talking about Davido leading Afrima 2026. And yes, somebody said Fali Ipupa. Okay, and Ndoli said Simba, and K-More said Diamond Platinum. Well, a lot of people still supporting Diamond. It's a good thing. I mean, Diamond songs has always been the rocky type. So a lot of people really like Diamond songs, and also Davido. And I remember when Davido said, oh, that there's a particular song he wasn't able to release because Israel had actually, you know, released the song before the actual time for that release. And trust me, I see people put in so much work to creating the music. In as much as that is done, trust me, even the movie stars we have, it's not easy. You know, being on set, trying to get a script done, it's not easy. All those things are work. All those things are things that they feel that, oh, people would love to listen, people would love to watch. So trust me, it is not a day's job. It is just that energy, that consistency that says a lot and speaks for them. And trust me, in a person way, work. Naingo chop. So with the fact that Davido actually got his house, got his home with his wife Chioma, and we always say that when you see a successful man being beside that person, now the wife, now the beautiful wife, and trust me, Chioma is doing a great job. I'm talking about that basically in that revolves in the life of Davido has really been a lot of changes. Man, I'm telling you, a lot of changes, a lot of beautiful things. I like consistently we've been seeing lots of changes. Davido is more, I feel he has been more calm, you know, trying to build up his home, love his wife, and it's a lot. I think that is just the best thing. Yes, that's just the best, and it's a lovely thing to actually see. And well, for that, for Davido, congratulations to him for him leading Afrima 2026 nominations. All right, we're going over to our next story, and we are talking about Nini Ola. She has released an emotional new single titled "Raining Odumi," a song inspired by loss, love, and memories. The release has given fans an opportunity to connect with the singer on a more emotional level. So the song serves as a tribute to her late husband and manager Michael Indika, and speaks to the pain of losing someone close while holding on to their memory. So Ninola's latest release has drawn attention from fans who have praised the emotional depth behind the song. We actually know Niniola as somebody that her song has been so cool, so groovy, so dancey. But right now, it has been a loss. See, it has been a lot for her. Losing someone so close to you is the pain. That person we don't feel that, now experience that kind of thing. Now you know as he go take explain them. It's not easy. The loss of someone that is very close to you is a lot. I can't really say, but trust me, losing someone is something that you can't even get. It will take a lot of time to get over it. And I see a lot of people, saying, "Oh, why Ninola? Why hasn't she moved on? Why hasn't she done this? Why hasn't she done this?" I mean, do you feel it's easy? A lot of people, have the right to possibly say a lot of things they want to say, but trust me, losing someone is something that it takes time to really, really heal. A lot of people have gone into depression because of that particular aspect of their life. Yes, you might see someone that you have been so close to, grew up with this person, been with this person for a lot of time, and just from somewhere or nowhere, you don't get to meet that person again. You don't get to talk to that one person you always love to talk. So the pain is really, really different. It's not something that you can even say. Trust me, a lot of people have been put into depression because of that. And I mean, I see when people say, "Oh," I don't know why people really judge so quickly or judge people that have been through a lot. And when I talk about Niola, I see when people actually, when Tenny had her show one time, and people were saying, "Oh, why would she not leave her show to go and console the sister? Must she get a hold of the show?" and stuff like that. And the reply Tenny gave them was something I really loved to hear. She was like, "Oh, I think she's I think my sister is going to be at the show and she's coming to support me." I mean, that's the best reply for that. I feel that people should be more kind with their words, more gentle. It's not everything that you want scatter, you want break, come on, it's a lot. So when we speak about the fact that most of our stars, and this year, it's like a lot of people, last year was really a tough one. This year has been really tougher because trust me, a lot of our stars has really gone, and it's not something that we are excited or happy to talk about. But trust me, one thing about the beautiful things that people that are still here do is keeping those memories alive. Trust me, in her life, basically, it is the fact that he actually had a lot of memories with her, and it's lovely. Like I always tell people, I say, don't be waiting, don't be all the money where you get or all the things where you don't do now the life where you don't touch when you're alive. That is what really matters, because that is what people will always speak concerning you or say about you. All right, let's go over to the comment section. We have a lot of people consoling Niniola and talking about her release of song and emotional message and tribute to her late husband. Let's take some comments from the comment section and see what they have for us. All right. It's something I always say. I said losing someone is a painful it's a painful thing that it takes time to heal. I just pray that Niniola, God strengthens her in this period. She's still experiencing this, and God gives her the grace to stay strong and grace for strength. It is the person that has experienced things like this knows how they really, really feel, and I pray that she gets the strength, all the strength she needs at this time. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll still talk more about on this, and we'll come back to you. And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. It's happening here on Voptv. And yes, I'm still your host, Precious Baby Girl, Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi. And yes, because we've been talking about a lot of things lately, things that are happening and things that are going on. And yes, we actually talked about Niniola's new music, and was a tribute and a message to her late husband. And a lot of people are really asking the question, why can't she move on? It has been months when she lost her husband, so she has to move on. I mean, it's not that easy, because trust me, it's someone that has actually experienced a loved one being dead, can actually explain and know how they really feel. All right, we'll take some comments from the comment section, because a lot of people have actually sent out their condolences to Niniola and also their prayers to her, and that God strengthen her and give her the grace. All right, let's take some comments from the comment section and see what people have for her. And Lizzie Oyeleye said, I miss my dad every day. Odumi. Okay, that's another one. And Abiodun Lizzie Agbasi said, my husband's death hit me hard. Odumi, may his soul continue to rest in peace. And Habi said, Omo, I can relate to lost my dear mother when the journey became smoother. All right. And Suruti said, Chai. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Niniola's new music, and which is a tribute to her late husband. And yes, somebody said, I love you, my queen. And Feya said, all of my love, and Yasmin's hug, my queen. Okay. And I am Moro said, listen to this song right now. I'm just missing my grandparents and my uncle. I pray you heal someday. Amen to that. And somebody else said, sending you all the strength. All right, let's take more comments. We still have more and more comments from the comment section. A lot of people are still talking about Niniola. And the real Adetutu said, sending you love and hugs, boss. Okay, and Stephanie said, oh, my Nini. Okay, and GT Music said, beautiful music. And DJ said, Nini. And Elero Atawewe said, another day to cry on the internet for someone. So sorry, Nini. Can't imagine how you're holding up. Praying you find strength. Trust me, I actually can relate to a lot of all those messages, because it's really painful losing someone so dear, especially when it's someone so close to you. Let's take more comments. We still have a lot of people still talking about Niniola and sending her messages of strength and grace. Let's take more comments from the comment section to see what they have for us. And ND Babe said, my own pain me reach my liver and kidney, forever in my heart, mom. Okay. And Dear Real Na Beauty said, I can't imagine how the beats will be. May God continue to comfort you. And Fumtab Fabric said, this song, only God can comfort. And so this Glamour said, the song, All My Love, Omo Apata. And Tessa of Soft Life said, may God comfort you. And Lizzie Oyele said, I miss my dad every day, Odumi. And trust me, I'm even thinking of how I can actually imagine how she actually shot this particular song. You know, writing it alone is a total different thing. And even actually being on video for this particular song is something that I cannot imagine. Trust me, it's really painful. And Tiana's Empire said, I felt like crying listening to you. Much love. And Bella Beauty said, Odumi, 7 months without my dad and 4 months without my hubby. And Kid Wears by Cash said, my own pain reached everywhere for my body, forever in my heart, my mother. I didn't know how much my mom means to me until she passed. Ah, God, Iyami. Okay. And somebody said, Area Sister, knowing that you made this song from the pain of losing your husband makes it hit differently. I have had it on repeat since morning. I have just been crying. It brought back so many memories of my mommy and my late best friend. I may not know exactly what you are going through, but I pray God continues to give you strength and comfort. Thank you for turning your pain into something that speaks to the hearts of people who are grieving too. And to all those who are also grieving too, I pray God, strengthens you at this moment and at this time. So this is just an advice to everyone. This life is short one, and everyone, you have to live it and you have to love it. You have to make use of your time. live well, basically, if I would say that. Because trust me, this life is not worth living with so much pain, anger, and the rest of it. So the truth is, I pray that God continues to strengthen Niniola, and it's a tribute to her late husband. Okay, and that takes us to our next story. We are talking about music executive So Berkon has actually revealed that Nigerian singer Casey's hit song Limpopo was originally expected to feature global superstar Beyonce. Wow. And yes, according to So Berkon, discussing were held with Beyonce's team over a possible collaboration on the song. So he explained that negotiations eventually fell through, meaning the much anticipated collaboration never happened, and Limpopo went on to become one of the Casey's biggest hits without Beyonce. You know, leaving fans to wonder what the song might have sounded like with the global superstar on it. Well, if we had Beyonce, I mean, Beyonce is one of the would I say biggest artists of time. She's somebody that has a lot of beautiful songs that people will always want to listen to. But I like the fact that Casey is someone that does his song and a lot of people, listen to it. And when we talk about Limpopo, he actually gave that song so much energy. Yes, he gave that song so much energy. And I like the fact that he actually did the song, possibly maybe alone, but that song really it was a hit song for Casey. And it's a lovely thing. So I don't know. I mean, So actually revealed this, and it's really a lot for people. All right, let's see what So has said on this video.
To America, to New York. Just give another exclusive again. Limpopo was supposed to be a song, Casey featuring Beyonce.
It's a lie.
Yes.
Waiting can't happen.
Now, there was a billionaire that wanted to bring Beyonce to Nigeria. So he doesn't know anything about entertainment. So he now said, okay, we should follow him to America, to New York. That we're going to do a song with Beyonce where we negotiate. That it will be part of the negotiation. Now so we work out, they find information. We now finally went to Jay-Z's club, 4040.
I've been there, New York.
Yeah. That's how I met Jay-Z's brother. Normal now spend money, that the man spend money, very rich, wealthy man. He said he wants to get contact to book Beyonce. Blind men will work out enter country. So now back and front. We now finally got agents to discuss the Beyonce deal. They called their ABC amount and all that. So the deal is you will come to Nigeria.
So my thoughts though, would it have been something that would maybe be more than what Casey had done? But I feel that actually Casey did a lot on that song. Yeah, without Beyonce, but he actually gave that song so much depth, so much energy. I just feel he did well in that song, and it's a song that even till now a lot of people, still dance to the rhythm of that song. Trust me. And to the fact that Soso Berkon, we also know that Soso Berkon has been someone that has been a producer that has always been under the background. A lot of people might know him, and a lot of people might not. But trust me, it is lovely to see that Casey's Limpopo was a song that a lot of people really vibed to. I vibed to the song. In fact, the first time I heard that song was really mind-blowing. Trust me. I still give it out to all those that actually did that particular song. To Casey, it is just, you deserve your flowers. I mean, you gave that song so much energy and so much depth. All right, we're going to go over to the comment section. We have a lot of people, talking about the fact that Beyonce would have been in that particular song with Casey, but a lot of people still find it good that actually she wasn't there, but Casey actually delivered this song more than they actually expected. And yes, we'll go back to the comment section and see what they have for us. And yes, Shedrack Chioroma said that song no be American pattern. Okay, good as none of them jump inside the song. Okay, and that is from Rachi Oma. And yes, God Rescue said song for reach 590 million views. Really? Are you? I don't know if you actually look down on your own artist. I mean, that's a lot at God Rescues. All right, and Jazil official said so now about okay in the entertainment space, and for so it's a big one for him. I mean, Sosa has been someone a big producer that a lot of people actually know. So Lil Chazi said how the song One Take Sweet with Beyonce. I mean, I don't know that question, but trust me, I don't know how it would have been, but I really love the fact that that song was done by Casey and it really gave it so much energy. And yes, Akujobi Mimi said Limpopo, Casey fits Beyonce. I really they do too much. And Danny Man the XB said, oh yeah, Limpopo, Beyonce. I say make you Limpopo. Okay, a lot of people are not dropping the songs. Okay. And Mooney 0161 said Beyonce won't sleep in Nigeria. She will sleep in Ghana. It's just format to tell you she's not coming. You said if to say you be foreigners, you hear the word Limpopo, you know go run. How you won't take run? I don't understand. A lot of people have their own languages, but that particular song was something I actually loved. And D Humorous said, Secra 2013 FX. It's a lot. Let's take more comments. Yes, somebody said 2 to 3 years before the band featured Snoop, men been they do things that year. OG, they sweet, I beg. Okay, let's take more comments from the comment section. A lot of people are still talking about would it have been better if Beyonce was in the song with Casey, the Limpopo song? Would it have been better? Would it have sounded better or better than the one Casey has actually done? So let's take more comments from the comment section. And yes, somebody said, when I was told I asked Bob Marley and Michael Jackson to jump on it, but they agreed with each other. The music was perfect. Okay, yeah, people, okay. And Obi Chijoke said, Code Capri Sun. Huh. Why are you drinking Coke Capri Sun? And Obi Chijoke won. All right, and Masuni Iweka said, full grown man just they lie. Sometimes money no they measure brain. Like, how do people even think about this and feel that he's lying? I mean, it's not about. See, Casey's song Limpopo was something that a lot of people vibe to. I mean, I knew that song was something that actually made a lot of people knew Casey. So that song gave it so much. Casey gave that song so much energy. And yes, let's take more comments. We have more comments. And somebody said, perfect. Okay, perfect example of aim for the stars. If you miss, you land on the moon. That's a word right there. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about if it was going to sound better if Beyonce was in the song Limpopo with Casey. But trust me, it's a lot. Fear Bond them said somebody said, waiting Beyonce one sing for Limpopo because you should not view it like that. Oh, I'm telling you the truth. A lot of people, Beyonce might actually do the song and it would be good, but I love the fact that Casey gave that song so much energy because trust me, it is something that would have a lot of people still vibe to. And yes, Chino Wonder said, those of you saying that Beyonce will sing in Limpopo, music does not work as you all think. Actually, if she do her verse well, as talented and professional as she is, it will blend. Thank you. And what did we expect from Ed Sheeran to sing at Peru Para? But Ed did it and came out well. And JC Durello on I give her for Fitz Banyani, and it was successful. So Chris Brown does it on a regular. Those big stars has team. A lot of people from the team will write verses and they will choose the better ones. Yes, I've seen countable times where some Nigerian artists or African artists do songs with some American artists. And trust me, those songs really, turn out well. And let's talk about the likes of Burna Boy and Shakira. It's actually lovely. I mean, it's a lot. when we talk about songs like this, it is lovely. I don't say it is not. But the thing is, I like the fact that Casey actually did that song, because I feel that song Casey gave that song so much energy, so much, vibe, a lot of things that happen in that song. Trust me, it is. I just love the fact that even after the song, a lot of people still vibe to that particular song. So, I mean, Casey just gave it his best in that particular song. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about if Beyonce would have been better in doing the Limpopo song. But I think that Casey did the song so well. And actually, let's take more comments and see what people have their opinions. They have a lot of opinions. So let's take some comments and see what they have for us. And yes, somebody said Beyonce lives in New York, but her family from Houston, Texas. And yes, Real Ade Nike Oloyede said Beyonce Limpopo, wonderful. Okay. And K Light Prince said, Abi, we don't get two different Beyonce. Why would you talk like that at K Light Prince? As well. And the momental guy said Beyonce say she no fit sleep Nigeria. Say na Ghana she fit sleep. I think a lot of people love Nigeria. I mean, we should be proud of our place. Let's tell ourselves the truth. In as much as a lot of things has been going on with the insecurity and things going on and there, a lot of people can die to be in Nigeria. Yes. They still love to be in our country. They still love to, to see places. We should be proud of our place. We should be proud of where we are coming from. And like people always say, there's no place like home. So love your place, please. It's important. And yes, we're still talking about Casey. Casey actually did a lot of good in the song. Trust me, it was just the thing. I actually love the fact that he gave the song so much energy and so much vibe to it. And to all those that really say, oh, why did he do it this way? Why did he do it that way? I still think, Beyonce has her own thing. She has her own song. She has her own vibe that maybe it would have been more better, but I still love the fact that Casey gives that song so much energy. All right, on to next. We are talking about actress Hayden Panettiere, best known for her roles in Heroes, Nashville, and the Scream franchise, has died at the age of 36. So her death has sent shocking waves through Hollywood and among fans who followed her career from a young age. So Panettiere built a successful career in television and film and became widely recognized for her performance over the years. So following news of her death, tributes have poured in from fans and colleagues remembering her work and contributions to the entertainment industry. That's a really sad one. And for Hayden, actually, she actually lost her younger brother at the age of 28 or so, I think so. So it's not something to be happy about. Trust me, parents losing their children is a painful kind of death. I mean, it's not something to be happy. And at that age, I think it's not a good one to look at. And I just pray for God to strengthen the family at this time. And Hayden has actually been blessing a lot of people's screen with her, movie roles and the rest of them. She has always been this kind of person that does her roles and give it so much depth and energy. And to hear this is really a painful thing to lose another Hollywood person, and it's not something that to be happy about. And I always speak about the fact that most of our stars are going out this time. It's something that we need to put into the look. A lot of our stars, I've seen even Nollywood, a lot of them have been sick. It's a lot. Most times you just try to put them in your prayers. A lot of them go through things that they can really tell people. People, see them. That's because they're stars and they have fame, they have name. A lot of people feel that, oh, everything is good with them. They are cool, they are good, they don't have issues. That's not the way it works. A lot of them face so much troubles that they can't even speak or say to anybody. So it's good that even as a person, no matter who you are, you have to be kind with your words. Be kind with your words. Be humble. Be good to people. It really, really matters at this time. I pray God strengthens the family of Hayden, her daughter, and I pray that God gives them the strength and the grace to pull this through in this time. of their life. Okay, and yes, and that's it for that. We'll take some comments and see what they have for us before we close the curtain. We have some comments. A lot of people are still sad about the death of Hayden. Let's take some comments and see what people actually has to say concerning her. And yes, somebody said first Michelle and now her. I can young actresses from our childhood just stop dying? Actually, that's a prayer. I always say that people should. Please, it's a lot. I think we're just losing a lot of our actors and actresses, and it's painful. And Muri GH said, her and Michael's death are only 18 months apart. R.I.P. Ice Princess. And yes, somebody said you're literally lying. Okay, actually, it's not a lie. And Lord of Fear. Okay, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are still commenting concerning Hayden's death. Let's take more comments and see what people actually have for her. Let's take more comments. Trust me, losing someone at this time is really painful, and especially when we talk about most of our stars, I can't really forget the fact that even Alex, we have a lot of stars that has really gone this year. Last year was a bit shocky. This year came with so much shock. And Sage the World said, please tell me this is rage bait. It's actually not. And you be Mighty said, no, she was such a good actress for my childhood shows and movies. And yes, somebody said, how? Wasn't she just promoting her books about what she went through, losing custody of her son and everything? No. Okay, and St. Andrew said, save the cheerleader, save the world. A lot of people are still remember her by her movies, and trust me, is the life that you've really impacted that people would always remember you for. I pray that God strengthens her family and gives them the grace at this time. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. Thank you for staying with us. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Voptv Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time on another episode. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better live.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 081-387-14129. Now the news in detail. Zambia's President Hakainde Hichilema has been re-elected for a second term, despite the opposition leader putting in an unexpectedly strong showing, capitalizing on public frustration with lingering hardships despite an economic turnaround. The Electoral Commission of Zambia announced that the president secured a 60% share of the vote, with his closest challenger, Brian Mundubile, securing 38% of the votes cast. The remaining 12 candidates trailed far behind. The results came after a contested process, with Mundubile earlier claiming victory and alleging without providing evidence that there had been voting irregularities. The announcement also followed the arrest of some leading opposition figures in a raid on Friday, who the authorities accused of plotting an insurrection. In a statement after being declared the winner, Hichilema said the election showed that Zambia was a place of peace, law and order, and a democratic nation that settles our differences at the ballot box and nowhere else.
Francis Wangana, Zanomis State Council, being the returning officer on election to the office of President, do hereby declare that I have, in accordance with the law, accepted the results of such election and
President William Ruto has congratulated Zambian President Hakainde Hichilema on his re-election. Ruto described the Zambian leader's victory as a sign of the confidence the people have placed in his leadership. In a message addressed to Hichilema, Ruto said the Kenyan government and people welcomed his victory following the August 13, 2026 election. Ruto described Hichilema's victory as resounding and decisive, saying it reflected his commitment to Zambia's advancement. Now to South Africa, where anti-migration protesters marched through Durban, South Africa on Monday, demanding tougher action against undocumented migrants. The protest, which coincided with the 48th SADC summit, saw demonstrators carrying South Africans' flags and banners, while police formed the line ahead of the crowd. The rally followed months of the anti-migration protests across the country, with organizers previously demanding that undocumented foreign nationals leave South Africa. Migration was among the issues discussed at the summit, as regional leaders gathered to address peace, security, and other challenges facing the bloc. Meanwhile, African migrants gathered on a beach in Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta early this week, holding a makeshift lottery to decide who would get the chance to register as the city's overwhelmed CETI reception center. Footage shows migrants handing their documents to a man acting as an on-site moderator before waiting for names to be called. Some cheered and smiled after being selected before leaving the beach. Ceuta's CETI reception center, with an official capacity of 512, remains overwhelmed, leaving hundreds of migrants sleeping outside or on nearby beaches as they wait for places. The Spanish government has announced 4 temporary reception sites with room for another 1,500 people. The makeshift system follows the unprecedented mass crossing from neighboring Morocco in late July, when tens of thousands of people entered Ceuta. Most of those who crossed were subsequently returned to Morocco, although thousands remained in Ceuta as authorities worked through asylum and immigration cases. Over now to East Africa, where Kenyan police detained activists outside police headquarters in Nairobi as they protested allegedly police brutality, deaths in custody, and extrajudicial killings, demanding the resignation of Inspector General Douglas Kanja. Well, officers carried protesters into a detention van as detainees chanted, "Kanja must go," while white mock coffins marked "Protect Us" were laid outside Jogo House before being removed. Human rights activist Julius Kamau claimed police are used to killing people without reason, as he called for an end to such atrocities.
Fight together, fight for freedom, justice and equality. Politicians are liars and thieves. We must stop following them. We must stop listening to them. We must stand up and fight.
The protest follows years of scrutiny of Kenya's police over deaths in custody, enforced disappearances, and alleged excessive force during demonstrations. Public anger has intensified after teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang died in police custody in June 2025. An autopsy contradicted the police's initial accounts, which Kanja later withdrew and apologized for. Elsewhere, the Tripoli Red Crescent branch says 9 bodies of migrants have been recovered in the past 2 days from the shores of an eastern suburb of the Libyan capital, Tripoli, after their boat capsized. The body, in a statement, revealed that the bodies were recovered from Tajora, some 22 kilometers from Tripoli. Tripoli Red Crescent media officer Muad Zorgani said more bodies are likely to wash ashore as the boat was carrying about 19 people. He said the search and recovery operations are still ongoing in coordination with the relevant authorities under field conditions and that require continuous effort and an urgent humanitarian response. Pictures posted by the aid organization showed their volunteers together with security forces carrying bodies in white plastic bags on the beach. The charity says its rescue ship emergency rescued 50 migrants from a wooden boat of international waters off Libya on Monday, while 7 others were found dead. Eswatini says 2 migrants deported from the United States to the country have returned to their home countries. The government said the men from Mauritania and the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, were among the 30 deportees accepted by Eswatini since July last year under a $5 million agreement with Washington. Acting government spokeswoman Sabile Doululi said in the statement that the Mauritanian national who arrived in July requested voluntary repatriation so he could reunite with his family. It added that the man left Eswatini on Saturday. Doulou said the DRC national who arrived in March returned home on Sunday. The Southern African nation said several other deportees have also requested voluntary repatriation to reunite with their families. In the meantime, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, says over 5,000 people were displaced from a town in southeastern Sudan over the course of 4 days due to deteriorating security conditions. In a statement, the United Nations agency said its field team estimated the numbers representing over 1,000 families were displaced from the town of Kaisan and 7 villages in the locality in the Blue Nile state. It added that the displacement on August 12 to 15 was due to worsening security conditions. And with that story, we'll move to the analysis segment, but we're going a very short break. And when we return, we'll be returning in the analysis segment. Please do stay with us. Welcome back to the Midday News. Now, joining us in the studio for more insights on the African news story is Darlington Agomo. He is a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining the African news.
Thank you, Praise.
Now, we'll begin the analysis segment with Zambia. Hichilema has been re-elected in Zambia, and he is leading with 60% vote. Now, this is very, very obvious, but his challenger, Brian Mundubile, he's not agreeing to this. He's still putting up a strong showing. What does this say? What does this result tell us about the mood of Zambian voters?
If there are infractions during the election, then the man should challenge it in court. But if there is none, he's just wasting his time and his money. If there are clear-cut examples of electoral malpractices or the vote was rigged, and he has a solid evidence, then he can challenge it in court instead of just making unsubstantiated allegations. But if the vote is 60-40 or 60 and other ones, then the opposition should challenge it if they have a solid ground to do that.
All right. Now, Hichilema came into office promising economic recovery, and Zambia has made progress with debt restructuring and economic growth. But many ordinary citizens, despite these particular reports from Zambia, has also complained of the fact that they are struggling with the cost of living in Zambia. Now, does this election suggest that the economic growth alone is not enough if people are not feeling the impact in their daily lives?
They wouldn't have re-elected him. They wouldn't have re-elected him if he was not actually what he claimed he had done. That's just the truth. And so, if the opposition are mounting it's expected. The opposition will always play their role as opposition to challenge the status quo. But if the people of Zambia know better, then why not? If not, you saw what happened in Osun State. And so, the people have chosen their leader. If the opposition have any complaint, there are mechanisms to address it now. It's not about making noise. Uchelema have tried from the reports we have. And so, is that not enough for him to be elected as a president? I don't see any problem with that.
All right, but how important is it for a re-elected government to ensure that even the opposition sees that the process was fair?
The opposition will never. Oh God Almighty. The opposition will never agree that it is free and fair. They will never, even when it is very obvious, they will never agree. Yeah, that's their job. Why were they called opposition? They will oppose everything government have done. They will. And so the thing is that after your rejection and opposition, the situation on ground, does it add up to what you are saying? Can you substantiate your claim of rigging or whatever? That is the main issue. Because if there was, we would have heard of it. We would have seen it. There would have been, public affairs analysts talking about it and all that. And so the people of Zambia, they should make do with what they have, and whom they have re-elected. Because
so in your opinion, this election was free and fair?
Substantially. There is no election that is perfect. I told you here the other day, no election can be perfect anywhere in the world. It's just that in the Western world, the level of infraction is so minimal, so insignificant to affect the result of the election. And so elsewhere in the world, including the Zambian election, yes, the government must have rigged or used some other underhand method, but is that thing substantial enough to affect the result of the election? The answer is no. The answer is no, yes.
So President William Ruto has actually congratulated President Hichilema, and for the fact that he is doing this, do you think that for the fact that Zambia was able to hold an election like this that you consider substantially fair, do you think that it can also cut across other continents and other parts of Africa as well? Do you think that free and fair democracy and election is going is definitely possible in the other aspects of Africa?
No, it's not possible. It's not
so
possible.
This is a very rare case. Is that what you say?
More than a rare case. In most cases, they just anoint a candidate and appoint him. Were you not here when somebody asked Edo, do you want me to give you Edo State? And he gave it to them. Was that an election? And so that an election was free and fair somewhere does not mean that other African nations will emulate it and do the right thing. No. In Cameroon, was there an election there? Did the Cameroonians vote for Biya into power? Did they? So, it's not possible. Africa, free and fair election, under this earth or where? No, it's not possible.
But the leaders know exactly what to do.
But they cannot do it because they are not cut out to do it. Praise. Can a snake stop being long? When you see a snake, something crawling on the ground, what comes to your mind first? Is not, this is a snake, oh. A snake will always crawl on the ground, no matter where you see it, either in Mongolia or in Iceland, US, Australia, anywhere you see a snake, it will always be long. That is the characteristics of a snake. And so, how can it change its nature? How? In Africa, yes, it is given to Africa not to make progress in any way possible. It is given to them. That is why Donald Trump is dumping their renegade, the dregs of their society from prisons into Africa. And we accepted it. And we accepted it. So what are you telling me here? Mention any African leader that can say, okay, let us reverse it. Let us go and dump our own bad boys in that. Donald Trump will chase you and the person, you can't even enter. But here, he brings them here, we accommodate them. You ask yourself, which leader will accept to such things? Criminals, ex-convicts, Donald Trump is dumping them in Africa. And your leaders have accepted them. So what are you telling me here? They know us to be that kind of people. That's why they do it.
Now, the majority of the African governments operates on a democratic system of government.
On paper.
So the democracy there is only on paper. They don't really practice it, or the leaders are deliberately not practicing
Charity
it.
begins at home. Start from your home country. Are you practicing democracy? The so-called giant of Africa. That should be an example to African states.
What are we practicing then?
If you want me to tell you, this discussion will not end today. Are you ready? If you want me to analyze it, this discussion will take a very long time. But let me spare you. In a country, oh God Almighty, in a country where people with questionable credentials impose themselves on you, and they are telling you that you cannot even question that forged certificate and all that for an election. Is that a democracy? In a country where people that you don't know their origin, you don't know anything about them, no identity, no nothing, are imposing themselves as your leader. Is that a democracy? Is that part of the democracy? In a country where election is conducted, those who won it were replaced with those who were sleeping in their house when the election was being conducted. Please, is that election? Is that a democracy? In an election where leaders don't obey court order, in an election where leaders don't even operate with the rule of law, where the constitution that a man swore to protect is being violated by the same man. Is that a democracy? Please tell me. Where will I stop? Where will I start? You are asking me if you are doing democracy. So if you go out there now, they say you are in a democracy, you'll agree. Tell the person now how you are an example of a democracy. Tell me one thing you have done that the world can emulate. Just tell me. One thing you have done democratically that the world can, Nigeria have done so well here, let's emulate them all. In a country where for just one state election, an entire military and army barracks in our country was deployed there. In a country where for just one election in one state, 13 police commissioners were deployed there.
But wouldn't that be seen as efforts from the government to make sure that there is free, fair, and credible election?
Okay, fine. Please, in this other world where election is conducted, and you won't even know that election is going on, those people are stupid, Abi. The election is not free and fair. I mean, in an election, people that are even more than us in number and everything, election is being conducted and people are just passing in front. They cast their vote and move on. Those people, they are stupid, Abi, and the election is not free and fair. So they must treat you like an animal before the election will be free and fair. Even at that, people died. Please, in the UK, how many times was the election conducted and one person died? One person, just one, because of electoral violence. How many times did you hear that election is being conducted in US where we copied the democracy and one single person died because of electoral violence? Okay, those people are stupid, Abi. It is you that go with violence and bring out that is wiser.
So is the electoral violence on the part of the individuals or the part of the government? Because it is the government that are making sure that there are mechanisms in place to make sure that there are credible elections.
What if the government is the perpetrator of the violence? Didn't you hear what your president said, that power is not given a la carte? You need to grab it, snap it and then run with it.
How can the perpetrators now put mechanisms in place to make sure that there is law and order?
What with them? If the perpetrator is the person who's supposed to, God Almighty, if the perpetrator is the protector, please, what are you going to do? Somebody who's supposed to make sure that the election is free and fair is the one violating it. What are you going, as an ordinary citizen, what will you do? No, these people that went to Osun State and what they did, was it not somebody that mobilized them? Hold on, was it not someone that mobilized them? Is it me? Because for any military, or any of the security agents to be mobilized, it has to come from the commander-in-chief. That's why he is the commander-in-chief. And so, why must the military be involved in an election? Who mobilized them? Who told them to go there? I said, these other people that conduct the election without one single sign of a policeman, you mean they are stupid? Are you telling me that today, if the president of this country said, look, in this election, I don't want to see any police, no talk, no nothing. Go and tell me who will now go against it. No, go and tell me who will now go against it, and the person will get away with his life.
So you are saying things would be better if there are no security forces in place to make sure that there are there's law and order?
Things will be better if the people at the head want it to be better. Things will be better if the people at the top want it to be so. That's what I'm telling you here. It's not about the people. We are not stupid. We can behave like a normal human being. It is these people that bring problem upon us. I said, who mobilize all the talks to go and spoil something whenever there's election? If you do not mobilize them, they will not move. Please, if you do not tell them to go and carry balls and burn up this and this, they will never try it.
So political talks are moving in the order, according to the order of the government.
Political godfather, that's it. I told you here, there was this Motopark chairman that the court will say, look, you are not the chairman of your union. Get away from there. Appeal court. He went to Abuja and took over office. The actual winner of that court, whatever, came there. They chased him away with army and police. And the man now came out and said, look, I will not obey that court order until Tinubu tells me to do so. And up to today, the man is still occupying that illegal office, illegal. In Osun State, he went to go and play a role there. So who was keeping him for political business? Who? Was it me? I don't get a single example of what these people are doing. The only business that man does is violence whenever there's election. Is there any other thing? Tell me. Who is behind him? Who is mobilizing him? Political godfathers. And so how can election be free and fair?
Well, let's move away from election matters and let's move over to South Africa, where there is an anti-migration protest. Now, we've seen repeated anti-migration protests in South Africa with undocumented migrants being accused of taking jobs and putting pressure on public services. Now, the question is this: how much of this anger is really about immigration? Is it really about actually frustration over unemployment? What actually is the anger over here in South Africa?
90% of what is going on in South Africa is politically motivated. Election is about to be in South Africa. And the opposition are using this thing to embarrass the president of South Africa. Yes, that is what happened. You created a loophole and they are lashing onto it. That's just the truth. Left us Ramaphosa, I mean, from all I know about him, he's a gentleman. He even came out to condemn what they are doing, but there's nothing he can do. There's nothing he can do. And so, it is you as a government, as a country, that allowed your youth to go into other countries, to go and use their useful age, their useful energy to go and develop that country. And when they have used them finish, they now throw them out and say they should go home.
Okay, you just said that the government, all of this is a political play by the government, yet Ramaphosa is actually condemning it. Please juxtapose this.
He's the leader of the country. He will not agree to what they are doing, but he has no choice.
If he has no choice, who then is in charge? Who then is behind all of this?
Hold on. Where there is rule of law, where there is democracy, the people's will is stronger than any other will. You can't even go out. You can't. The man is, I told you, election is coming. You want them to embarrass him at the polls? Hold on. You don't understand. If you use the iron hand on them now, in fact, he should forget the election. Yes. He will only tell them, don't be violent, but do your protest. Give it to South Africans. They got their freedom through protest. So protest is like part of them. It's in their DNA. Did you watch Sharpeville massacre and the Soweto massacre? As the whites were shooting this guy, they were coming in droves during apartheid. So they are used to it. Protest is part of their DNA. Ramaphosa is aware. So he cannot use force and say, no, you can't try that. He will only tell them, be civil about it. That is it. And you, the country where these people are coming from, are you not ashamed? I remember when Ghanaians was in this country and we are embarrassing them. Their leader came on board, one Jerry Rawlings, and he said Ghanaians should come home to develop Ghana. Ghanaians saw their leader in the farm working. I mean, their leader, Jerry Rawlings, he was in the farm working. This motivated Ghanaians all over, including Nigeria. And they all returned home. Look at Ghana today. Are they not ahead of you in so many areas? Are they not ahead, especially in their good governance? And so it is a leader that will say, no, my people cannot go and be so. Look, in the Western world, how many of their children do you see in Africa begging food and, where? No, tell me, how many of them? Even China, that is over 1 billion human beings. How did the government of China take care of their people that nobody is begging for food? Praise. You and this, your government, are you people not ashamed? A man that had 10 children is taking care of the 10 children, giving them everything they need, giving them the good life. Then you that have just 3 children, you couldn't give them anything that will better their life, and they are running away to this same man that had 10 children. Oh my God.
All right, South Africa has one of the highest unemployment rates among major African economies. Now, what is actually the problem? Is it the foreigners that are coming in, or there is actually a deeper economic loophole in South Africa?
It is lack of labor skill. Most South African youth are lazy. They didn't go to school. They depend on all these menial things that they are doing. So skilled labor is lacking in South Africa. And that is why some foreigners are in South Africa. In fact, even as this xenophobic attack is going on, there are some Nigerians that are well documented that are working in South Africa. Are you aware? In their hospitals, in their schools. Legitimately, and nobody will chase them out of South Africa. Nobody. Are you getting it now? So the labor skill in South Africa is very low. Maybe they are still coming out of apartheid mentality, where the whites subjugated them to many things. You know, they didn't want them to acquire high skill labor and all that. And so they have reproduced with that mentality. That is the problem they have. And so when they see foreigners coming into their country and then taking the jobs and then having a good life and all that, even this skilled labor or learning trade is not in their DNA. It's not. So South Africa cannot come and learn anything like we do in Nigeria here, where somebody will go and do apprenticeship for 4 years or 5 years or 6 years. Then after they will settle you, you go and start your. They can't do that in South Africa. No South African youth will settle for that. It's not part of their culture. That is the problem they have. And so for me, I would have even told these foreigners in South Africa, leave that place. Leave that place. 5-10 years down the line, that economy will collapse. It will collapse. Maybe they will be the one inviting you. Look at it in Canada. When Canada was controlling their population, for whatever reason, they didn't want anybody to come. Meanwhile, they are not producing enough children and all that. Today, Canada is begging you to come inside. Today, as I talk to you, they have advertised it in the paper just last week that they want people to come into South Africa, that there is labor, there is job. I said they advertise it, begging people to come into Canada. They mention all the areas of need in Canada that they don't have anybody to take over all those things. That is what happened. Because when you are doing something and you did not think of the far-reaching implication, it will always boomerang. You will regret it. When America was doing American visa lottery, you think they are stupid? Hold on. You think America didn't know what they were doing, Abi? They harvested all the good guys, all the young men all over the world to come into South Africa to build up their economy. And today, look at where they are. You think they are stupid? No country can develop without the input of foreigners. Go and check. Just use the example of this Lagos today. 80% of the wealth of Lagos was contributed by people who came in here to settle. 80%. You do know what that means? Let all of them go and you see that Lagos will be empty. And a very good example. When I tell you that people, they don't know anything about leadership, that is the meaning. No country can survive without the input of foreigners. It can never happen. Because they are coming with their money, with their skill, with everything to contribute to your economy. Why will you chase them away? That is what ignorance can cause. That is what politics can cause. I said there, in the next 5-10 years down the line, South Africa will be begging people to come inside that place. I'm not joking. They will be begging people to come into that place when they realize the import of what they have done.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's move this conversation over to Kenya, where the protesters have accused the Kenyan police of extrajudicial killings, deaths in custody, and excessive use of force. Now, at what point does the responsibility of individual police misconduct become a question about the entire policing system?
If they don't do that, you will not respect them. Did you hear me? If the Nigerian, the Kenyan African police do not treat you like a slave, beat you up and all, you will not respect them.
So they are right for detaining the activists?
That is how they were trained. That is the culture they developed. Civility is not in their training.
Are they not meant to be working according to the interests of the people?
You didn't hear what I said. Civility is not part of their training. They were trained to be brutal. That's the only way you can respect them. That's the only way you can comport yourself.
Are they not to be brutal to the individuals in the country or to opposing forces?
That's internal security. Opposing forces is for military. This is police, internal security. The people that we are meant to control, to give direction and all that, they are the one now brutalizing them because that's the only way they can impress the government that appointed them.
Okay, so all of this is a show to impress the government?
Of course! That's what they are. What are you talking about? That is they are pleasing their paymasters. If you don't do like that, how will the president know that you are working? No, tell me. You see a citizen, you treat him nicely. You treat him nicely. The oga will be angry with you. Say, you're a fool. You don't know how to deal with that man. No, treating people with courtesy and nicety is not in the dictionary. I said, whenever you are blaming this African country, please look at your own country. Look at your own country. Start from there. When you see things going on here, go and know that you should know that that's what they replicate in any other African nation. That's not the truth. Police is to treat you nicely for what? Who are you? In fact, they will throw you into jail before they start looking for what you have committed. They will throw you inside jail and start looking for evidence against you. If they don't find any evidence, God help you if they remember that they have thrown you into jail. Do you know how many people that are awaiting trial? Yes, nothing against them, no file, no allegation, no nothing. Do you know how many? Go there and check. Please, go there and check. You will see what I'm telling you. So that is how they were trained, so that the ogas will say, yes, you are working, you're a good police officer. Or have you not heard it, or have you not seen it? Where big men will tell policeman, this boy is insulting me, or go and throw him inside jail, and that's all. Please, that is the end of it.
So the elites literally use or take advantage of the policing system for their own selfish benefits instead of the benefits of the country? The
police is for them, is to protect them. Go and see how many policemen are protecting our big men. Because they can pay the cash for protection. They can pay money for their own selfish interests. Go and see how many of them that policemen are in their houses protecting them.
So how can this old police abuse situation be well managed and evenly helped, knowing that these people have the sole responsibility of working according to the interest of the people? And how can it be changed? Should it be that the people at the helm of affairs should literally take control of all of this? Or is it possible at all that the policing system can be better?
Look, don't deceive yourself. Except Africa. Except Africa do what Russian Revolution did, or what the French Revolution did, we will never get anywhere. Leaders naturally are bad until the people fight for their freedom and their rights. That's just the truth. If you think that by talking, these people will listen to you, you are wasting your time. They will do, in fact, whenever you don't talk, they will double your punishment. Say, why did you even talk? Except there's a very big issue, a very big revolution that will shake Africa. These leaders will never take correction. I'm not joking. Because after one dictator, one evil man leaves office, another will take over and continue where he stopped. Did you believe that after the military, we will have a civilian in this nature? Please. Did you believe that after Babangida, Abacha, Nigeria will witness what we are seeing today? Did you believe it? Did you believe it?
Are you now insinuating that all of the leadership parastatals that we have put in place, even in the helms of affairs and government, are not working according to the interests of the people at all?
They will never work in your interests because you are not the one that put them in power. You are not the one that put them in power. So don't deceive yourself. Or didn't you hear what they said? I mean from the top. Because the buck will stop on somebody's table. We are practicing a presidential system of government. So the buck will stop on the president's table. So if the president doesn't want this thing to be, it will not be. All these other places where you have good governance, is it not human beings that are there? You mean these people in Nigeria, they are not seeing and they are not copying? So why can't they bring it here? No. They believe if they give it to you, you'll be too comfortable to challenge them. You'll be too comfortable not to obey them. You'll be too comfortable that they will not use you. Have you seen any American president that is have an army of thugs following him whenever there's campaign? People who go and dabaru things, who go and burn things. Have you ever heard of it? Not to talk of seeing it. I mean, an American president with a coterie of thugs behind him. Here, in fact, you will be a fool if you don't have any thugs. They are part of the electoral system. Oh. And so, you mean if you get into office with the help of these thugs, do you have any regard for the citizens? Right. If your thoughts can help you to get into power, praise. What do they need the citizens for? Nothing. I just told you somebody that that is now occupying an illegal office in Abuja. What is that for? No, what is that for? So please, they will never do anything according to the rule of law. West African Court of Justice just told you just 2 months ago that Nigerian government is the worst offender in disobeying their judgment. I mean, West African Court of Justice. So, if they have been disobeying an external court order, is it the internal one that they will obey? Internal one that is part of them, that they are controlling.
All right. Now, we really do hope that the African government and the Africa as a whole is definitely going to be great, and we're already doing great.
Nigeria don't know how deep we have sunk. I'm not joking. To rewrite the history of this country where they took us to, 50 years will not be enough. I'm not joking. It is so bad that we don't have one single respect anywhere in the world today. I mean, one like this. All because of bad leadership. Bad leadership. And they are not even ashamed. They are not apologetic. At least when you do something that is very shameful, you say, for the sake of this country, please let me go and respect. No, these people lie. Right. They will push it in your face to make sure that they have their way.
Now, thank you very much for your submission on the African News Analysis today. We've been speaking with Darlington Agumore, a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you very much for your opinions on the African News. Well, you're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. Up next is more of our stories. We'll take this after the short break. Welcome back. A World Health Organization official said there is hope that it will be possible to bring under control an Ebola outbreak that is currently outplacing containment efforts and is now the second most lethal on record in the Democratic Republic of Congo. WHO had earlier this month stated that reversing Ebola spread would be possible within a 3-month period. But since then, there have been no signs that there would be positivity. It has worsened and expanded to Street province, the 6th province. Thierno Balde, WHO incident manager, told reporters in Geneva by video link from Bunia in the Democratic Republic of Congo that with the necessary resources, it will be possible to bring the outbreak under control. According to reports, resources are currently not meeting requirements, while the WHO has raised about 60% of the $115 million it is seeking for the Ebola response. In another development, Nigerian defense technology startup Terra Industries has raised an additional $18 million, bringing its total seed funding to $52 million. The company says the funding will support manufacturing, engineering, and business development as it prepares to open a new drone factory in Ghana. The 34,000 square foot PAX 2 facility is scheduled to open in the fourth quarter and is expected to produce up to 50,000 aerial systems a year by 2028. Terra Industries also plans to open its first international office in London as it expands sales and operations beyond Africa into other markets in the global south. An extraordinary Kabale District Council meeting in Uganda descended into chaos on Monday as councillors demanded explanations over allowances allegedly contributed by mining companies whose agreements were being considered. The meeting held at Kabale District's Rukiko Hall was convened to review agreements with Peat Energy Solutions Company, Yogi Steels Company Limited, and Shivaji Limited, Magasan Industries Uganda Limited. Councillors led by Joshua Musinguzi and Baker Champion demanded to know how much each company contributed and how much each councillor would receive. They also proposed increasing the allowance from 300,000 to 600,000 Ugandan shillings. However, District Speaker Flavia Yinaskinza Kanagizi rejected the demands, urging councillors to focus on issues affecting residents. The council later approved the agreement with Peat Energy Solutions Company while rejecting those of Yogi Steels and Shivaji Minerals over inadequate documentation. Now in business, South African lender Absa Group reported an 8% rise in half-year headline earnings, supported by higher revenue and lower credit impairment charges. According to the bank, headline earnings grew to 12.8 billion rand, over $787 million in the six-month period ended June 30. The third biggest lender by assets in South Africa declared an interim dividend of 850 cents per share, up 8.3% year-on-year. The lender's revenue rose 4% to 58.8 billion rand as net interest income increased 3% to 37.4 billion rand, driven by growth in customer loans and deposits despite margin pressure. The group's net interest margin fell to 4.46% from 4.58% as lower interest rates in its rest of Africa operations and competitive lending and deposit pricing in South Africa's corporate and investment banking business offset the benefit of balance sheet growth. Operating expenses rose 4% to 31.4 billion rand, producing a slightly higher cost-to-income ratio of 53.4%. Now in sport, Ipswich Town have completed the signing of Ivorian midfielder Abul Ouattara and Paraguayan winger Julio Enquiso from French club Strasbourg. The two players have signed 5-year contracts with the English side, with the combined transfer fee reportedly capable of rising to £47.3 million. Both players previously worked with Ipswich manager Gary O'Neill in France. 20-year-old Ouattara made 45 appearances for Strasbourg in the French top flight and helped the club reach the UEFA Conference League semi-finals last season, while 22-year-old Enciso previously spent 3 years at Brighton and also had a loan spell at Ipswich. The signings take Ipswich's major arrivals to 12 since their promotion from the Championship, with the club spending around £150 million. Ipswich will begin their Premier League campaign against Sunderland on August 22. And that's all on the African news. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV, on Facebook, Voptv, and on other social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp. So 081-387-14129. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Thank you for watching. I am Praise Peters. Do have a good afternoon.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The aim of education is the knowledge, not of facts, but of values. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. These profound words, attributed to Benjamin Franklin, reminds us that education is more than acquiring information. It is about shaping values, building character, and equipping individuals with the knowledge needed to transform the society and secure a better future. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we examine critical issues in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight initiatives shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we'll be looking at unlocking opportunities for young Nigerians as stakeholders commemorate International Youth Day. As the world marks International Youth Day, stakeholders in Nigeria are calling for greater investment in youth development with emphasis on skills acquisition, employment, access to finance, and meaningful participation in governance. This call was made at the FCT International Youth Day Conference in Abuja, which brought together young people, government officials, educationists, and development stakeholders to discuss challenges affecting the growth and future of Nigerian youth. The Commissioner for Youth Development in Cross River State, Ijom Ukam, said the commemoration provides an opportunity to advance initiatives that improve young people's access to skills development, paid internships, and opportunities to participate in governance. This year's theme, Different Contexts, Common Aspirations, Advancing People First Agenda through Sustainable Youth Development, highlights the shared aspiration of young people for employment, skills acquisition, access to finance, inclusion, and greater participation in decision-making. The Commissioner called for stronger collaboration between government, the private sector, financial institutions, universities, development partners, and civil society organizations to expand youth-focused programs. He also stressed that investing in young people should be seen not as charity, but as an economic and social investment capable of driving national development. Now, to examine these issues and explore practical ways of unlocking opportunity for young Nigerians, I'm being joined by Melody Inyang. He's an international affairs analyst, a youth diplomacy advocate, the Lagos coordinator of the Amdora Youth Initiative, and a first-class graduate of international relations from Trinity University. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Melody.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew Goswada.
Thank you. All right, joining me also is Moses Okenla. Moses Okenla is an international project manager. He's a youth development advocate and the founder of the Lighted Pearl Africa Foundation. Moses, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me on the show as well.
All right, it's always a pleasure to have you. And let me just start with you, Moses. What are the biggest challenges currently limiting youth development in Nigeria?
So, I think we need to look at it from a different perspective. The government may claim to be doing so much for youth development, but we've not seen so much of the impact. From the recent research that I did, about 60 or 70% of youths in Nigeria are either not employed or the kind of employment they have is nothing to write home about. So we need to do more for youth development in terms of getting youths to have valuable skills. Recently, the CEO of MoneyPoint made a statement in an interview, and he said Nigerian graduates are not employable. And if you look at it deeply and you analyze it critically, you will understand what he's trying to say. It is not that we do not have graduates that are not well trained. The problem is that they are not employable. The critical skills that they need to thrive in the workplace is not there. So we need to do more, not just putting all the efforts on the government. Private sectors, individuals need to do more for the youth development.
Okay, so it's interesting that you've highlighted the role of the private sector, which is quite significant and is quite pivotal at this point in time. But I would also love you to talk to us about the role of the government. How do you think the government can create more sustainable employment opportunities for young Nigerians?
Okay, so I think what the government needs to do first is to strengthen the infrastructures in terms of skill building. I see that the government have some initiative like the MCOPA. I don't even know if that is still functional, where they take young graduates and take them through an internship period of 1 year and give them stipends to support them during that period. I think we need to strengthen that. There needs to be more partnership between the government and the private institution. They must ensure that there's this handshake between the government to train youth, like I mentioned, on critical skills, critical thinking, leadership, entrepreneurship, mindset development. These are critical skills that are lacking in our country today. A good example is the recent interview that I saw, a recent analysis of youths in Lagos State that I saw, where most of our youths have now turned into street urchins, begging on the street. I think we are lacking a critical infrastructure in terms of training and skill development for our youths.
All right, let me just take this conversation to Melody. Of course, we is an international affairs analyst, and he joins me on the show. Melody, thank you so much for coming on the show once more. And I would just like to ask you, what practical step can be taken to expand paid internship and apprenticeships for young people?
Okay, what practical steps can be taken to advance
internships? Yeah.
All right. Firstly, I would say, firstly, I'll go with this scenario that young people have economic needs too in that aspect, in the aspect of internship, because firstly, I want to start with this aspect first. While I did my internship at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs and governments, it's a government body too, they firstly stated that they aren't paying, but they're just serving they're giving you service, or they're giving you knowledge in that space. So majority of how to advance this aspect for better advancements.
Yeah.
For better advancements, I feel that the government should support more
interns,
should support interns.
So it shouldn't be that people that are interning are not being paid.
Yeah.
So the support should come from both the governments. What about the organization people are interning, youths are interning? Because, you know, some people are not even interning in government organizations. For example, you had the opportunity to intern in a government organization. Some people will not have opportunity to intern in government. It may be private organizations, and I tell you, they are not also paid as well.
Yes, in that aspect, I feel that the government should also support the private sectors, because both institutions, both private and government, have to work hand in hand in order to bring development. And most private sectors, most are startups. I don't know that you get what I'm trying to say.
Majority of it.
Yeah.
Even though you have some that have been existing for a longer time.
Yeah,
but I would just like to ask you, Melody, what role do you think the private sector should play in developing and employing Nigerian youth? Both the private sector, what should be their role? And also the government sector, what should be their role as well in developing and employing Nigerian youth?
Okay, firstly, there's this saying that when a graduate finishes school, they do say that when a person wants to go and apply for a job, they do say that the person lacks experience. So one better way I will supervise, or I will state that they should do, both the governments and the private sector, that they should enact or establish a body or sector so where young people can at least practice the work experience. That is, companies and government sector should set up internship structures, set up skills that can help them have practical insights or have view of how the workspace will be, which will also help to like tackle that experience factor, because it will go a long way in the development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It's interesting that you mentioned experience. There's a popular saying that experience is the best teacher, right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to work experience, it's quite important for us to note that people that you're asking to get work experience, or you're asking to get job experiences, they also need to start from somewhere, right? So sometimes they do not have these experiences in school, which also brings me to leadership capacity and leadership skills. How do you think young people should begin to build leadership skills in the universities? I know you, of course, built some leadership skills while you were in university, and now you're a first-class graduate. How do you think young Nigerians can become more meaningfully involved in governance and decision-making while also building leadership structure while in the higher institutions?
Okay, in that aspect, how I built leadership, I will start with my own story first. Okay, when I entered 100 level, I never thought of the aspect of even gaining or attaining any leadership position or so, because I served as the president of my department. So I just feel that it has to come within yourself. You have to accept
leadership
it within
is
yourself.
built within.
Yes, within yourself. Because you can't decide to like acquire. Nobody will teach you how leadership will
Position you for greatness,
for
yeah.
greatness. Nobody
Or
will
the
teach you
opportunity that
aspect.
comes with leadership.
Yeah, you have to find it yourself. You have to have that desire, because majority of people do say about leadership capacity.
Yeah.
Also,
In fact, some people see it as a way of showing off.
Yeah. So I'll just feel that how to strengthen your leadership skills, how to strengthen it is that firstly have the desire within yourself, then have mentors who can help you, who can guide you in that aspect, and then who you can look up to. Because literally while I served as a president, so I found when I was in the office newly, I found it very difficult to like adapt it, because the whole responsibility of the department
And then combining with academics as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of pressure, because my final year, it was a lot of pressure. Even sometimes I would be like, God, was this office like a burden or so? Why did I go for this burden? Because I remember vividly, I have a father who is at home that is much more very passionate about academics. So,
and he wants you to finish with the first class.
Exactly, he wants me to finish with the first class. So literally, also attaining leadership skill is also another way of even strengthening your CV capability, because majority of, if you are planning on applying for masters in all these abroad universities like the UK, they don't just only look at leadership criteria. I mean, they don't just only look at academic qualification
alone.
They look at leadership.
What you've done, the leadership role you've done, the role you've played in the life of people is also
whether you've
quite...
done outreach and the likes.
And it's also quite important. And it also brings me to the question of, how do you think youth can balance academics and then also leadership skills, both together, interconnectedly? How did you balance it? And what would be your central message to youth, balancing both academics and leadership responsibilities?
All right. I'll firstly say it is God. I'll firstly say
you cannot do anything without God.
You can't do it, because there's a lot of distractions in the university. Even sometimes your leadership position too can also be a distraction.
Yeah.
If you are not, if you are carried away, your CGP might drop. Yeah. So what's literally made me to like balance this aspect about my leadership and academics is that vividly I was, will I say, a lot of people looked up to me as a
model, a lot of destinies are connected to you.
So literally, I saw it that I can't feel. Most of the times
feel God, you can't feel people.
Yes, most of the times when I'm tired, I don't even want to read at all, because after doing events, after representing the department at various conferences and the likes, and then you feel so drained out. I just have that stuff at the back of my mind always say that people are looking up to you. Do you want to have a 2-point-something GPA and you were someone who was on a 4.8 or a 4.9? So how I balance it was just only that aspect of I serve as a model to people.
Yeah.
So if you can have that aspect being behind your mind, and you also have the aspect of, okay, I see myself in this certain place, and I don't know whether I get all I'm trying to say.
So balancing your academics is quite important. Also, working in line with the leadership role that you handle. I remember when I was also in the University of Lagos, I was the deputy class governor. I was balancing that with my job right here on Voice of the People TV, and also maintaining, I was also the course rep for different courses. So I can relate what you're trying to say, which also brings me to the question of affordable finance. How do you think young people should be supported through affordable finance and business?
Okay, in this aspect, a young person has an idea, has a business idea that can cause impact and a great shift in the society and in the world. And in the aspect of the person just established his business or has that idea, the person also finds it hard in getting partners,
finances, capital,
getting sponsors, because sponsors and partners will look in the aspect of how well can I even trust this company or the likes.
Even what have you done? For example, you are holding a program, they ask you, what have you done? Show us examples.
Exactly, show us examples. So that is another thing that they face. And also government to support in loans. But I would say that loan is not only the criteria to like supporting young entrepreneurs in the financial space. There should also be mentorship. There should also be business training. There should also be financial training, because a lot of people have ideas. A lot of people have great creativity to like cause impact in the society, but they don't have the guidance. They don't also have the access in order to bring that kind of impact. So if all these things come into play, government and also the private sector see this aspect that, okay, let me just trust this person, although it will be hard, because even me too, if I should have a business and someone is just coming into me, but we should firstly see the vision that the person is bringing to the table and how we can mentor and guide the person in the long run.
And then consistency as well with the person. Yes. But let me just take this conversation to Moses once more. How do you think young Nigerians can become meaningfully involved in governance and decision making?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. So I think young people, you see, so let's go back in time before the democratic regime. We see that most of the people that led Nigeria at that time were were youths, maybe possibly from the ages of 25 to around 40. Look at the go-ons of these days, and all that. But look at what we're having now. Hardly will you see people under 40 in governance. I think we need to improve inclusivity in governance for the youth. Youths must be well represented. We must legislate laws that include youths in our governance. For example, if there are 10 positions, there must be inclusivity to say that one or two of those positions must be for people below the ages of 40. That is how you can get youths involved in governance, encourage them in leadership. Also, decision making. Youths must be critically consulted in life-changing decisions in our country. We should not leave this to people that are over the ages of 40 or 50 or 60 or 70 or even octogenarians to make decisions. We must ensure that youths are properly integrated into the governance of this country, into leadership, and that is how they can build capacity. If you are not, they used to say youths are the future leaders.
Yeah,
I think that
build the youth, build the nation.
That statement needs to be re-examined, because youths are actually not the future leaders. They are the current leaders. They are the
of today.
Leaders of the people that should be involved, people that should be engaged in governance and decision making.
Let me just ask you, do you now think that Nigeria is investing enough in its growing youth population, or we still have a long way to go?
You see, if I'm going to be honest, Nigeria still has a long way to go in youth, in youth development. A very long way to go. Like I mentioned earlier, a good number of the population of this country are between the ages of 15 and 45, a good percentage. And look at the statistics. How many of them are gainfully employed? How many of them are involved in governance? How many of them are decision makers? These are the metrics that you measure what the government is doing in terms of the youth. This is the Youth Month. We are celebrating the International Youth Week, Day of the Youth.
Celebration.
Yes, and we cannot confidently say that we have a good number of youths
in leadership positions.
Making decisions, strategic decisions to move this country. Imagine if you're legislating laws to guide the youth and youths are not involved. So there's a course I took some time ago. It's called design thinking. That means solving problems from the perspective of the beneficiaries or the users. If youths are not getting involved in these decisions, that you're creating systems, you're creating frameworks, you're creating policies, and not involving the people that are directly affected by these policies, then you're setting up the policies for failure.
Melody, you want to capitalize on that point about youth being involved?
Yes, I will capitalize on that aspect. Okay, at this point in time, they do say youth inclusion and the likes. But one reason why the youths kind of shy away from governance is because their voices aren't heard.
Mm.
And their voices aren't heard. And in terms of even giving youth that opportunity safe, there's this aspect of being looked down on. Now, I will take us to the World Cup that just even happened last month. I would say I celebrate the Spanish country or Spain per se in the aspect of they allowed Lamine Yamal and one other teenager who is a defender to play in such a pivotal match.
Flagship competition, because World Cup is not just an anyhow competition, it's a flagship one.
Yes, as starting 11. So the coach had this trust. So the ability, I would say that the trust isn't yet built. They don't yet trust. Will I say they don't yet trust us in owning such pivotal roles? Who says that the youth can't be the Minister of Foreign Affairs at a very young age? Who also says that the youth can't be the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Because as Mr. Moses made mention earlier that all these leaders once had leadership roles, or they were leaders, where they were, look at the likes of Yakubu Gowon, the likes of General Obasanjo, the likes of even Tinubu too was a young senator
he was
too.
A very young
so
under the Abacha regime. I saw pictures of him behind Abacha, behind Abiola.
Exactly.
He was a very young man.
These people
when
ruled
he emerged
Nigeria
as the leader.
Yes, these people rule Nigeria at a very young age. Exactly. So I don't know. Everything just boils down to trust. And if our voices aren't heard, I wonder how Nigeria will be in the next 50 years.
And how Nigeria is going to, take certain decisions. So if you had to urgently ask the government to take certain action for intervention regarding this International Youth Day, what would be your message to the government? What would be your message to stakeholders about youth being involved in politics, youth being involved in governance, and also youth taking up leadership position, involving themselves in skills development and entrepreneurial opportunities?
All right. I'll firstly say, as I said earlier, I would say trust, the ability to trust us with the positions. Also, I was in a conference yesterday, and apart from even just trusting the positions about giving youth leadership positions in top offices in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a honorable made mention that youths, the government haven't seen youths who are capable enough in attaining all those roles. He made mention of, I can't really remember the senator, but there's a pivotal senator in Ogun State. He made mention that this man served as the senior special advisor to the Ogun State governor during the governor's time. And one reason why we aren't giving such leadership role is because the government hasn't yet seen youths who can actually have the capacity to run all those offices. So I would firstly say about, as I was discussing earlier and I was stating earlier about guidance, about mentorship. If for someone in my field now, you can't strive this field all by your capacity or by your knowledge that you have. You have to have a mentor. I have a mentor who serves at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and most of the time when I have like issues, I normally tell him that, sir, this is your insight. So I feel that government should support youth in the aspect of guidance and the likes. And before I conclude this aspect, I would say that for someone who is in my field is international relations.
I wanted to ask as well, because some people may not know your field.
Yes, and diplomacy. I would suggest that model United Nations should be made compulsory for undergraduates in my field.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Okay, model United Nations is a simulation of the United Nations General Assembly, a simulation of the structure, that is the motions, the motions which are being passed at the United Nations General Assembly, how various policies that shapes and causes impact in the world are being done at the UN. So now you can't be an undergraduate or a graduate without you knowing how all these things are being done. So I feel, and I suggest to the government, that model United Nations should be made compulsory for undergraduates, because it gives you the insight rule on how, if you see yourself or peradventure you see yourself at the United
Making
Nations General
policies,
Assembly.
making
Yes.
decisions.
You need that kind of insight. Also, Senate simulation of the National Assembly.
Yeah.
A lot of people who are doing political science do not even know how bills are even passed at the National Assembly. They don't even understand what is first reading, second reading, third reading, and all those kind of aspects. Same thing as the African Union, the simulation of the African Union. Same thing as the simulation of ECOWAS. So all these aspects, if someone finds himself in this field, it gives them insight of what the real life is. Like now, I envy the people who are in the medical world, because before they graduate, they normally do posting, they normally do clinicals. So when they leave school, they have this idea that, yes, for sure, this is what I'm to see in the hospital. So I don't know whether I get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, which is not the same for some courses in the universities.
Exactly. Apart from even my field, the NUC should also look into this further in the aspect of enacting various bodies that can help strengthen various disciplines. Like now, let us see a representative from a certain discipline can be coming, like, will I say twice in a month, or different representatives to lecture others, not just giving lecture of what happens in the classroom, but real insight of what they will face, because majority of practical insight, majority of our university education and the structures in academic activities in Nigeria is more of theoretical aspects. Practical aspects aren't being done. And then when we leave school, you find employability very, very hard. We see the workspace as something strange. That's why I compare it to the medical
to the
line.
university.
Yes.
And then you are in the university, you are seeing something different.
Exactly.
And then you are in the labor market, you're also seeing something different. So there needs to be a merge of both the town and the gown. But let me just, while we wrap up this conversation, let me go to Mr. Moses. As the world marks International Youth Day, what do you think needs to be done differently to create more opportunities for young Nigerians and enable them to contribute meaningfully to the profession? And tell us about Mind Shift program and what you hope it will achieve, particularly in terms of its impact on young people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew. So I think Melody made a very, very valid point in terms of mentorship. And that is very critical for youth development. If there's one thing we would need to do, it's mentorship, practical skill training. Now, the Lighted Pearl Africa Foundation has also is making this platform available through the Mind Shift conference happening on the 26th of September at Unilag. And this conference combines three critical aspects. The first one is the Mindset Bootcamp. This is where the mindset gap is fixed for youth all across Nigeria. 2,000 youths will be attending this conference from Nigeria and all across Africa. The second thing we'll be doing is the Skill Bootcamp, where we'll be taking youth through practical skills, where they can learn valuable skills, both technical and vocational. And we'll be measuring these through validated metrics. We'll be measuring their mindset and their agency through validated metrics. Then the third aspect is the mentorship. After this skill bootcamp, they're going to go through a 6-month intensive mentorship where we connect them to mentors, connect them to organizations where they can gain practical skills and use that. What we want to do is a total transformation where they are economically independent, where they we encourage agency, actualization of this of the young people. So that event is happening in September, and for every young person watching me, this is an event you don't want to miss. It's happening at Tayadere Inokun Hall, University of Lagos, on the 26th of September, 2026.
All right. So, and what will be your central message to youth as we celebrate International Youth Day?
So, youth, don't let anyone despise you. Don't let anyone make you feel down or feel low or feel not part of the system. You are very central. The youth occupy the highest amount in terms of population. The youth has the highest population. About 60 to 70% of the population of Nigeria are between the ages of 15 and 35. And that is the strength of the nation. That is the strength of our country as a people. And we must ensure that these people are included in everything that we do as a country, be it governance, be it leadership. We must provide structures for them, mentorship structures, entrepreneurial part for them to go. And we must also provide finances, 0 or single-digit interest loans for them so that they can scale up their ideas. These are the things I think the government needs to start acting on and putting structures in place right now to ensure that youths are they are well developed in Nigeria.
Thank you so much. Moses Okenla is an international project manager, a youth development advocate, and the founder of the Lighted Pale African Foundation. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you so much for having me, sir.
All right, Melody Inyang is an international affairs analyst, a youth diplomacy advocate, and the Lagos coordinator of the Amdora Youth Initiative and a first-class graduate of international relations from Trinity University. Melody, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, sir.
And we look forward to having you some other time.
Thank you, sir.
Moses, thank you for coming on the show once more.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Step into a world where stories unfolds, secrets unravel, and dreams come alive. Every story has a legacy. Every legacy holds the power to inspire. A unique interview series that celebrates the lives of Nigeria's elder statesmen and women through their remarkable journeys in the military, diplomacy, public service, academia, medicine, and beyond. Conversation that transcends generations, offering guidance to youth leaders, diplomats, technocrats, and future change makers. We unveil the wisdom, resilience, and achievements that shapes our nation and the world. Join us every Sunday on Voice of the People Television. Reminiscence, legacies that leads the way, stories that lives on.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has warned state governments against actions that could trigger another strike by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU. NANS President Akinteye Babatunde Afeez urged governors to implement the 2025 agreement between the federal government and ASU, particularly obligations affecting state-owned universities. The warning follows ASU's decision to give 21 state-owned universities a 14-day ultimatum over non-implementation of the agreement. NANS appealed to ASU not to make students bear the consequences of disputes between the union and the government, warning that another prolonged strike could lead to delayed graduations and further hardship for students and their families. Moving on, the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, has raised the alarm over alleged encroachment on land acquired for teachers' housing estates in the Federal Capital Territory. The union says portion of its properties at Lugbe East Extension and Lugbe 1 Extension have allegedly been taken over by land grabbers, developer, and a Chinese-owned company. The NUT says the land was acquired and regularized in 2012 and has appealed to the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike to intervene, recover the affected properties, and investigate those behind the alleged encroachment. The union says it has reported the matter to several government agencies and is prepared to pursue the issue through lawful means. As part of its mission to improve access to health care for vulnerable communities, the Dankofa Foundation, in partnership with Sakina Medical Outreach and the Kaduna State Ministry of Health, has provided free medical services to over 350 residents of Kakuri community in Kaduna South local government area. Speaking at the outreach, Vice Chairman of Sakina Medical Outreach, Professor Aisha Abubakar, said the intervention was aimed at reaching people who may otherwise struggle to afford essential medical care. The founder of Dankofa Foundation, Abdullahi Dankofa, represented by Foundation's program lead, Oliver Christopher, said health care remains a major area of intervention because of its importance to the well-being of vulnerable people. Beneficiaries appreciated the organizations for providing them with free medical services and consultation. And that's a wrap on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Today, we explored unlocking opportunities for young Nigerians as stakeholders commemorate International Youth Day and the need to create an enabling environment for young people to thrive and contribute to national development. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, you can find us at Voptv Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos and videos with us on WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ugunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, and people shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember, the aim of education is the knowledge, not of facts, but of values. An investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you the same time next week. Bye for now.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap heat in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effects. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us, this is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Health is wealth.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Tabela, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the top, please the sport.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the font.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of the Television, Western Star shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major conversation that is making rounds, on the dailies and of course, making rounds in the country. You would agree with me that it is that particular time, and the season where we have to just talk about, politics, election, and of course, our state of the nation. Yes, the reason why we have to just, divert all attention to this particular portal is because this is one of the most important, season of, our lives. And you would agree with me that it is about a time for us to understand that election means a lot to us in this country, because when once we make any decision now, it has to be, for another 4 years. And what do you expect? So we are actually at that particular crossroad again where we need to make, that serious decision. And that's the reason why it is very important for us to, rally around and make this decision now. Road cleared for Obi to win 2027 election with Nigerians and the international community behind him. This is what is making rounds on the dailies today. Join the conversation with expert insights and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Fire raised Gbagi market in Ibadan. Millions worth of goods destroyed. Goods worth millions of naira were destroyed on Monday after fire gutted a section of Gbagi market in Ibadan, Oyo State capital to be precise. The incident occurred around noon at the 348 Milo Zone, Bola Ige International Market. According to Oyo State Fire Service, 2 out of 9 locked-up shops were engulfed in flames. Chairman of the Fire Service, Honorable Maruf Akinwade, said the firefighters responded promptly and prevented the fire from spreading to nearby shops. No casualty was recorded, and of course, the post-fire investigation is ongoing to determine the root cause of the fire incident. He stated this on Tuesday, and of course, our traders are affected by the infernal lost goods value at millions of naira. And away from that particular on IGP.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
the red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports, and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
All right, welcome here and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of the Television. Western stories shape the narrative, and of course, today we're dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the headliner sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu and APC in crisis as Obi Kwankwaso alliance emerges after Osun victory. All right, you would agree with me that we all saw what happened, in Osun State on Saturday, and this conversation would be quite interesting today. So I'd want to join, the conversation with expert insights and sense of perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Floods hit Abuja as residents fault Wiki over blocked drainages. Heavy rain on Sunday flooded part of FCT, including Wusetu, Katampe, Gwarimpa, Durumi, and Gudu. Of course, we've actually seen several pictures and videos, where vehicles, were being, covered, and a plaza close to City Park also submerged. A resident blamed FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, accusing the government of abandoning Abuja master plan and selling green areas to developers. The FCT administration is yet to respond to that particular one. Of course, you can actually see the videos yourself. It was quite heavy and serious on Sunday. Just hope that they would be able to contain this particular one before it gets out of hand. And this is to the FCT minister. Away from that particular one, we have Kano government says that they complete 867 projects worth 996 billion naira. Kano state government, of course, has mentioned this particular session, talking about 867 out of 1,557 projects under Governor Abar Yusuf, about 55.68%. Commissioner Nura Maraji said the projects are valued at 996.29 billion and cover roads, healthcare, education, housing, and rural infrastructure. He noted about 598 projects were in metro local government and 653 in rural local government areas. The ministry pledged to continue monitoring for value and, of course, given reasons for public funds spending. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 081-387-14129, 081-387-14129. Follow us on social media at Voptv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voptv and, of course, on YouTube.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of the Television. The APC and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu are in crisis mode after Governor Ademola Adeleke secured his second term in Osun, of course, on August 15th. The APC has rejected the result and says it is considering a tribunal challenge. The Mole Campaign Council also accused the party of a show of shame in Osogbo after a man claiming to be a court party national chairman endorsed APC Bola Oyebamiji. The bigger problem for Tinubu is the opposition called AAC SDP have now formed an alliance to challenge him in the 2027 following a summit in Ibadan, and of course led by ADC's David Mark and PDP's Tamino Turaki, adding to the pressure from NDC's Rabi Kwankwaso, who actually announced that Peter Obi, he and Peter Obi will lead the party's 2027 presidential ticket, and declared that Ganduje, Abba Yusuf, and Shekarau are politically finished in Kano. With Osun loss, the opposition forces are actually uniting, and the APC faces its toughest test yet ahead of 2027. When I've been joined in the studio by Honorable Oluwasomi Olamide, an APC chieftain, finally. Good afternoon to you,
good afternoon.
Honorable. You're welcome back again.
Yeah, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. And it's so good to have you, in the studio. And of course, we'd also be joined by Dr. Kayode, who is a social political technocrat, of course, aviation safety expert. We're still waiting for him to actually, be properly set up. But let me come to you. How was a Saturday? I don't want to ask anything yet, but I want you to tell me what you feel about Saturday's election. Give me your assessment, and afterwards we'll take it up from there.
Thank you. Well, just as Mr. President has said, just as Mr. President has said, the people have spoken loud, and that's the president of the nation, and he rightly said the opinion of the people, and we must respect the wishes of the people. Mr. President is a Democrat, and before the announcement by INEC, he congratulated the governor, Ademola Adeleke, for the goodwill extended to him through the votes. And Mr. Governor himself has extended his olive branch to the opposition, the APC. So I think it's a family affair now. Thank you.
Okay, so you only responded to the aftermath.
Yeah.
I wanted you to really touch the situation that happened on ground as regards to the polling unit, and of course the build-up. We saw your party, ascending the heavyweights. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, was there. Of course, we also saw the Deputy Senate President, Jubril, was also, there. We saw several governors and the almighty Edo, state governor, who also came to say that the people of Osun are tired of a dancing governor, that they will be kicking him out. I believe you saw all of that. And upon that particular, speech from your party, heavyweights, we were thinking that before 1 p.m., the results would have been out to show that the APC won. So how did you, did your party, get to the point of letting us know that Adeleke, was finished in Osun, but to our greatest surprise, your heavyweights left Osun State, Osogbo to be precise, at 1:30 a.m. to 2 a.m. I believe my team have some of the videos. I want you to watch. I would like you to tilt a bit so you can see some of them on the screen. It will be reeling in, one after the other. first, I love the fact that they all wore the attire of, the APC, outfit, and they came out strong. But this was when your elder statesmen were leaving, and the people were chanting because they stayed up until that particular vote was, finally counted upon the announcement. The people of Osun didn't sleep. Can we get audio on this? So because can you hear them?
Yes.
No, there is a word I'm waiting for there. Can you hear? Now, if you feel you are here to take over a state and you would win a state, why do you have to run out of that particular state at 2:30 a.m.? That's one. Secondly, they chanted a particular word which simply means thief. Your party said the people of Osun were tired of a dancing governor. But the people of Osun didn't seem that way. What would you have to say as regards to this?
Thank you. Every party member would like to, every party member, we want to solidarize with their own. It's just like you having to contest for an elected position, right? Now, what do you expect the chieftains of the party to do? They will go and solidarize with you, right?
Okay.
There's nothing that is abnormal. It's a tradition.
Okay.
In every political landscape that where we have
that a Senate president would go, and everybody would go to
the Senate president is a chieftain of the party.
Okay.
It could have been.
I believe you're also coming from there, so I want to know when you returned back to Lagos.
You could have been.
When did you return? Honorable.
No, I was not even there.
You didn't go to solidarize?
I solidarized with them, but the fact remains that is a democracy.
Okay.
Right? That's the major aspect that we should talk about now.
Okay.
In democracy, the people's voice matters a lot. That's one. Secondly,
that's the name of our program.
You don't expect.
The show is people's voice. So I think I like that. Please go ahead.
Every chieftain of the party is expected to, give some sort of support.
Okay.
To their
now, Honorable, I would like us to take this precept upon precept. Now, you use the word democracy, and I love that word.
Thank you.
Okay. So, if you have mentioned the word democracy, and the president also called, the governor to congratulate him, that's what Adeleke said.
Yeah.
Let me ask you: did your party rig this election or not?
I
would like you to be straight.
No, we did.
Honorable, did your party rig this election? Even if you failed, even if you lost the election, did your party rig this election
at all?
No?
No.
Okay. I have a particular video I want to call for now, where a young lady, a young lady actually came out by counting her money that was given by the APC. That's one. Secondly, the second video that will be following is about the crowd, chanting in celebration, saying that they collected 30,000 from the APC, yet they never voted them. That's one. That's the second one. The third one, we have a certain video where APC agents were actually apprehended and they collected the cash they had inside a black nylon. I'd like my team to actually put this up. I'm told also that Dr. Dayo Kayode is also in, so I will be coming to you straight. But I want to quickly, just want you and I, and of course Nigerians, to watch what you just said. You said your party didn't rig regardless of the loss. Can we have this particular videos? But let me establish contact with Dr. Dayo. Hello, doctor. Good afternoon to you. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you? I'm happy to be with you this Monday afternoon.
Thank you so much for being part of the show, doctor. All right, doctor, we just started, of course, and Honorable here, as from the APC, has mentioned a lot, and he talked about democracy, and he also mentioned, how or why, the APC heavyweights actually went to, Osun to support Oyebamiji, which is the normal tradition, just like you said, which we are not actually faulting that one. But I only asked why they had to leave at 2:30 a.m. at midnight and not wait till dawn, or not even waiting, to a broad daylight. So I don't know. And I just asked him if the APC actually, rigged the election or even bought votes. But he said no. So I would like my team to actually get the video ready. But doctor, let's hear what you have to say, please.
Well, I wish it wasn't the
all right,
honorable
doctor, please, I want you to hold your thought.
Okay.
I want us to get a particular audio from this, and let's watch this video.
Voters card. Voters card. Lele. Ibomi. Lele. Owó tí màá ná fún 4 years. Òun lélẹ̀. Lélelelelelele. Lélelelelelele. Cheka kapapa. 4 years money. Ele ti ya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 b. Who did you do marry? But in me bad da, can you again? Thank you.
Right. You can actually see the 3 videos, Honorable. And I love the fact that you are still in a good shape. Now, the first one, she showed a PVC, showed that she voted.
That's our PVC.
And that's our PVC, and she showed that she voted.
Yeah.
But she now used a particular, statement. 20,000 for 4 years, which we call satire.
Okay.
Throwing shades at a certain party, which happens to be the APC, that gave her 20,000 to take her 4 years from her. That's one. Secondly, the video we saw that had the multitude of people gathering and chanting and singing. Thank God that you are also a Yoruba man and the doctor is a Yoruba person. But for my friend and anybody out there who's watching, they said, and this was their song, Owo Wogbo, 30,000. Owo Wogbo, meaning money is gone, lost inside the bush. 30,000 is gone. Then they started chanting the word Imole, Imole, Imole. That is the normal, slogan for Governor Adeleke, which means, brightness or, anything you light, whichever ways, which is the Accord Party slogan. Honorable, how would you respond to this? You told me, you said your party didn't indulge themselves in vote buying.
Yeah, you see, the truth of the matter is that
and you said you didn't read. I have a particular one that a particular INEC official was apprehended with money, and she quickly said, she had dropped it, and they asked her to explain herself, and she told the people there that it was a presiding officer that said she should follow the APC to somewhere where they handed her the money. I'm coming, so I just wanted to take it precept upon precept. Okay. I just hope that time would permit us to do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let me come to the last one you just mentioned. Now, that is an allegation. It's not proven. Because you
with evidence?
Well, it's still an allegation.
She was caught with your people, and I have a video of where two policemen, you know, a policewoman and a policeman, were shielding a particular APC party agent because he was caught sharing money. They pursued him until he ran and the police shielded him. In short, that particular one, I saw it on the day of election while I was here. Honorable, I was here on Saturday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Let me
Should that be an allegation also?
Let me say this. Hold on.
Okay.
Thank you. In the electoral process, there are different kinds of malpractices that do happen.
So which one did your party do?
Hold on. That is why we have the law enforcement agents to ensure that the right things are done, to ensure that our democratic process, you know, works and prevails, you know, especially for the 2027 general election. And because if the irregularities are, you know, if the irregularities are prevailed, you know, to a large scale, it will affect the outcome of the election. You know, we cannot rule out the, you know, infractions in some quarters, you know, because we are all human beings. You understand? We cannot rule out. So whoever, there should be accountability. Number one, there should be accountability. Whoever that is, you know, caught and is proven, the APC will not say it because they are in government, they will condone infractions in the electoral process. No. That is why the government allowed the security agencies, you know, to you know, be at Oshun. So
I'm surprised that you are saying government agency. Yeah. Are you aware of something that happened at Atakumosa, where your party member was caught with a gun? And what happened after then? They were told to let them go. They told the Navy to step down and the police to allow them. Now, what would you say as regards to the statement from a sitting senator in your party that said, if you see any Accord member here, kill the person? Another one in Ikire said, if you know you are not voting for APC, don't bother coming out that day. What has the law enforcement agency done? What did the police do to Senator Fadausi?
Thank you. Senator Fadausi was invited by the police.
He strode and he strode out.
No,
we all saw it.
If you make you as a citizen of Nigeria, if you make some certain statements that are, you know, inimical to the peace of the citizens, especially during the electoral process, the police is entitled to invite you.
As the police invited Sheikh Jingar in Kano, I'm just asking a question.
Let's talk about let's narrow our discussion to this election.
Okay, so after the invitation, what happens next?
He was invited and he clarified what he said, right? He clarified what he said, and certainly if he's invited, he will make certain statements to the police. And within the statement, if the statements are meaningful to them, it's within the ambit of the law to take whether it's logical or not. You know, there is no immunity for any senator or any House of Rep or honorable. So he is accountable to what he says, but he has clarified it that wasn't what he meant. That what he meant was the party, not anything to do with
individual killing.
Yeah.
Now, are you also aware that the same Senator Fadausi went to the polls where people were meant to cast their votes, where people were meant to exercise their own civil rights, and he went there and said, Emma Wumon, whosoever that votes anybody outside APC, you know what to do, and do it to them. We have the video as well. Do you want me to play it?
Well, just like I said,
should he be invited for this one as well?
If you have it, you can bring it up. But what I'm trying to say,
please, I would like that particular video from Senator Fadausi. Yes, go ahead.
See, what I want to say,
and I would also play that of the INEC.
What I want to say is that
assistant
the
presiding officer,
as a party,
okay,
will not condone any infraction that will affect the outcome of the general election. And
really?
Yes. So,
APC?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. What we are for peace.
Wow.
Right? We are for peace. But when we talk about the electoral process in any part of the world, definitely there will be one or two.
So how do you explain the thugs that were caught with gun?
Well, the law enforcement agents will do the work.
No, you just mentioned that APC are for peace.
Well,
let me take it to
Dr.
Dr. Dio.
Let me say this.
Yes.
Let me say this.
Okay.
Before the election, there have been cases of issues of violence. We condemn violence.
Between who and who?
Within the system in the state, we condemn violence.
The system. When you use the word the system,
thank you.
Between who and who in the system?
Well, within the parties.
Which party?
The Accord and the.
Mention
APC.
your party. Don't use the word party. You're APC, right? Honorable, I want
when
you to
we talk about parties,
make it plain here.
When we talk about parties,
okay,
we are talking about the people that are involved.
Okay,
which you know. You understand?
I don't know. I'm just here. I only know everything that has to do with my office here. You know, I don't know. If you ask me, my chairman is I know. If you know, if you ask me, know the management, I know, and my colleagues.
You are a media.
No, I don't know. When you use the word I know, I don't know how they started the violence situation.
And you do your investigation. So what we are.
Oh, you're already telling me my investigations were not right.
No, what I'm telling you is that.
So are you saying these findings are right? They are correct?
That
all of these things I've been playing and telling you, are you saying they are correct?
That
your party did it?
What I'm saying is that it's not only our party.
But let's talk about your party. Are you saying that your party did it?
It's upon the investigation. I can't say it because I was not there.
Well, you've actually seen the videos. What else do you want?
Hold on. What you are saying...
I am not saying you can see the videos.
You are talking about violence. You are talking about...
I've counted violence. I've talked about vote buying. I've talked about rigging.
You are talking about rigging. Yes.
I've mentioned how many.
Yes. What I said is that the law enforcement agents are there to ensure the outcome.
But
and we did see the outcome.
Law enforcement agents, two of them were actually shielding your party member.
And I said that, does it affect the outcome of the election? No. That is why we have the law enforcement.
Now you are saying, does it affect the outcome of the election?
Yes.
Should in case, by chance, your party actually won the election, do you know you would still come out and tell us that you won free and fair?
If you have won,
yes.
Why not? If the
you would have
election
said you won free and fair.
Hold on. If the election
was the election free and fair?
The election was free and fair. Yeah.
It was free and fair.
It was free and fair.
It was fair.
It was free and fair.
That's why fair with your party having thugs, carrying guns.
When you say
attacking
election,
voters, are you saying
election,
it was fair that way?
When you say election was free,
I just want to ask you. We are picking it from fair. I'm coming to free. Are you saying it was fair?
Was it
with your party having thugs, attacking voters? We have the video.
Hold on. Is it one side?
I'm just asking for your party. I'm just. We have another APC president, doctor, and I'm going to talk to him about it. So I'm talking about APC first before I move to APC.
I'm not condoning violence. Hold on.
So are you saying it was fair that way?
I'm not condoning violence.
Was it fair? Honorable, I'd like you to answer the question.
Hold on. Moderator, please. With due respect.
But
I'm saying I'm not going to accept.
Okay. All right, no problem.
And I accept violence. Okay. Violence is not part of our system.
Okay, but what about vote buying? Is it part of your system?
Vote buying is not allowed.
But your party
it's not part of our electoral process.
And the people, not one person, the people of Osun came out to say your party did it.
The people of Osun?
Yes.
How many people that I know? Should
I play more videos for you? You saw the crowd chanting it. They shouted APC only. Yeah. They shouted 30,000 Wagbo. Imole. What else do you want? Okay, let me play that of the INEC for you. The INEC officer.
Let me tell you something.
No, you're not answering what I'm asking.
You just showed what APC did.
Okay.
Have you seen what Accord did?
But you should answer for your APC, then Accord person will answer for Accord.
Thank you.
So, but you're not answering.
Thank you. What I'm telling you is that I'm telling you that
let me take it to doctor because of our time.
Yeah,
because of our time.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Dio, are you there?
I am there waiting for you live.
Doctor.
Seriously.
Your party also, participated in this election.
Well, yes.
And
very well.
And unfortunately, of course, your party,
we
came third.
We came third.
That being said,
plus votes.
Yes, that being said, with the third position, Honorable just mentioned here now that your party also indulged in, vote buying. He said I should not just face APC, that every party, that actually participated in that election indulged themselves in vote buying. I'd like you to clear your party and tell me what you think about the election of Saturday. And I want you to give me all you think and everything, because we're actually running off. We're pressed for time. I'm so sorry that we're unable to start early today.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me first of all start by being sarcastic here. I hope it wasn't the honorable that was disturbing my network, that I couldn't join you on time, so that I wouldn't hear what he was saying. Honorable. However, I pity the honorable because he's facing a firework at the studio there.
Doctor, why do you have to call me a firework? Doctor, I'm just doing my job.
Savior is known for, so please don't mind.
Why you say that is what Savior is known for? I'm just doing my job, Doctor.
Savior always wants the truth to be said.
Yes, that's it. And that's what broadcasting is. I just want the truth and the root of the matter, that's all.
Yes. And sometimes it becomes difficult for people sometimes to defend what cannot be defended. That is where I'm pitting the honorable. However, let me quickly clarify some two definitions within elections and electioneering. There are two basic things that people are using intermittently but wrongly. That is election rigging vis-a-vis election malpractices. And I will define them. Election malpractices has to do with going against some of the dictates of electioneering. For example, gun running, hate speech, giving of money, campaigning before time, making some speeches that can hit up the polity, like that of Fadamsi and Astrop, that woman, Then the second one, which is rigging, has to do with falsification of results as is supposed to be. They are two different things. Even though the two of them can finally define whether an election is credible or not. Now let's go to Osun. When it comes to distribution of money during elections, between you and me, no doubt about it, parties are always involved, even though some are always more than others. If you look at this Osun election, people had been saying it even about 2-3 days to that election, that look at ADC, they want to win election. Atiku came to Osun State and he did not give them money. Aregbesola, who is the secretary of the party, is from Osun State and is not giving them money. So that is to tell you that to a very large extent, I'm not saying totally, a very, very large extent, ADC, which I am a member, I'm proud to be a member, never, or to a very large extent, did not give money during the election in Osun State, unlike what we were seeing happening with APC. Even Dr. Deji Adeleke. Wait, now let me land.
You said all parties actually did.
Wait now.
Okay.
I said Dr. Deji Adeleke said that he can say it authoritatively that APC spent well over 60 billion naira in that Osun election. And then when we calculate, if we can calculate,
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of the Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Tonight, we're staying with one of the most gifted, entertaining footballers Nigeria has ever produced. So good they name him twice, Austin JJ Okocha. Okocha's recent conversations with John Obi Mikel have reopened some fascinating about his career, his ability, and his place among the great players of his generation. He spoke about Ronaldinho, he spoke about some of the players he played, he could compare himself with. He also spoke about his journey to Bolton Wanderers, and of course the decision that shaped his career. But listening to that conversation, I started thinking about something more bigger than JJ Okocha. The big question here is, where is the next JJ Okocha? When are we going to be seeing the players that will be coming after the legendary JJ Okocha himself? Because Nigeria remains one of the biggest football talent pools in the world. We have millions of young people playing football. We have grassroots football. We have academies. We have professional clubs. We have MPFL. And of course, we have one of the most recognized national teams in African football. Yet, increasingly, we're seeing the Super Eagles depend on players who were born, raised, or primarily developed outside the shores of this country. And let me make this clear from the beginning. This is not an argument against Nigeria born abroad, because they're as much as Nigerians as we all. But of course, if a player has a Nigerian heritage, he chooses to represent Nigeria, he should be welcome. The question is different. Why is our football system increasingly dependent on players whose foundation are actually elsewhere and not Nigeria? And what does that tell us about our grassroots system, our academies, and our domestic league? To help me unpack all of this conversation this evening is Coach Chibueze Ononewu, a man who has actually done his bit and still doing in Nigerian football. Of course, the coach has been directly involved in developing of players, including Chrysanthus Uche, Francis Ozoho, and Tochukwu Nnadi. Good evening, Coach, and welcome to Locker Room. It's actually very, deep, the conversation we'll be having this evening, because yesterday when the viral clips of JJ Okocha and Mikel, went on air, a lot of persons started asking a lot of questions, how he actually started his journey, what shaped his career as a player, and of course, what made JJ, a player. But let's start, with the man who I actually talked about before we go deep into the Nigerian football and what's wrong with football. Of course, this is not just about, the male football as it stands now. We'll also be looking at, what's happening in our football generally, be it, the male category, and of course, the woeful performance of our, national team, talking about the female in the just completed WAFCON championship. So let's start with JJ. Who is JJ? When you hear the word JJ, what comes into your mind first?
JJ Okocha Austin is a fantastic player, a skillful midfield magician. He's a magician. JJ is a magician. African magician. So that's JJ for you.
So let's now look at JJ's career. I mean, one of the things he was actually one of the questions he was asked yesterday, JJ was asked among hosts of players, Hagi, Nwankwo Kanu, Zinedine Zidane, Roberto Baggio, David Beckham, Eric Cantona, and he said none, of these players are better than him, except Ronaldinho. Do you share that sentiment?
Yeah, even that name Ronaldinho, I believe JJ is better than him. Forget that he's a Brazilian. JJ is a Nigerian. JJ is master. Well, JJ, maybe his own view, maybe he won a world best and play Barcelona and World Cup, and also World Cup. Also won the World Cup. So I believe, to me, JJ is when I say magician, he's a teacher.
So when we look at players, I mean, these players I mentioned, what should we, when we talk about comparing these players, what should we look out for? Is it the talent or what they're able to actually achieve individually and collectively as a team?
Yes. Individually, collectively counts, and talents. We are naturally gifted like Radio and JJ. If you see them, they can do wonders.
But Zidane is also naturally gifted.
Yeah, in that aspect of entertaining people, try to give some show. But
is football all about entertainment though? Because I mean, it's result oriented. So if you
like I said, football is dynamic in nature. So football is science. So during their era, they believe in doing some magic movements, doing some skill with the ball, try to entertain the fans. But now, you can see, that time you are busy trying to dribble. We believe,
okay, so let me ask you as a coach now, 100 players walk into the camp today. They walk into the camp, you see them, and you want to make the next, perfect midfielder. Are you going to be making the perfect midfielder in the mode of JJ Okocha? Or you're going to be making the perfect midfielder in the mode of, say, Kevin De Bruyne, Zinedine Zidane, Andres Iniesta, or Mesut Ozil? What will you be looking for? What kind of player will you mold in today's football?
Like I said, football is dynamic in nature. We progress. The kind of midfielder we like to have is the kind of midfielder like Modric, Jude Bellingham, Kevin De Bruyne, all those quick thinking midfielders, Bruno Fernandes. You see them, they don't need to do too much work. Just give the pass. What counts is goal. As a midfielder, what counts? How many assists? Go scoring midfielders. So that time you'll be busy trying to dribble one or two players. You dribble when necessary. Maybe no one to give the pass. So you need to dribble and create a way for yourself to move.
Let me ask you this. In today's reality, seeing what JJ did in his time, right? Yes, JJ might not have achieved much when it comes to trophies, individual collective.
JJ is a magician.
Yes, but I want to ask you this. So looking at JJ, right, in today's reality, would he have actually achieved more as a player in today's football?
Let me tell you, even his own era, if at all, or maybe he played the likes of Manchester United, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Liverpool, I believe.
No, I'm asking you based on the reality today. Looking at the talent JJ possessed as a player, would he have achieved more? Would he have, at least get
with his talent and with his intelligence, with what is on the ground now?
Yeah,
he will adopt and still achieve more.
So he will do better than
yes,
what he actually did back in the days.
Yes.
So is it that football now is more easier compared to what it was back in the days?
Then their era is very raw. Now we have polish. Now we are begging players to come and play. They are playing with passion, remember? They are playing with passion. They are playing with the love of football. I'm not saying that this our players, this particular era now, they are not playing with passion. They are not playing with love. During their time, they sacrifice a lot. Nobody is trying to pamper you. Nobody is trying to give you biscuits. Bro, you need to hustle for the biscuits. So that's why JJ, remember, JJ believed that with his rebel, he need to pay you back. With his skills, he's a gifted player. You know that, yes, God gave me skills. And he's well talented with his leg. So he need to pay back fans, family, loved ones, Nigeria, all this one, need to paper with his skills.
Let's talk about something else that JJ also mentioned. You know, he talked about his boating journey. That journey, you know, is quite a very interesting one. JJ spoke about moving to, you know, boating Wanderers. And of course, he was told that, you know, the distance between that particular stadium to Manchester is just about, you know, 10 minutes. So he was like, okay, he's still very much around the corridors of where he would like to actually live in England, because he's been in London, right, at that point in England before, where they actually went to play one of the European Championship game. And of course, he admitted that he didn't know the kind of extensive research, you know, he didn't do the kind of extensive research about the club that might expect, you know, from a modern football player in today's game. And yet, strangely enough, boating became one of the defining chapters of his career. But JJ moving to Bolton and him saying that he didn't actually do a lot of research about the club before he moved. What does this say about, you know, Nigerian players and of course African players, or about JJ? Because first of all, you want to look at the player who has actually, at the time he moved to PSG, he was the most decorated player in Africa. He moved for $17 million, highest paid in Africa at the time. So for you, at that point, you were more like, you know, the glass ceiling, the Victor Osimhen, you know, the most salah of African footballer at the time. Now moving to Bolton doesn't mean he doesn't have an agent who will help him do the research or make him understand the city or the club that he's moving to. Because when he moved in there, one of the things he said that really caught my attention was that he looked at the locker room of, you know, Bolton, and he was asking himself, JJ, what am I doing here? So I want to ask you, for a player moving abroad, as a coach, you've had the opportunity to handle, you know, top players now, right? The likes of Tochukwu Nnadi that is in Marseille today. What exactly is the first thing you tell them when they are actually, you know, when club come calling, you know, that you have to, okay, let's look at this particular place, this particular thing we need to do to ensure that this player is going there to, you know, not just play football, but have, you know, the kind of comfort that befits his person?
Like this Tochukwu Nnadi you're talking about,
yeah,
is in Marseille, right? Do you know that Tochukwu Nnadi have been in Bulgaria, Belgium, but now he's in Marseille. He's now in Limelight. So he's a kind of player like JJ, he has the height of JJ. He believes that even if he's in a small area or a place that is not decorated, him as JJ or Tochukwu Nnadi can make that place a better place.
But does it mean this JJ doesn't have an agent to help him see, you know, the level? Because look at PSG, right? Even in today's football, PSG is still very much at the top. Champions League holder right now.
Remember, during the time of JJ in PSG, we had a like of Olympic Marseille.
Yes.
Bordeaux.
So I'm comparing the movement from that height to
then PSG is it a big name then?
PSG is a big team. It's a big team, not a Champions League holder at the time, but yes, but they compared to Bolton.
Remember, JJ coach Austin. I said he's a heavenly made engine in football. Anywhere he is, even if it's in Heartland FC, even if it's in Better FC, even if it's in Campus FC, JJ must make a name.
But coach, you've not answered my question. Does it mean JJ does not have an agent to see through that move that the level is going, the club is moving to?
Forget the agents.
Wait, compared to where he's coming from, the level is moving to.
It's his choice. He's a human being.
But he said he didn't. He came out. He admitted it yesterday that, you know, he didn't actually do the right research. So I'm asking, who does the research? Is it the player or the agent?
The agent.
So.
The agent.
So which means the agent misinformed him?
I don't know. Can't really say, my brother.
But let me ask you, right? I mean, seeing JJ, you know, we all enjoy JJ, irrespective of where he was playing at the time. Do you really enjoy JJ playing for Bolton? Like, looking at, you know, because at the time he moved to Bolton, it was still very much, you know, at the peak of his game.
Remember, he played Bolton and Hull also.
Yeah, Hull was very much towards the end of his career. Very much towards. But he was in Bolton, where it was in Bolton he made his name or his mark in England as a player.
Remember, as a player, what counts is, are you having a playing time? Are you enjoying your game?
But will a player of JJ's quality struggle for playing time?
No. I'm not talking about struggle.
But because JJ should be able to walk
into any... He must be where you are welcome.
JJ even said that Tottenham Hotspur came for him.
Sure.
Right? But because they were unable to match
the value.
Bolton's value. But Tottenham, a bigger team, I mean, as an agent, as a coach, would you have advised your player? Let me put you now, in that particular situation. You have a player, say Uche Crisantos, right? And he's doing very well with his club week in, week out. And a bigger team comes calling and saying, you know what, Uche, you're receiving 40 million here, but I'm going to give you 30 million if you come over to this particular side. What will be your advice to him?
Let me tell you the truth, bro. But football is somehow. You can go because it's a bigger offer. Reaching there didn't work for you. And that's the end of your career. And if you didn't go, maybe you go for the other side. Another big career, another big offer will come. I know what I'm telling you. Tochukwu Nadi is in Marseille. When he's playing this Voptv, so they was like trying to look down on him. So he went to Zoet, one out of Belgium. He struggled. He struggled because he have a lion heart. He doesn't believe that they are better than him. He believes that Tochukwu Nadi can do it. So when he break into the national team, he played. See everything now. So where he's in Marseille. When he came to Marseille, everyone like, coach, this. But now it's a starting 11. So what matters? What matters? What matters? One, if you boys go with love.
So let me ask you. You raised a very salient point by saying that Tochukwu Nadi at some point was looked down on. But I want to ask you this as a coach who has actually handled some of these top players, right? When a player is around 16, 17, 18, and say even at the highest level of their career, what should they be looking out for? Is it the money or where they will really feel comfortable and then play regularly?
To me, one, regularly. When you see your playing time, you attract big offers, you attract big deals, you attract that big money you're looking for.
So is it to say JJ is not certain he'll be playing regularly if he moves to Tottenham?
For you to come for JJ, you know that you must create a chance for him to play.
So why then didn't he make the move?
That's his choice.
Because he was actually talking about the valuation. He was talking about the money.
Remember, we have player interest.
So what will you advise your player in today's game? Your player, Tochukwu, Francis Zoho.
First of all, like that, they are above 18, right?
Yeah.
First of all, their interest first. Maybe you are projecting them. Maybe, for instance, for them to go to the Besiktas, Turkey, and that. You see them, the coach, no. No. So I like to. Sometimes they have club they like so much.
See, I get all of this, people having preference.
Sure.
But I'm asking a direct question that you as a coach, what will be your advice?
To go for bigger offer.
Bigger offer?
Yeah.
The bigger offer?
Yeah.
A bigger offer in terms of the status of the club or the money that is coming with?
When the bigger offer is coming, remember the club and everything is coming all together.
But I just cited the case of JJ. Tottenham Hotspur is a bigger offer in terms of pedigree compared to Bolton. But it's not a bigger offer in terms of the value they're actually attaching to the offer.
This is JJ case. that's JJ for you.
No, I'm actually asking you.
If at all they want to advise JJ, then I will advise him
as a player
to go to Tottenham.
For Tottenham?
Yeah.
Because I was looking at it and I was wondering why JJ, decided to actually stick to sitting right there at Bolton Wanderers. But of course, on paper, right, you definitely look at all of this and you say, okay, fine, it makes a lot of sense because somehow he's done a lot of. I think at some point I also want to reason what he was saying, that he felt disrespected. Maybe he didn't say it, with his mouth, but then it felt like that's disrespect for me. I've actually played in a team that is bigger than Tottenham or even at the level of Tottenham, if you want to say, but why is Tottenham actually pricing me at that level? So I can understand all of this particularly. But let's even look at the manager he was with at a point, Sam Allardyce, right? On paper, JJ and Allardyce represented amongst opposite football philosophy. Okocha presented creativity and freedom. Allardyce presented organization, structure, and discipline. Yet somehow the relationship worked. And that tells us something about coaching. A good coach doesn't necessarily remove a player's individuality. A good coach creates a structure where the individuality can benefit the team. Now, that brings us to a very dynamic part of this conversation. You are a coach. And if you have a player that's playing football like JJ today, how will you manage him? Will you tell him to, no, pass the ball? How will you manage him?
Like, if I have a player like JJ today, remember JJ have strength.
Yes.
He's not the kind of player like Jose, you have two markers to mark for him. JJ is a hustler and he's
strong.
That skillfulness is in him.
Yes.
That skillfulness is in it. So I believe even if you have difficulties, maybe as a player, you turn left to see your opponent, turn right to see as a player like JJ, he will dribble. He must create something to make a way for himself. So as far as football is all about progress, he's progressing the game. As far as he's progressing and he's adopting the pattern of new modern football now. So why wouldn't I use him?
So you will not ask him to reduce how he
even the game itself, even the tempo of the game, even the new era itself, we make him to reduce. I will tell him when necessary. Are you
still going to play him at the heart of the midfield or put him wide?
It depends on the kind of formation I want to play. I can play him like a wide winger. Wide winger, play more like 30% outside the wing, more of 70% inside the midfield. So when we are with the ball, you just close that wing and play. So it depends on the kind of formation I want to play.
Because I'm asking this question because in today's football, a good number of time when a player just joins an academy, the first thing the coach will try to do is to contain him and confine him into a particular system. Where they'll say, just pass the ball, you don't have to hang on the ball too much, run into space, this one, that one, and then that makes the player a system player. That's a common word in today's football. Most players now are system players. They're more like robots. So that's why I'm actually throwing this, because every country has their philosophy, the way they actually approach the game. And that's why when JJ was speaking, he alongside Mikel yesterday, they were actually talking about, how players, how Alex Iwobi struggled initially because he doesn't really understand African football. It took him a while until a manager who find, a way to actually place him in the right position for him to really excel. But for players born and bred in Africa, there's a certain way that they play.
Because we have strength. You see strength, we don't play with strength. We are skillful. We play with faith, and we have speed as an African. You need to move. So over there in Europe, they believe that, they are very, very technical. So when you have the strength and have the sense, you can play. So now, JJ Okocha can play. This particular era, he can play.
So how do we create, a disciplined and creative player, right? At the same time, create a player that is going to be organizational, right? Is going to actually put good use of his JJ magic without killing the player's creativity. Because before JJ, recall we had a certain Messi. And then after JJ, immediately JJ came out, few years in line, we saw Uruma. And then after Uruma, we also saw, Christian Obodo, bundle of skill. But after Obodo, Mikel started, in 2005. And then when he moved to, a big team in Europe, that was the end. Every single player in that midfield for Nigeria today only want to touch the ball, pass the ball, run into space.
Mr. Ikechukwu, the football system then, like I said, Mikel is a very good midfielder, playing that number 10 role for Nigeria. But over there in Europe, he played defensive midfield. Because that's what the club wants. So they believe that Africa, we have the strength. They must use you. That particular position, they need strength. You cannot play that position. As in, you cannot be that more technical than white people.
So now let's talk about football development, because that's exactly where the problem lies now. We've been struggling to develop the next JJ, right? We've been struggling to develop the next one Kwakano, right? We've been struggling to develop a host, number of top names that are put on that green or white jersey of Nigeria. Where exactly, would the government come in? And of course, what's wrong first? Let's start from here. What's wrong with our grassroots system? You are a coach. What's the biggest challenge that you face, as a coach in the grassroots system? or your team face?
Well, in grassroots, we need so many things that make football grow. Like if you come to Nigerian football, except our top league, our Premier League, and then if you're talking about grassroots, you Mr. Kechuku, have you ever watched any low match before?
Yeah, I've gone to stadium to watch a few, but not on TV.
When you make things, when you get to a good structure, just work. Like believe me, NLO one is a very good platform for the young ones, for the youth, for the amateur teams to see the light. To me, if you structure the NLO like NLA, like regional, NLO 1, NLO 2, the same style, regulate them. For instance, you can see NLO team with one coach. You can see NLO team, no nurse, no physio. You can see a player of 35 years still playing in NLO. You can see a player to something still playing in NLO, still going out with his boots.
But is that not normal across the world? Because I mean, we get to see players, old players also playing in the lower division in Europe. We also get to see that.
If you see in Europe, during your time of 20-something, when you are reaching 30, that's what we dimension return. You go back to your grassroots to motivate the young ones.
Okay.
Remember, that person playing that fourth or third division in Europe, already tested Liverpool, Manchester United. They're coming back to motivate the young ones. Now, if you come to this particular side you are talking about now, so what happened to our school sports? LGA, local government leagues, NUGA, all those things. It's where you will see development.
But let's talk about this NLO, right? What are the challenges of being a part of the NLO? You talked about, internal challenge, which is, having one coach, some cases no nurse. What are the external challenges that makes it difficult to even compete at that level, right? Is it that the stadiums are not properly equipped? There's no standard. There's no ball. The structure is. Help us understand, the picture of the NLO.
When you have a good structure, a good plan, when you have creativity in you, when you have that innovation, you will know that corporate sponsorship is needed. Like all those companies here in Nigeria, you have meeting with them. For you to invest in Nigeria, you must invest your 2% to our grassroots. Like a Nigerian league, the prize money is 2 billion. For instance, from that 2 billion now, for instance, 1 billion. NLO, you can do like 200 million. NLO, you can do like 100 million. Since we know that, yes, if you proceed and get this ticket, we are heading to NLO 1.
So how much is the form to be part of the registration to be part of the NLO?
I think 600,000.
600,000?
Yeah.
And is that the whole money you pay to, for the entire season as a team paying?
When the team when you progress, maybe you get your slots, your preliminary slots. So heading for the playoff, I think you have another money you pay for starting off a team. But I'm telling you, for NLO, I like that league so much. But to me, what they need now is just to make it structure the team very well.
Is your team playing in the NLO?
Yeah. We played in the NLL, then we get to NLO.
Okay, you played in the NLL and then you go back to the NLO. So what's the difference between the two leagues, the NLL and the NLO? Is it quality?
NLL is like playing Premier League, Championship, League 1, League 2.
I know. I'm asking, is there too much disparity in terms of quality of the NLL to the NLO?
No quality. Sometimes financial issues. You can't a team playing from Owerri or from Abia State. Like for instance, an individual running a club here in Nigeria to travel from Enugu to Sokoto is far. The expenses is far. It's much bigger. So only one match alone, you are not spending close to 1 million. But when you have sponsorship, when you have people investing, when you have the league structured, maybe sooner, regional.
Okay, I was about going there because zonal structure that could actually work, but because I mean people will be afraid to travel by road. So I mean, and when people are afraid, it means that investors, people putting in their money will lose money. So why would I want to put my money in a system that is not security, not insecurity free?
Yeah, like you said, the far.
So how would you have preferred the league to be structured? As a person, you are in the system. How would you have preferred it to be structured?
Okay, like NNL. Let's give the Premier League like NNL. They are playing it in 4 zones, like in 4 regional.
Yes.
So let's just structure NLO.
Like that.
NLO 2 again. When you get the tickets, you progress to NLO 1. When you get the ticket from NLO 1, you progress to NNL. When you get from Premier League down to NNL, when you get to NNL, down to NLO 1. When you get to NLO 1, down to NLO 2, and you invite investors, sponsorships. You make the league easier for the club owners. You create job opportunities. When you have your physio, when you have your nurses, when you have assistant coaches, and NFF need to, the football body need to, all those NLO teams, they need to checkmate them. They need to check, if at all, for you to raise that team, check the normal procedure.
What are the normal procedures?
Like for instance, do you have a qualified coach? Maybe with a NIS certificate.
Okay.
Your assistant coach, you ask them your physio, you ask them your nutritionist, you ask them your nurse. Sometimes pre-match meal.
What about the stadium?
The stadium.
Do you have a standard pitch for the NLL? Your team?
We play in centers. We don't play like home and away. We play in centers. So that's why I said, when you are playing such like NNL, I use NNL. Remember, you are going home and away. You are going home and away. You give those players exposure. You give those players confidence. And when such league, we have so many promotions.
So when you got promoted to the NNL, were you still playing at designated centers or you have your own stadium?
No, it's centers.
Still centers.
When you pick your ticket from the center, you wait for your playoff center again.
So it's only the MPFL that you play?
MPFL and the NNL.
That's what I'm saying. In the NNL?
Yes. We are using
your stadium.
Your stadium now.
So, and they certify your stadium good enough to host NNL match?
We are still using the same Dananyam stadium. Like Khalifa is playing Premier League now. Heartland is playing NNL. They are still using the same stadium.
So let me ask you, what was the biggest shock you were greeted with when your team actually promoted to the NNL? What did you see that really shocked you and say, no, we are not ready?
We are ready.
Now, I'm talking about not your team now. I'm saying Nigeria football development is not ready.
No. It's something I cannot even try to mention now or try to go. Let me say it's gone. Let's be bygone be bygone.
When you say bygone be bygone,
we see her. What I mean by we see her traveling by roads, the distance from Ure to Abeokuta with bus, 18-star bus, going, all those things. Going, the players are ready. You will see fans, you will see referee. But now, thank God, the chairman of referee now, Bejobi, he's trying. He's trying. Sometimes you see referee is trying to spoil the game for us.
So I heard that there's a league, there's an abridged league called the National Youth Sport League, right? Is that what it's called?
National
Youth League Cup, yes. So help me understand. First, is your team part of it?
No. But it's not a plan.
But you understand what the National League?
I like that league.
You like this. So tell us about the league as a coach. Why do you prefer the league to the regular NLO that we have in this country? Or what do you think the NLO body should learn from the National Youth Sport League?
Like that N Youth League
yes.
Cup is a league well structured. It's a league where you see the experts, people that have the creativity. We always try to be futuristic in nature, handling, organizing things. Like, you can't see those players now lack exposure or have that fear factor to play. Because if you are traveling from, for instance, Right to Win, go and check what is happening over there in Right to Win. They are playing like lions. Because when you travel to Uyo, environmental issues, all those things, you cope, you play, you come back, fans, exposure is coming. The confidence is coming. You can match it. You can play. With a good coach, with a good I'll go on top. So now NLO is something centered. One pitch. Maybe a day you play today, tomorrow rest, next day you play. But this one give you, and it's West Stream. That's NU Sports. It's stream.
So what's your plan, right? And the plan of your team, looking at the Nigerian football. I mean, we started this conversation by talking about JJ. We also talk about the players that your team have actually, or you've handled, and those players have actually moved on to the next level. Now they are Super Eagles players. What exactly is the plan of your team? Is it that you are actually breeding these players, to become top players in Nigeria, or you don't even want them to taste the Nigerian league? You just want them, because Tochukwu Nadi, Francis Uzoho, Christian Tsuche, none of these players actually played in the Nigerian league, right? So what exactly is the plan? What exactly is your plan? Is it to actually get the best of talents and just send them abroad, or you just want to actually develop players here and help the league grow better? Why let us understand what the plan of your team is exactly.
The Nigerian football of a team always try to make some club owners to think otherwise. To plan ahead of, like, let them travel and play over there. And sometimes players will prefer playing third, fourth division overseas than to play with our top flights here. And it's very annoying. During my era, as a young guy, like, I want to play Heartland. And it was agreed to play Heartland, which I played Heartland. So, why? Because the likes of Iketango Terminator.
Yeah, I know him.
Awanta, Pati Benebu. They are playing Heartland. Sometimes we follow my elder brothers to go and watch Heartland training, all those things. Bambasi.
What killed the spark?
I mean, the system of the football now. See, when you
that's what I'm saying. What killed the spark that like, people know what to stay here?
Not paying in time. No TV rights. No sponsorship. No, like, we need to restructure our team. We need the, what do I say? Rebate our league.
So how do we do that?
Like I said before, we need this sponsorship. We need the TV rights.
But the players the top players need to stay, because if investors want to invest, they have to see top players, see the quality of football, and then they will stay.
If at all you want to attract investors to come, remember, they are investing with their money. They must have gain. They have interest. So you must put things that will entice them. You must put things that will entice them. When you have, like, televise our league, so all those bullshit, all those field invaders, all those troubles, all those things, we not even try to. And you try to get your rules and regulation intact.
All right, so this is exactly where we'll be, calling the day on this episode of the Locker Room. But Coach, one more word, just tell us exactly, where we should actually put, the right. What exactly is the first structure we need to put in place if we want before the sponsorship? What exactly the management of the league needs to put in place for proper player development and help players to stay? What exactly is the first thing they need to do?
Is to restructure our league system, to repeat our league system. Start from LLO 2, LLO 1, and LLO to Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Coach Chibueze Ononewu, for being a part of this episode of Locker Room. Hopefully someday we'll come back here to have a conversation. And of course, congratulations, massive one for being the champions of the Owerri FA Cup. After your team actually did that, it's actually very beautiful, to actually see. Hopefully, we'll definitely see you coach the Super Eagles someday. That's if you're interested in coaching, here in this country, because the way you're sounding, you still very much put your eyes somewhere where your players are actually heading, which is actually outside the shores of the country.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a big fan of Nigeria, so I'm here to help Nigeria. So if I have the opportunity, so who am I?
Of course, do well to join us same time tomorrow. Locker Room returns, and of course, do not also forget tomorrow in the morning, join Afis as he takes us through the world of sports. For Sport Republic is the show. This is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on this episode. I say, stay tuned for the next show, which is Political Lens with Chukwumokoro.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
All eyes are still on Osun and the 2027 political calculations, where Governor Ademola Adeleke says his support for President Bola Tinubu is because he's his fellow Yoruba man and not tied to any political agreement. But with comments from Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo fueling speculation about a possible deal, questions remain about what really lies behind the new political alignment in Osun. We also turn to the emerging Obi-Kwanso alliance as Rabi Kwanso explains why he chose to run as Peter Obi's running mate, citing national balance, economic hardship, and the need for democratic change. And as the 2027 elections draw closer, Kwanso has another warning for governors seeking re-election. Relying on state structures and electoral manipulation may not guarantee victory. What do these developments mean for Nigeria's political realignment ahead of 2027? Well, stay with us as we unpack these issues. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television, Voptv. I am Chukwuma Akoro. Many thanks for joining us. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. And the number is 081-3871-4129. I'll take that again for clarity and emphasis. 081-3871-4129. Now let's bring in our guests. We have been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Prince Francis Chilaka. He appears here in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Prince, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. As usual, we appreciate your presence.
Thank you, Guru.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
On Osun election. You predicted that Ademola Adeleke was going to win, and he won.
Yes.
Well, you probably give us some insight into what, led you into all of that.
Well, I think first and foremost, APC got it all wrong. You don't move all the machineries of government. Governors abandon their states, ministers abandon their duties, commissioners, everybody.
Prince.
And you move into Osun State.
Prince Francis.
You want to hold the people hostage.
Hold your breath. We are going to talk about Osun now. Now, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke said his support for President Bola Tinubu is not based on any agreement with the federal government. He said he supports Tinubu because he is a fellow Yoruba man and wants to give him another opportunity to advance his development agenda. Adeleke said he is willing to work with Tinubu's political allies in Osun as long as they support the president, but stressed that returning to the APC is currently not on his agenda. Well, he also urged Tinubu to extend federal development projects, particularly road projects, to Osun. The governor said he wants to resolve outstanding political disputes through dialogue and political solutions. He also disclosed that Tinubu asked him to drop his legal action involving the EFCC and said his administration was working to secure the release of some of the detained supporters. Now, Prince, this is an opportunity for you. I want you to react holistically, on Osun election held on Saturday, where the Accord Party candidate and sitting governor Ademola Adeleke won with over 66,000 votes to beat his closest rival, Oyebamiji, also known as Ambo of the APC.
Well, let me start by congratulating His Excellency Governor Jackson Adeleke. He's done so well. I mean, it's for me, this victory is not about political party. The victory, we need to put it in perspective. The
victory is not for a court party.
No, it's not about the political party. Okay. And it's not even about Adeleke. It's about the people.
It's about the people.
Yes.
Okay.
We now see that when the people, like I keep saying, when the people come together, it is easy to move a mountain. The people were resilient and they knew what they wanted and they went for it. Despite, all the harassment, all the noise by the APC, all the vote buying and everything, the security personnel and all, the people said, no, this is what we want. And this is what Nigerians need to understand. When you say your votes don't count, you're being stupid and silly for saying that because your vote counts. It is when you don't come out to vote and protect your vote that rigging takes place. So for me, it's a welcome development. Congratulations to the people of Osun State.
Congratulations to the people of Osun State and congratulations to the governor.
Yeah,
now, what do you make of the thank you, Mr. President speech from the governor? The governor did say a lot. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm not supporting you because I'm supporting you, not because of an agreement, with the federal government or with the APC. I'm supporting you because you are a fellow Yoruba man. And I like what you are doing in the Southwest.
This is where...
I like what you are doing in the Southwest. And I want you to continue doing that for the Southwest.
You see, this is where ethnicity and tribalism hold sway. And I'm really disappointed with Adeleke with that statement. Personally, I am disappointed.
No, not only you, a lot of people
are. I am disappointed because, in other words, there are two things I see here. He's afraid of APC going to court.
Okay.
So he's looking for soft landing. He doesn't want the case to drag to court. And he believes that, by being a sycophant
to
Mr. President, his sins will be wiped away. But if he had said, oh, I'm supporting you because of your economic policies or because of what you are doing. I mean,
infrastructure development.
He said that he likes what he's doing in the Southwest.
Yes.
But bringing in the fact that he is a Yoruba man.
And he wants him to continue doing that for the Southwest.
That is where I totally disagree with him. And that is where I fault him. We need to move away from this tribal politics. It is not helping this country to move forward. It's not helping the country to develop. So a man that his people stood up for, if the people wanted APC government, they would have voted him out. And there's nothing we would have done about it.
Now, I hear that a lot of people in Osun State are clearly disappointed with the governor because of that statement.
Yes, everybody is.
They say, how come we voted for you
and you're giving the credit to somebody else? It's a sycophancy. And I think it's because a lot of people who walk around Mr. President believe that the president enjoys sycophancy. So they throw it at his face. That's why you see all the aides of Mr. President, when they want to talk, they just talk anyhow. The issues you expect them to address, they will not address it. So for me, this is where Jackson Adeleke has really, really goofed.
Now, when ordinary people play the ethnic cards, should we blame them? Are they not taking a cue, from our leaders? You heard what Jackson said.
I have always said.
And when you go to the north, I mean, it's buzzing everywhere. What Jingir said, and the fact that people like Sheikh Ahmad Gumi are supporting him.
Some other persons.
So
that's what I'm saying. It's because people don't think Nigeria first. People think of their tribe first, their ethnicity first. People think of themselves first, than Nigeria. If we think Nigeria first, patriotism will run through our veins. Our major problem is lack of patriotism. Everybody just wants, let us bring Nigeria. They see Nigeria as a national cake. So everybody wants to cut it and eat. Nobody is asking question. How did we gather the ingredients to bake this cake? And who baked this cake? So how do we do this cake in such a way that at the end of the day, something will be left So honestly,
the prince in 1947, Obafemi Awolowo, our sage, one of Nigeria's best, said that Nigeria is a major graphic expression. 70 years later, Ibrahim Badamos of Babangida repeated that same thing. Is that part of what Adeleke is telling us?
Well,
what
it is not just what.
Do you share that sentiment that Nigeria is a major graphic expression?
Well, for me, Nigeria has not grown to become a nation.
The current president at some point between 2011 and what said
he didn't believe in Nigeria.
I don't believe in Nigeria.
Yes. So for me, it's when you say a country, you're supposed to be proud. It's supposed to give you pride. It's supposed to make you feel happy. It's supposed to take care of your needs to some extent. But when you look at Nigeria, you ask yourself, if people value Nigeria as a country, do you think people will be stealing the money of this country the way they are stealing it? The other day you saw a senator telling your president to forgive those who have stolen. As if they are babies. It's like a baby going to take cookie from somewhere. You say, it's a baby. But these are adults. Most of them educated. Most of them know the value of money.
And so if we look at what Ademola Adeleke said, and one people like Jane Gay and Sheikh Umar are saying, should we blame people who, out of disappointment, out of grievance, want to leave this?
No, you don't. You see, the thing is, Adeleke is coming from the tribal side of it. Okay. Jingiri is coming from the religious side of it. And these are two demons.
Fault lines.
Two demons attacking one nation. And your leaders don't care. They say them with impunity.
Especially when they don't even call these people to order.
They say them with impunity.
For all I
there's somebody again who just said something, I think was it yesterday or the day before, it's trending. He said, I prefer to eat grass under a Muslim ticket
than to eat chicken.
Under a Christian. So you ask yourself, what are we selling to the younger generation of Nigerians? What are we telling them? How do you want them to believe in Nigeria? How do you want them to accept that Nigeria is a country that they can grow up in? Those of us at this age, some of us, most of our mates, we know how they're suffering. So how will you be able to open your mouth tomorrow as an adult and tell a younger Nigerian that this country, there is hope in it? Okay. When the political class are speaking anyhow they want.
When the political class is speaking anyhow they want. Now, let's return to Osun State. Do you think that Tinubu just let Osun go, or is it that the will of the people?
No. Anybody saying he let Osun go is mistaken.
You think the president wanted Osun?
No. He wanted
the APC wanted Osun.
APC wanted that. If they didn't want it, do you know how many governors were in Osun State?
At least 10 that I recall.
If you're recalling 10, I hear it's more than 10.
I hear it's more than 10.
The Senate president was in Osun State.
Party chairman.
So what were they doing?
To give support.
What kind of support? On the day of election?
To a party man.
On the day of election, Mr. Koro, these are same government that they said non-movement. So you mean the governors will just sit down somewhere and be, enjoy? You saw a video of somebody who accompanied the governor of Edo State, telling how they were going to smoke out the governor from the state. You saw a few days to the election where nobody knows who gave instruction that EFCC froze the account of the state.
But the president said he didn't know about it.
You and I know how many people have been killed in the state. Over what? So you find out that politics in Nigeria is no longer about serving the people. It's about self-interest. All the politicians are behaving like, as if they're in the wild, where it becomes an issue of self-survival. So we need to sit back. I keep saying it. We need to sit down as a people and ask ourselves, what do we want from Nigeria? How do we want Nigeria to be? Do we believe in Nigeria? Can we continue to live together as one nation? It's a question nobody wants to answer. And when you raise these issues, they'll tell you, you cannot raise it, that Nigeria is indivisible. But you see, the signs are obvious.
The signs are obvious. Now, let's look at the margin of defeat. 6,000 votes. Do you think that is it wide? Were you expecting that? Because, like, personally, I thought that, well, if you go back to what happened in Ekiti, where the APC scored 319,000 votes and the first runner of the PDP scored 40,000 votes, very wide margin. I was expecting that kind of margin in Osun State, but it didn't happen. 6,000. It was a close call.
If you look at what played out in Osun State,
okay.
First and foremost, it was obvious that what was happening in Osun State was more like, hostile takeover.
Hostile takeover by the APC.
By the APC.
Which they didn't succeed. By the way.
Then you also realize that, don't forget, we saw clips of people offering money.
On both sides.
On both sides.
Okay.
So it became an issue of, one, money is being offered. Two, the conscience of those who are voting.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, a lot of people collected money from the other party.
And voted the other party. Okay. Now, based on the fact that monies were shared on both sides, will you consider this election free, fair, and credible?
If your electoral law, since your electoral act says that vote buying is not a crime.
Is that what the electoral law
says? Well, go and read it. Go and read it.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says. It's there.
That vote buying is not a crime?
Yes. I think I'm right.
Okay. I'm surprised to hear this.
I hope I am right.
Okay, you hope you're right.
Yes.
I'm surprised to hear this.
Yes.
Now, let's still talk about Osun State. I hear that there are rumors here that, some highly placed people in the APC, people that lost the ticket, one way or the other. In fact, some fingers are pointing at former Senator Omisho Ray, as having worked against I'm not rumors that he allegedly, worked against the party and a lot of other people who are disgruntled in APC Osun State. Do you think that might have contributed to the loss of APC?
Well, when you notice that every time we finish an election in this country, you see people shifting their political base. That's when you see a lot of people decamping to various parties. You know why they do that? Because at the end of the day, they don't get to share in the booty. They don't get to share in what is being given out. So, and if you're disenfranchised as a politician that has what they call structure.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of, whether it is wooden structure or iron structure, but as a politician that has a structure, it means that you have people who believe in your ideology and people who support you. So if you have, say, 500 or 1,000 supporters, and these 1,000 people have voters' card, and you believe you are going to get the ticket of your party and you don't get it, and the party does not find a way
to compensate
you, what do? You leave the party, and when you leave the party, what happens?
You work against the party.
You don't work. You just tell your supporters, I am not...
Okay, if you leave,
yes,
you go with your supporters.
Yes.
But if you are in...
you can also tell your supporters...
And disgruntled.
And you tell your supporters, please, go and vote whoever you want.
Okay. Or you might even tell them, don't vote this party.
No, you may not want to say that you're not quoted out of context.
Okay, out of context.
You just say, go and vote who you want.
But the language is clear.
If you say go and vote who you want, obviously you mean that you are no longer interested in your own candidate.
In the party's candidate.
In the party's candidate. So,
okay, now, how much of this loss do you think is causing panic and jittery within the camps of the president and the APC? Because a lot of people are saying, it's more like a test of what might happen in 2027. Do you agree on that? Do you believe that it's a test of what will happen in 2027?
The truth of the matter is that APC does not even, they don't believe they lost an election. They don't believe they lost an election.
So what do they believe?
That's why they're telling you that...
Okay, that they will go to court.
That's why they're telling that it is an arrangement. It's an agreement. Like they're saying.
Okay.
But in truth, they should know that, first of all, because you had about, if you call it 10, 15, 16 governors in the state and you lost the election, shame on you.
Okay.
So it simply brings us to what we've been saying. Have all the 36 governors in your kitty. They have 36 votes.
And to think that on election day, the governors will not be in one place. They will all be in their states trying to defend.
So now that you have 20, about 15 governors in one state, it's most likely that they share themselves out to the various local governments to monitor. Now, and with that, they still lost. So tell me what you think will happen in their own individual states, where on the day of election, they have nobody to come to their aid. The Nigerian people need to wake up from sleep.
Okay, now the Nigerian people need to wake up. What happened in Osun State? Do you think that the people are gradually beginning to understand where the power belongs to us? There are videos, there's a certain video that's been making the round where people were escorting a bus carrying ballot boxes, and the driver started making a call, and they said, hey, driver, Mr. Driver, stop that call because we will not let people come and snatch these ballot boxes from us. We are going to the collation center with you. There was a video of another young man who probably, was attacking the police for trying to move away with a ballot box. And people were shouting, they are going to shoot you, they are going, and the young man persisted. It's like Osun people gave their life for that election. Do you see that happening in 2027?
I see more than that happening in 2027.
In 2027, even with threats like, don't come to this place to campaign. Well, if you don't vote this person, if you are not going to vote this person, don't even come out, don't cross the gutter and all of that.
Okay, let me tell you something that I'm sure a lot of people, because I monitored the last 2023 election in Lagos here.
Okay.
And at a point in time, the area boys were harassing people. And people started tweeting, bring out your dogs. It was when that tweet went viral that the police now started saying nobody should bring out dogs. Political dogs, no matter what they hold, no matter who they are, they have something they're afraid of. And the will of the people can never be subverted if the people are together. So if the people come out in their thousands to say, look, we don't want this. This thing cannot hold sway. Then it will not hold sway.
Now, Prince, in all of this, you made a prediction for Osun State and it turned out the way you saw it. What do you see coming in 2027? Especially, we are hearing, that the opposition parties, in fact, we have 3 political parties now, the AAC, the SDP, and the Accord Party have the 3 presidential candidates. Even people that said earlier, well, I don't believe in opposition, I'm not going to work with any of them. I'm talking about Omoyele Sowore. Now in Port Harcourt, with Adewale Adebayo and Hashim Olawopo, said, well, we are ready, to pull together. That is in one leg of it. Now, the other leg is that Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Shey Makinde are talking seriously. G100 is on the table. Ibadan Declaration is on the table. Do you think that at some point we might see some kind of convergence of these strange bedfellows coming together to say, well, enough of this. Let us come out and support a sole presidential.
Let me start with Sowore. Let me start with Sowore. And I've always said this, that to me, Sowore is not a candidate. You cannot tell me you are the only person in Nigeria that is above board.
But he thinks so.
That's what I'm saying. And politics is a game. A game of football, for instance, you don't win it alone. You have attackers, you have strikers, you have your goalkeeper, you have people who are specialized in taking penalties. So it's a mix. And this is where the opposition must understand that their strength lies in coming together. So when you sit on your high horse and you're saying, oh, I can't work with these people, I can't work with this person, then you're not in opposition. When I heard the news of Sowore discussing with SDP, and I was like,
Accord Party.
And I was like, what's going on here? You were the one busy abusing the Accord Party candidate in Osun State. Now you want to form an alliance with them. Doesn't it sound funny? Now, bringing it back to the rest of you talked about the Ibadan declaration. You're talking about, is it the G100? You're talking about Atiku, P2B. The truth of the matter is that the opposition, they need to come together.
Will they come together?
They will come together.
That's the biggest question Nigerians are asking.
Let us, if we need to be honest with ourselves and sincere with ourselves, none of these political parties can go it alone.
Now, exactly the point. Now, my question is, do you see the measure of these three, the agreement of SDP, Accord, and AAC, do you see it as a precursor, more like something that will eventually herald, the coming together of the entire opposition figures? If these people have agreed, well, they haven't chosen any particular candidate. Could there be some buy-ins? They will probably buy into the other.
It starts from one person saying, look, I know I cannot win this election. Nigerian politicians don't learn. And that's why they always learn the hard way. Any sensible person today would sit back and say, what did I score in 2023 election? What did I miss out? How can I get better? So if you look at it, you're talking about 8 million, 7 million or
6.9.
6.9 and then
6.1.
Now, these are the three contenders. They're the gladiators.
Okay, and the 6.1 comes with another 1.3 put together. Obiko Kwanso now.
No, I'm not coming to that yet.
Okay.
So, for any smart politician, what you will now look at is, okay, you look at what are the challenges? What are the challenges? First and foremost, if you look at the ADC candidate, that's Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. With due respect to him, I've always said it, he shouldn't be a spoiler of the gentleman unwritten agreement of 8 years to the north, 8 years to the south. If Atiku is a patriot, as he wants every one of us to believe, he should step back and know that it is not the time for the north and do the honorable thing. And then you now begin to say, okay, if I'm going to support a candidate, who will I support? Other than myself. And then all these other small parties coming together, they should ask themselves. We'll start with SDP. What was their score in the last election?
SDP scored 60,000 votes.
What was the score of AAC?
14,000 votes. And Accord did 80,000 votes.
So
altogether, three of them put together scored 155,000 votes.
So you have somebody who scored, three parties together, 100 and something votes, and somebody singularly scored 6 million votes. Who would you go for? What magic do you think you will do if you give any of these three entities the ticket?
That is all things 2023 being equal.
Who would you give it to? So that's where they should learn from. By the time you do all this permutation, it becomes obvious, okay, let this man go. He has a brighter future than all of us. And we now sit down and say, okay, if this man is going to go, what is in it for us? Because politics is all about sharing of booty, nothing else. So if that is the way they are thinking, then the opposition will be ready to do the right thing. But so long as the oppositions are thinking like, oh, Showore sits one way and tells you, I am the best candidate. Adebayo sits one way and tells you, I am the best candidate. This one sits and says, no, then they're not ready.
Okay, I think they are coming to the realization, well, that, we can't go it alone. Now, before we leave Osun, a lot of people believe that the president played a decoy by not taking Osun by force, the way he took Edo. And
let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you
because
something.
So that people will think that, well, this man is a Democrat. Look away, and they will be taken by surprise for 2027.
No,
Do you believe that?
Let me say, every smart person knows when to hold back. I believe that when the results started coming in, it became clear to APC that we can't take the state by force. And that if we try to take it by force, the state will boil.
Okay. So it's the boil aspect of it that
so in order
probably
to ensure
avoided.
that there is peace, because if it starts in Osun State, you don't know where it will end. You don't know where it will end. So it was a right decision and a sensible decision not to alter the will of the people. And that's why I said credit goes to the people.
Credit goes to the people.
Yes. Because the people were the ones who are actually the winners of Saturday's election.
Okay, let's move on. We'll talk about the governors and what they expect in 2027. Well, Rabiu Kwakwanso said he accepted to be Peter Obi's running mate for the 2027 election because of national balance, equity, and the need for democratic change. He said consultations with his supporters and the obedient movement convinced him that an Obi Kwakwanso ticket could unite the North and South. He also cited Nigeria's insecurity, economic hardship, declining agricultural productivity, and poor infrastructure as reasons for supporting the alliance. Kwakwanso said the arrangement is for the South to produce the president for one term before power returns to the North. He stressed that his decision was based on national interest rather than personal ambition and expressed confidence that Obi will treat him as a working partner rather than a spare tire. This spare tire issue again, where he said the administration will prioritize competence by appointing technocrats, professionals, and experienced politicians to address Nigeria's challenges. The Prince, Kwakwanso has spoken. Did he speak like a politician or did he speak like somebody that Nigerians should trust?
Well, Kwakwanso spoke like a man on a mission.
A man on a mission.
Yes.
A mission to become vice president, a mission to become president in 2031, or a mission to deliver?
No. First of all, a mission to take over power from the incumbent.
Okay.
As one. And by extension, a mission to run for president come 2031.
Okay, so he spoke based on self-interest.
Well, if you look at it, he spoke as somebody who believes that this country must remain as one. And I'll tell you why I said that.
He didn't believe that in 2023.
I'll tell you. Well, we are human beings. Human beings change. And the people who change most are the politicians.
So we should be cutting the president some slacks if he has changed between when he was governor and now. Because people believe that he performed as governor in Lagos.
The problem with the president is that the president has gotten old. He's no longer that vibrant
governor that we saw in Lagos.
He's not. And so for the fact that he's gotten old, there's need to cut some slack for him.
Okay.
But the question is, even though he's old, those who he has appointed as his aides, are they being sincere to him?
His handlers, are they being sincere to him?
Are they being sincere? Are they telling him the truth? Because if they're telling Mr. President the truth, Mr. President will not always tell Nigerians, be patient. I understand what you're going through. He doesn't. In practical terms, the president does not understand what Nigerians are going through.
You think so?
He doesn't. Because if he does, he would not be saying every time, be patient, sacrifice. You're asking the people to do sacrifice. You're asking the people to fast. For instance, you're a pastor. You're asking your church members to fast. But in your house, you're eating chicken. Are you a good pastor? So I think that to a large extent, Mr. President, like somebody said, he will not be everywhere. I remember when G.O. Adeboye was cutting slack for him over insecurity. He said he has given instructions to
security chiefs, chief of army.
Do you expect him to wear uniform?
But we saw a president wore uniform.
No. Do you expect him to wear uniform and go to the forefront? It is when you want to cover up for something that you know you shouldn't cover up. You begin to pretend to be asleep while you are still awake.
Just like you are saying, the same president that we saw wear uniform, the man that said, well, it's easier to wake up somebody that is pretending to be asleep than
somebody who is asleep. But that's the truth. You see, when Jonathan said that, I know a lot of people were wondering, but if you look at the political class, the Nigerian politicians today, you will understand that a lot of them are pretending to be sleeping.
Okay, Prince, let's return to the issue of Pokwanso saying, well, I want to be running mate to Peter Obi because we have an agreement that power will only remain in the south for 4 years and now go back to the north. Let us go back to the calculations. Do you think that an Obi Pokwanso ticket with article on the ballot will cause any harm to the president and APC?
I can tell you this for free. There's going to be a lot of surprises come 2027.
Surprises like?
Surprises.
Okay.
In terms of how the election will go. There are going to be surprises. The people on a daily basis are getting more politically aware. The people are beginning to understand what leadership is.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues.
Very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight we'll begin with developments from the Osun State governorship election as the All Progressive Congress raises questions over the result, with the APC campaign leadership challenging Governor Ademola Adeleke's victory and insisting that he did not secure the highest number of valid votes, even as former President Goodluck Jonathan condemns the heavy presence of governors and political leaders in state during off-cycle elections. Also examine fresh revelations about the opposition's role in the Osun election, as the African Democratic Congress ADC says it worked with the Accord Party to defeat the APC, while Governor Adeleke denies having any deal with the ADC. In addition, we'll weigh into a new debate emerging over Peter Obi's prospect, as Minister of Works David Umahi argues that votes from the Southeast alone cannot deliver the presidency to the NDC candidate. And finally, we revisit the growing concern over the vandalism of Nigeria's road infrastructure and the government's warning about the consequences for national development. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. It's still the issues at Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The All Progressive Congress APC has rejected the result of the Osun State governorship election, declaring that that delegate did not score the highest number of valid votes in the election. The party disclosed plans to commence a review of its performance in the election. The APC candidate, Bola Oyebamiji, has disclosed that he respects the electoral process and has endorsed the party's decision to review the outcome. The review is expected to examine the party's campaign strategy, mobilization, voting patterns, and other factors that contributed to the outcome. Meanwhile, former President Goodluck Jonathan has raised concerns about the involvement of governors and other political leaders in off-cycle elections. Jonathan faults what he describes as the heavy presence of political actors in states during such elections. His comments come against the backdrop of the heightened political activity surrounding the Osun governorship election. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. He is a philosopher, journalist, economist, and a best-selling author. Also joining us virtually, we have Ijoma Tubosia. She is a broadcast journalist, first female secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm sure Ijoma would get to, join us later on in the show. But let me come to you, Dr. Anosike. The APC candidate says he respects the process. The campaign DG is also challenging the validity of Adeleke's victory. Why does it look like every time we go for elections, there's always this back and forth on the results, really?
I think first is Kiamu say there was an agreement between Adeleke and Tinubu. He said agreement is agreement. If agreement is agreement, why are you now rejecting a result? Understand? So this shows you that this is a party of confused people. Understand? that's a party of people with different criminal agenda. So the issue is it is their right. That's why the court is there. When you are not satisfied with a process, you go to court. Understand? It is their right to challenge the results. So you cannot tell them not to go to court if they are not comfortable with the process. So for me, for me, they should look at the result, and if things doesn't add up, it is within their right to go to court to say this doesn't stand it, this doesn't stand it. So even though I don't like them, but I cannot deny them their right.
Okay, so you cannot deny them their right. But let's look at one of the things that the APC candidate has said. He's raising concerns over what he describes as the trend of hostility against APC members and his supporters. And what do you make of this, really?
That's a joke. That is a joke. In Canada, APC was declared a terrorist organization, and it is true. Understand me? Far away in Canada, they were described as a terrorist organization. So the people that were arrested with guns were APC members. Understand? So how can a tiger be accusing a goat of intimidation? So if that's what they are going to court to raise, they shouldn't waste their time. Understand me? So we know that a party that was founded on violence is APC. We heard what they said, what they did between 2014 and 2015, how they imported jihadists from different parts of Africa. And it is those jihadists that are still killing people in Nigeria today. So if it's in the area of violence, they shouldn't go there at all. They shouldn't. What they should be asking themselves is the validity of the vote cast. Understand me? Validity of the vote cast. If the accredited, if the votes outnumber the accredited voters, understand me? It is based on if there's over voting, over invoicing. These are what that can be used to cancel any election. But if it's killing, it is APC that have been killing the members of the other political parties.
Okay, you talked about the validity of the vote, and INEC has actually dismissed ghosts, an allegation that there were ghost and hired voter claims. Voter claims in Osho election.
Even if there are, it will still be APC.
Well, it looks like you are so sure that it's APC, and they're not looking at the.
What are 17 governors doing in Osun State? Understand? These 17 governors came with their security details, thugs, armed robbers, kidnappers. Understand me? So if there's any vice recorded in Osun election, it is the APC that caused it. So if they want to challenge the result, they should focus on the vote cast, and not how many people that were killed. Even if 100 people were killed, it is still APC that killed them. Did they arrest any member of ADC with any arm? Did they arrest any member of a court party with any arm? So they shouldn't go there. at all.
But you know, on the day of the election, we actually had an arrest. One of the house of the State House of Assembly. I'm not very certain now. I was arrested
APC
with
person.
No, an Accord member really. That was arrested with PVCs, and then like 148 people in a room. Wouldn't that actually, you know, you are saying, you make it look as if just APC that is involved in things like this, but
because it has been their trademark.
So are you saying many other parties don't have the ability to do this same thing that APC?
No,
APC
to do
is doing?
that you need federal might, and APC had this federal might. You need a protection from the security, and the security is protecting only APC members.
Well, how would you say security is protecting only APC members?
Have you seen security protecting any NDC, ADC? Understand me? So, for me, all the vices in the country are being caused by members of APC because they are behaving like they are above the destiny. No. Understand me? So, even if a Accord member was arrested with or seen with a 148 PVCs, APC people will have thousands. The money that they were sharing, the food stuff that they were sharing, they were connecting people's PVCs. Okay. We saw it was in videos.
Okay, but when you look at this this review that the APC is set to do or is proposing to do, really, at what point would a review, an electoral review, become a legitimate effort to establish the truth? Because it looks like the people voted. The people came out en masse to vote for their governor. But when you look at it, and at what point does it become an attempt to delegitimize an election that has already produced the winner, really?
No, it is only a court that has all the capacity to do that. It is only a court. But what they are supposed to do, what they want to do, is accepted under the Electoral Act. Then a court party and other parties that fielded candidates can also look at the results. Understand me? Then do their own independent connections from their party agents to see if what INEC gave to them was actually what they scored. An instance, I saw about 17,000 for ADC in Osun. So I'm sure they have their party agents all over all the states. They should bring their results, understand? And they will know what actually they were shortchanged. Understand? Accord will do the same thing. APC will do the same thing. So what they are doing is not exclusive to them. Even Accord can even tomorrow say that Adeneke scored over 600,000 votes. Understand me? So every party after election, you go back, understand, and check what happened, where you did right, where you did wrong, and from there know how to move forward. So what they have decided to do is not strange, but it is only a court that can determine whether an election should be annulled or not.
Okay, but let's look at one of the things that Nyesom Wike has said about this election, and I want to read verbatim what he said. He said that the president could have secured the victory for the All Progressive Congress in the recent election if the president wanted it at all costs. And then he said that the president deliberately allowed the election to run without interference from the federal government. So I don't know what he said if the president had chosen to deploy his political influence to guarantee an APC victory, he would have supported the effort. So I don't know what you make of this. It looks like
when somebody talks, we always want to know whether it is an individual that is talking, whether that person is talking with a sane mind or under an influence of something. Understand me? Or under an influence of something. Which other federal might are you talking about? Why the Senate president is there? 17 APC governors were there. 70 senators were there in a nation that does not concern them. So which other
federal might?
So
the Wiki, wait, I think he's calling Wiki himself the person who would have done the needful.
Well, the Osun people has taken their destiny in their hands and they got what they want. Understand me? So whatever any other person is talking is just ranting. Understand me? Whatever any other person is talking is ranting. I'm still waiting for Daniel Bawanda, Bayo Nonoga, Sunday Dare to come up with their own. Maybe they are still weighing what to this and say. Or they are still trying that to weigh what to say. But the people of Osun voted overwhelmingly for Adeleke, and they defended their votes, which is the most important. Understand me? Which is the most important. So whatever anybody is doing, now APC is fond of telling other parties go to court. Now it is the APC that is going to court.
So it's like it a turn of table, like tables have switched.
Yes. So it is them that is now going to court.
But even the way, okay, you know, many times you also have mentioned that a judiciary is looks like it's not as independent as it should be. The only thing that is going to court would actually affect if whatever evidence they bring out. Especially when you look at the fact that the judiciary also dances to the tune, what many persons have said, dances to the tune of the federal government. Do you think that would actually in any way affect the outcome of this Australian election?
For me, judiciary is out of the equation. Osun people has opened the eyes of Nigerians in the other parts of the state. They have shown them this is the way to go in 2027. Understand? Vote, protect your vote. Understand? So that is my takeaway. That is my takeaway. Osun people have shown Nigerians what to do in 2027. Understand? So at the court, to me, doesn't make any sense. Understand? So even if they go there to court and turn it, to me, it doesn't take away the message that Osun people has delivered to Nigerian masses.
Okay, let's look at what former President Goodluck Jonathan is saying. He has questioned the heavy presence of governors and political leaders during off-cycle elections. I know you spoke a little bit about this, but what do you make of the presence of political heavyweights in the states when we have an election? You now begin to ask yourself, is it that they don't have things to do in their respective states, that they would have to leave their states to come reside in a particular state during an election?
One, they are not really doing much, understand? The governors are not really doing much, just like our senators are not doing much. If you check, what our senators is doing is a part-time legislation, even though they are being paid full-time. Understand? Because we have 365 days in a year. The Senate don't sit up to 200 days in a year, which makes it part-time. But they are receiving salary of full-time. Understand? So, and the system of government that we are operating is not demanding. Understand me? It is not or demanding, assuming Nigeria is restructured, that's when the governors will be on their feet. Right now, there's no competition. What we are running is an imaginary system of government. At the end of every month, they will go to Abuja and location will be given to them. So they're not thinking out of the box. They are not creative, and there's no competition among other states. So they can afford to go elsewhere and stay for a whole week. Just like Hope Uzodinma was there for 6 good days. Doing what? Looking for ways to manipulate election. The other governors were there looking for ways to intimidate, to harass Osun people so that they will not be able to exercise their franchise. So, and this become more under this APC time. Understand? This become more under this APC time. But we have now seen that even if there are 100, they cannot intimidate anybody. So even using that word, heavyweight, I don't see them as any. Mm-hmm. I don't see them as any heavyweights. Because if they are heavyweights who have gotten a different result in Osun, if the governors are heavyweights who have gotten a different result from Osun State.
But you're saying that if the governors were heavyweights, so are you saying that if they were heavyweights, the people's choice or the people's, choice would not have prevailed?
Look, how do we define influence? Influence is somebody abandoning what he wants and doing what you want.
Okay.
Understand me? That's how we define influence. Somebody putting what he wants aside and doing what you want. So for them to be there, 17 of them, and the Osun people still do what they want, means that governors have no influence.
While you were speaking earlier, when you talked about the fact that our governors in this country do not really have so much to do, you talked about restructuring. When you talk about restructuring, what exactly do you mean when you say restructuring?
One, restructuring is one definition of powers. That's the state being in control of the resources under their feet. Understand? The state managing those resources. Understand me? The state managing those resources. This is where thinking out of the box comes from. This is where creativity comes from. But right now, the states are just collecting check every month from Abuja. They are not managing anything. Understand? So that's why they are just looking for where they can go and cause mayhem. Imagine Monday Bondo, who go and see how Warri Sapele Road is. Go and see roads in Benin. Has the mind of leaving Edo to Osun to go there to criticize that's another state. Why his own state is far worse. So they are not really busy at all, which is very, very unfortunate.
You know, when you talk about this off-cycle elections, do you think we should get to a point in this country where our elections are synchronized? Do you think that would actually help some of these issues that we have?
No, it's going to affect the Constitution. Okay. Understand? Because according to our Electoral Act, a governor's tenure starts from the day he was sworn in.
Sworn in.
Understand me? So just like now, Ekiti was about a month ago. Yeah. So if you count 4 years, Soludo is ending in 2030. Understand me? So you cannot say, let us wait till 2031. There will be a vacuum. Understand me? And you cannot tell Sonudo continue ruling till 2031 so that all the elections will come the same way. And you cannot also cut Adeneke's own short so that Osun will have another election in 2031. It is not it cannot work.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation, still on Australian elections. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has revealed that it deliberately worked with their Accord party during the August 15 governorship election in Osun State to secure victory. The ADC says the collaboration was part of a broader effort to prevent the ruling party from retaining control of the state. As National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi disclosed that the party would not see the low votes by its candidates as a failure because their broader objective was to ensure that the APC did not take control of the state. Governor Demola Adeleke has, however, denied having any deal with the ADC. Governor Adeleke says there was no agreement between his administration or political structure and the African Democratic Congress to secure victory in the Osun election. Meanwhile, Pan-Yoruba socio-political organization Afenifere says the Osun election reflects the wishes of the people. The group says the result should be respected as an expression of the electorate's choice. Nanosike, this back and forth. ADC says it works with the Accord Party to defeat APC, while Adeleke is denying having a deal with ADC. You know, it looks like there are agreements and disagreements that we don't know about on the ground. So what do you make of this new development, really?
I believe that it is not only Accord members that voted for Adeleke. Understand? Because the theme of the election is reject APC. Understand me? Assuming I'm in Osun and I'm a member of ADC, I will have voted for Adeleke.
But you have a candidate. But you
I
have
have a candidate who I know will not win.
Okay.
Understand me? APM candidate know that he has no chance. It is a two-horse race. It is a two-horse race. So members of APM, members of Accord ADC, members of other parties must have voted for Adeleke because the thing there is reject APC because they are the evil, the cancer that we need to remove from the system. Understand me? So even though whether there's agreement or no agreement, I believe that members of the other political parties must have voted for Adeleke because the fight is against APC. Understand? So that's why I held the APM governorship candidate, because if he's in the race, it will help to divide the votes. But now, saying I know I cannot be competitive in this election, let us vote for Adeleke. Our enemy is APC. Understand? I'm sure ADC must have also done the same thing. And even what's his name? I saw him. He was very, very happy for the outcome. And since Adebwesanda quarreled with Tinubu, it has been difficult for APC to win election in Osun.
Okay, but you know, this, you said it could have been, might not even be an agreement, really.
No.
But why is ADC now coming out to make it look as if it's an agreement, and then the governor is now countering it as well?
This guy, Adeleke is in a state of ecstasy. Understand? So he even said that he had no agreement with Tinubu.
Do you think there was an agreement with the president? Do you think there's an agreement with the president?
He said he had no agreement with Tinubu.
That's what I'm asking you. That do you think that there might have been an agreement with the president?
I don't. That's,
from the political calculations and what you see around, really.
And that's for me. That's why I keep on saying I appreciate Oshun people.
Okay.
Understand? I appreciate Oshun people. I know that he must have endorsed Tinubu based on cowardice, based on fear. Let me secure my second term. A kind of what Sheyi Makinde and Tinubu did in 2023. Return me, I return you. Understand? So that is based on fear. But now the real victory is for Ocean people who came out to vote and defended their votes. Because if there was an agreement with Tinubu, APC wouldn't have been saying what they are saying now. Because by next week, you will hear that APC has gone to court. You watch it. By next week, you will hear that APC has taken Adeneke to court. So the victory is for Osun people and in particular and Nigerian masses in general.
Okay, while we're talking about the agreement or the not, or either the agreement or no agreement, really, you made mention of something that seems to be very, very important. You said there was a common enemy, which is the APC. If we look at this,
Nigerian common enemy.
Yes, that's Nigerian's common enemy. That's,
yes.
That's by
Nigerian cancer. Yes.
That's Dr. Nanosike making that statement. Nigeria's common enemy. Well, let me go to what I was going to say. If, like you said, there was a common enemy in the Osun State, they wanted to unite to actually defeat. Don't you think that this same template should be used in the the major election or the national election, like when I mean presidential election? If these parties, the opposition parties, come together and actually see that, okay, this is who we want to defeat, can't we just merge and ensure that we get these people out of the seat? But we see that it's not working in the national level, at the national level, rather.
Excuse me. Somebody like Donald Duke, understand? Whoever is voting for Donald Duke know that Donald Duke is not going to be competitive in the election. Whoever is voting for what are the other guys, Honor or whatever is his name, know that he's not going to be competitive. Whoever is voting for Sheyi Makinde, understand me? So there's going to be realignments, understand? I feel that we are going to have either a two-horse race or three-horse race in 2027.
So you feel like those other smaller parties would actually realign and then come back?
They will realign. They will not contest.
For someone like Sheyi Makinde, do you really see him realigning, really?
He will realign. He has already started in Osun.
Okay.
Understand me? There's no way the governorship candidate of APM will step down without Makinde accepting it. So it has already started.
Okay, let's move on. As attention shifts towards the 2027 presidential election, the political debate over Peter Obi's prospects is intensifying. Minister of Works David Umahi says vote from the southeast alone cannot make Obi the president of Nigeria. Speaking in Owerri, Umahi noted that the President Tinubu has the support from other zones, which placed him far above other contestants, pleading with people not to vote for Peter Obi to avoid repeating the mistake of 2023. Umahi further disclosed that the region, which is the southeastern region, needs to appreciate the president through their votes for the massive infrastructure in the area, and that the president urging the people of Southeast to be strategic and support President Tinubu's re-election. A Southeast group has, however, rejected Umahi's position, pushing back against what it describes as an attempt to discourage support for Peter Obi. The group argues that voters should be allowed to make their political choices freely and that the Southeast political position should not be predetermined. Nanosike, what do you make of Umahi's statement, really?
Excuse me, is there a road called P2B? No, is there a road called P2B? Anytime this man is going on road construction, he's always calling P2B. It's confusing. It is confusing. So the issue is this: why is he now begging Southeast? I think he has promised Tinubu 5 million votes from the Southeast. Understand? So this is a kind of recanting. This is a kind of recanting. You feel that Southeast is in your pocket. You have delivered it to Boname Tinubu. Why are you now saying that Southeast votes alone will not make me to be president? So can Southwest vote alone make Tinubu president? Or the answer is no. But what Omahi is saying is his own personal opinion. Because he cannot even control the vote in his own village. Understand me? He's not even in charge of the vote in his own village. He is very unpopular in his own village, let alone Ebonyi State as a whole. So what he is saying is just to protect his job. That's what he's saying, just to protect his job. He doesn't have the capacity to think for an average Igbo man. An average Igbo man cannot take order from Dave Omahi. Understand? An average Igbo man can never, I don't want to use that word not, can never take order from Dave because he's not superior to any Igbo man on the streets. So who is he to command vote from the Southeast? Southeast has a presidential candidate in the person of P2B. And P2B is going to be competitive. And he is the best candidate in the 2027 general election. He's the most competent. He's the most loved candidate. And people from all parts of the country, including the Southeast, are going to give him massive votes. Understand me? People from all parts of the country are going to give him massive vote based on his competence. Understand? So what he is saying, he cannot even convince anybody. And he can only say that in Imo State. Let him go to Abia and say it. They will stone him.
Do you think people of Abia, do you think Imo people are more docile than those of Abia State? Because there's an APC governor in the state. Is that what you think? Is that why you said what you said?
Imo is an extension of Fulani kingdom in the Southeast.
How do you mean by it? I don't understand what you mean by
that. The biggest mosque in Nigeria is in Imo State. Rochas Okorocha built the biggest mosque in Nigeria in Imo State. Understand? When the first international that's airline that was leaving Imo, it went to Mecca. Understand me? And the Sultan of Sokoto, they used a private jet to bring him from Sokoto to come and witness it. Understand? So Imo is a conquered territory. So that's why he can feel safe to go there and say it. Understand? Let him go to and can say it. Let him go to Aba. So he is saying it where he knows that his people are. Also, the man who was who entered the Oshobo on Tuesday and stayed there till the night of Saturday. What was he able to do? So for me, all this thing, P2B will still get what he got in 2023 in the Southeast.
Is that okay? You actually feel like whatever he got in the Southeast will still be what he will get this?
He will get more.
Okay, so you don't actually see the Southeast deviating and the voting not as.
We have never deviated and will not start now.
Okay.
1999 we didn't. 2003, we did it. 2007, 2011, we have not deviated. We vote for for individuals with capacity, not political parties.
You know, while you were speaking, you said that Peter Obi is the most competent amongst the people.
Who else are you?
But I'm not. I have nobody to. But I want to ask you a question. Atiku is there. You think Peter Obi is more competent than Atiku?
One, Atiku has only been a vice president.
Okay.
Understand? He has never been a chief executive. Understand? You cannot say this is what Atiku did. Whatever Atiku did was under Obasanjo. Understand me? Was under Olusegun Obasanjo as a vice president, and because Obasanjo gave him that opportunity. But Peter Obi has run a government. So these are two different things.
So is that a yardstick you're using to judge their competence?
What they have done while in office.
Okay, let's go back to Mahi's statement. One of the things he said is President Tinubu has the support from other zones, and that has placed him far above other contestants. Do you think that is what it is?
One, you cannot expect a truth from Dave Umahi. Understand me? You can never expect. He has become a propagandist. Which zones does Tinubu have support? Osun was just 3 days ago. Osun is in the southwest, was just 3 days ago. Understand? So that's his own geopolitical zone. So which zone does he have support? We see what is happening when they mention APC up north. So for me, 2027 election is as open as air. 2027 election is as open as air. So we cannot begin to say that this guy have advantage, this guy have advantage. Even when we check, the person that's with the most advantage now is Peter Obi, because he is leading in the poll among the youths. Understand? And the youth made up of 65% of Nigeria population.
Well, you said he's going to do well in the Southeast, but when you look at it, when you look at permutations, if Southeast votes alone cannot produce a president.
No geopolitical zone alone can produce a president. 2023, Tinubu scored 25% votes in the Southwest. So there's a presidential race is the whole country, an aggregation of all the votes in the country. So no particular geopolitical zone can produce a president.
No, okay. Okay, let's have your concluding thought, Odanosike, before we leave tonight.
Dave Umahi is just representing himself. He doesn't have the capacity to command any Igbo man. Understand? He doesn't have the capacity to command any Igbo man. So what he just he just trying to sell his master, which is even a hard sell. Understand?
When he says a hard sell?
No, you cannot sell APC administration. You cannot sell APC administration. Election is a referendum. Understand? An appraisal of somebody's still worship in office. Tinubu performed there.
But they said they've done very well.
They said, what about you? You are in the country.
I guess I am in the country.
And the inflation, food inflation is now at the peak this month. Are you aware of it? Let us face facts, understand me. So for Osun, the victory is for Osun people, understand me. And I know that there's no agreement is agreement. And for APC, they have every right to go to court. It's their right if they feel that things didn't go the way they want it. But Osun people has shown Nigerians what to do in 2027.
Ashu people have shown Nigerians what to do in 2027, and Tanosike is calling Nigerians to do the needful and
to
act
do
like,
what Ashu people
like
did.
and act like the Ashu people and take the matter, take what's into their hands,
It's a
take their
template.
destiny into their hands.
Sure. It's a
Thank you,
template.
thank you very much, Tanosike, for being a part of the issues today.
Thank you for having me.
And that's all we have for today's episode of the E-Shows. Explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the E-Shows on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. That's a great way.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Voptv Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, Your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office.
Welcome to Hashtag on Voptv. My name is Vivian Ogucha, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. If this is your first time here, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. Us, because I'm not flying solo today. In fact, I've got two co-pilots on the show today, and it promises to be an awesome edition. That said, let me welcome my guests on the show today. This is his first rodeo on Hashtag. It's none other than Olamide Olajide. Ola, it's such a pleasure to have you join us.
Yeah, it's good to be on the show to, talk about different topics, trending on social media.
Especially what's got netizens buzzing.
Honestly, Davido, Governor Monday Okpebolo, series of topics that we need to,
and of course, 60 billion naira. Money spent.
That's huge amount of money during an election. And EFCC
Davido is saying it's not just 60 billion naira, it's about 110 billion naira. We're going to get to that. Let's not jump the gun yet. I also got another co-pilot on the show today. He's not a stranger. I'm talking about Tony Okafor. Tony, once again, it's good to have you join us.
I'm happy to be here once again, Vivian.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
All right, guys, if you're game, let's get this show on the road. We begin with Hashtag Ultimatum. Gosh, this thing about President Tinubu's drug trafficking case in the US, it seems to never go away. Now, breaking news, actually, a US court has actually given a deadline, an ultimatum. Allah will settle for an ultimatum. And it's saying that, look, latest, the 27th of August, release the files that has everything about President Tinubu's drug-related case to Nigerians and to the public. The court wants everybody to know what's up, and they are ordering the attorney in charge of the case to release the files, basically. So I'm going to take you straight up now to X, so you see the first post. This has got netizens buzzing like there's no tomorrow. We'll take a look at the first post now, and of course, Ola and Tony are going to be jumping on this. It is Hashtag Ultimatum. So, judge orders Piro to release Tinubu drug files by August 21. Piro actually is a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney. She's female. Yeah. U.S. District Judge Beryl Howell gave Trump-appointed U.S. attorney Janine Piro until August 21 to disclose DOJ, FBI, and DEA files on 1990s heroin trafficking claims against Tinubu. The order follows a 3-year Freedom of Information Act battle over a 1993 civil forfeiture of $460,000 from bank accounts linked to a Chicago heroin ring. Tinubu settled without admitting guilt and denies involvement. Nigerian courts have dismissed related challenges for lack of proof, while the release could affect U.S. and Nigeria ties amid calls for accountability and skepticism over political motives. Now, we'll take a look at a couple of reactions from netizens before we have Ola and Tony jumping, because Ola and Tony are standing on either sides of the aisle. It's going to be a debate here, so watch out. Let's take a look at the responses now. I took a couple of them. It's like a microcosm of how it's panning out on X now. So let's take a look at the responses from netizens. Well, before we take a look at the responses, this is Parallel Fact saying breaking U.S. court gives Trump-appointed attorney August 21 deadline to release Tinubu drug trafficking records to Nigerian and global public. The reactions now. So this is Naughty G. Naughty G says, Wahala, Naira go fall if them focus on T-Pain. You know who that is. And then he goes on to say, we must be dreaming to have T-Pain represent us again. And then Jeff O says, if he's found guilty of the alleged crime, so what then is going to happen? I'm just curious to know. Now, according to Jeff O, I mean, it's like a broken record, is what he's saying. This is something that keeps recurring over and over again. But others are saying, aha, maybe he don't cast this time around. But hey, this is to let you know that the views of netizens are solely theirs and not a reflection of Voptv. Now, Ola, what do you make of this case? I don't know if you want to toe the line of Jeffo, who says, okay, so we've heard this song before. What now?
Yeah, exactly. That's just what I've been thinking. When I got the reports, I went through the whole story, backdating. This is not a new story anymore now. Though
But
this
is it weighty or not?
Well, if you look at it in a Nigerian context, we have to look at it from the Nigerian angle and also from the world view as well. If we look at it from the world view first, we talk about the reputation to have on Nigerians abroad, during visas, application, interaction with the foreign nationals, it will rub off. There will be this kind of stereotypical look they have on Nigerians. Like, okay,
kind of stigma.
It's a kind of stigma.
Yeah.
But if we come home, we know how things work here in Nigeria.
How does things work?
See, there's a way things work here in Nigeria. I won't say it is not like the standard way it should be abroad there. But we see the complex process. Everything has been actually politicized. I just, came up with some analysis about it, when I was making my research that, okay, now if we talk about, okay, this thing, what can be the worst thing that would happen or that may come out of this thing? Let's say there is, a whole lot of things that can implicate the president in it. But who will take on the impeachment process or the impeachment proceedings? He has majority of the Senate. He has majority of the House of Reps. And these people are loyal to him. So all of a sudden, you can't just, in the Nigeria we have today, you can't just say that these people will now turn their back against the president and start, an impeachment process. So all these things is like the opposition trying to, look for points against the president. We all know, 2027 election is around the corner. They are looking for everything to bring the president down, take him out of the race. But I'm saying this thing on the long, what is the main thing that would happen at the end of the day? Because if all these things get out there in the open and opposition parties want to use it against him, will they be able to get him out of the race? If they won't get him out of the race, then it is all just, pointless and what would I even call it?
So, yeah, what should you call it? That's $1 billion question. But let me ask you something. You said if eventually it gets to the Senate,
yeah,
that there will be definitely no confidence or lack of confidence passed on the side of the Senate. Because people have said that the Senate is rubber stamp.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Well,
because